hanging from a thread till you dead. Cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spitting every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. What is poppin', people? Welcome back to the Ill Cartel. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back in the building. Salutes to you for joining me on this lovely Friday night. Welcome. Hope everybody got after that money this week. Millions. I wish abundance on all your pockets. What is poppin', people? We are back. Just like Governor Rocha, we are back. Salutes. Welcome. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hope everybody's having a blessed Friday. Salutes. Welcome. We're here to
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
do hood rat stuff with our friends. All right. Salutes. What is poppin', people? All right. Last night was a crazy 8-hour get down. All right. Get down to lay down. Salutes. Welcome. Shout out Zoraida. And Rocha is back.
Oye, ¿y el Rocha? ¿Y el Rocha? Bueno, ¿y el Rocha?
Y el Rocha está. Rocha is at the governor's mansion. In the governor's seat. We're going to talk about that tonight. All right. Drop your like. It's free. Don't cost you a damn thing. Hit that like button. Shout out Kenny. Salud Zoraida. I checked in last night. Fell asleep 10 minutes later. I'm not missing this one. Lo cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con la
Cagó el gallo. Cállate, hijo, papá.
Don't you fall asleep 10 minutes into my stream. Put you in the fucking bathroom. See if you can sleep sitting down. Shout out Kenny. All right. Salute Shannon. Welcome. Thank you for being here. All right. Salutes. Shout out Cody. So I hope Primo shows up again tonight. If he does, let him have it. She already got the green light. Go up there saying weird shit in videos. Fuck is wrong with you? She already got the green light though. All right. There was no green light when he was in the chat. Just to clarify, for my wrenches. All right. She got the green light once he opened his mouth on the. So he got an apology to give, or it is what it is. Fuck him. All right, shout out Cody. Who we exposing today? Hopefully, fucking everybody learn their fucking place. Go sit their ass down somewhere. Oh, I don't do this internet shit. Well, then get the fuck off the internet, man. I don't do this internet shit either. I'm not gonna fucking go back with you go back and forth with you about bullshit. I'm just gonna expose your lies and keep it moving. You got nothing to expose. I don't come up here lying, so ain't shit you can say about me. So watch your fucking mouth. We ain't exposing we exposing you today, Primo. Make sure that you're not. We gotta make sure you're not that other guy in disguise. Shout out 323G. Appreciate you. Samsung, salute. Samsung was part of the dance party last night. Turned into music and beers. I was accused of a couple of things yesterday. They lied on me, made me look like an alcoholic. He said, Kung Fu Panda said that for those that missed it last night, the edited version will be dropping soon. He said that I take advantage of my audience. But I know one thing my audience can't say. My audience can never say that I asked for someone to donate, that I even marketed donations, that I asked anybody to buy me a drink. I put up the sign and we go from there. Sometimes we get drinks, sometimes we don't. I tell you what never happens. The content never gets lesser. On a day where I make a whole bunch of money on donations, on a day where I make $0, you get the same show. So don't let these guys put a wool over your eyes. I know they can't, but it's just a ridiculous notion. Yeah, I'm taking advantage of my audience. You take advantage of your audience too. The fact that they're not smart enough to see through your lies, and and the ones that are here tonight, make sure y'all go tell him that right now I'm talking about him. He was brought up. He was brought up because, people know of him and his lies, and now I'm talking about him. So y'all go run and tell that. All right? He ain't going, what's he going to do? Make another fake-ass video? Shy, did you get any rest? Not really. You see, I was up still talking shit in the Discord a couple hours after the stream or an hour after the stream. Shy, did you ever say what's up with Stella Rose? Oh, I didn't. I didn't say it. It was too much going on. Stella, put it this way. Stella got a new flavor coming. All right? Stella got a new flavor coming. I don't want to tell you the flavor. You know? It's insider information. Just know, Stella got a new flavor coming. Charles, I can't wait for that to happen, Cody. The upper room. So you gotta apologize. He can't ever come over here and beg for attention again. These guys are coming to my little channel, my little 14K channel, to beg for fucking attention. It definitely was a fun live. Yeah, I was still talking shit in the Discord way after. Got up early, went, handled my business, and now we back. Definitely got a new flavor coming. All right, maybe we could play a guessing game at the flavor. I won't confirm or deny. All right, we're going to talk about it. Rocha, we're going to talk about the R1 interview. R1's son, who was accused by his father, according to the official story, accused by his father of ordering the hit on Valeria Marquez. So, we are going to cover that interview. He's doing an interview with Luis Chaparro. I'm pretty sure he's saying I didn't do it. My dad's a rat. He ratted on me. All right. He got too many profiles. Who got too many profiles, Cody? No, I only know of one. All right. Shout out JP wherever he's at. Positive vibes to him. Shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. All right. JP, we'll see if he comes in and and does the people's chant, fucking shaking hands, kissing hands and shaking babies. It's the people's chant, man. The hashtag king. We're gonna get into the Diddy Tupac connection. He was mentioned yesterday. I've been trying to give y'all an update on this Tupac trial. Me personally, I've been covering this since the man passed away, and I've heard nothing new in that courtroom yet, including the Diddy stuff. The Diddy stuff we've been hearing for a long time. Know the story around it. We'll break that part down tonight, and I'll give y'all the different thoughts of what really is in place with all that. What really happened. Chat in advance. If El Primo does show up, that's mine. All right? The upper room. Nobody claps Primo. Primo gets the opportunity to apologize to Zoraida for mentioning her name on his video and talking all kind of narcissistic, weirdo, creepy shit. He should be ashamed of himself, really. Now, don't get it fucked up. If I happen, just like I saw C Money yesterday talking on his chat, right? And I mentioned him. Let's just say C Money was a girl. Same thing, right? Let's say he was a woman. Same shit. I'm gonna react. I'm gonna say on my video what that person said, even if it's a woman, right? What I'm not gonna do is sit here and make actual innuendos and talk like she wants a piece of me and all that weirdo shit. You know who talks like that? Dudes that don't get no pussy. All right? Incels. Dudes that can't get what they want. You know who else talks like that to themselves? Liars. Liars. They have to believe everybody wants something to do with them. So he come with that apology, or else she gets to send him to the upper room. The upper room. And it has to be an apology that she deems worthy. Shout out Shannon. I've been knowing the Diddy stuff for you. Yeah, they've been talking about that Diddy stuff. We'll get into that. We'll talk about Zip. We'll talk about Keefe confessing to that or invoking that. We'll see. Shout out Upper Echelon on the check-in. Blessings to everyone. The chat, usual suspects. Blessings, Shy. Hey, Upper Echelon, man. Kung Fu Panda wants to fight you. He don't know what weight classes are and shit, but I told him you got better cardio for sure. So, and I don't know if he's, 5 foot nothing like the little fat guy, or if he's 6 foot, But wait, what happened? What I missed? You missed a lot. You missed a lot of motherfuckers thinking they could just speak on me however they want. So. Shout out Velez on the check-in. Shout out Rob, salutes, welcome. You missed a lot. A lot of dudes loose at the mouth on the internet talking about me. Dudes that I don't even know. Little fat guys that I don't even know. Little fat guys that get slapped up in the parking lot. Boom. Let's get it. All right, man. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out Ish on the check-in. Boom. There's a change in the ads that pop up. The ads is supposed to be different because they're going to be side-by-side ads now. Less intrusive from what I understand. I've been working on the road, and Shy, we haven't had a chance to catch up. Absolutely. So everything has stayed the same then. What you mean? Explain that comment, Rob. What you mean everything stayed the same? What you mean since you've been gone? What do I need to watch? Your mouth. Everybody else needs to watch their fucking mouth too. Especially when they say something about me. I ain't out here telling lies. You gotta watch last night's live stream. None of that's edited out yet. None of that shit. But it's last night's live stream. I don't know. I think it's the 2-hour mark. Well, that might have changed. I just cut off the end because it had mad music on it. Shout out Ish. I get nothing but gambling ads. Hey, something got to keep the lights on. Don't succumb to the pressure. Yo, Velez, you bounced on us real early last night, man. You told me to have a live stream all the way up until today, and then as soon as you said that, you was like, all right, good night, Mimi. What the fuck? Apparently, Upper Echelon, you buried Hoffa, according to Jason. Yeah, you've done everything, bro. But you're not capable of doing nothing. But you're violent, but you're not violent. You're soft. You know what I'm saying? But you're smart, but you're dumb. That's basically the gist of it. You missed a lot last night. Gotta watch. Fucking jerk-offs everywhere. Get the blicky ready, Zoraida.
The upper room.
Shit. It was an eventful evening. I didn't even listen, man. Primo played himself. Then he want to come, oh, it's just jokes. Like the other fucking dog. It's just marketing. Shut the fuck up, man.
Shut up, bitch.
Get the fuck out of here. You thirsty. They're thirsty. They low right now. Oh, yeah, nothing's changed. You getting hey man, your put it this way, your ads are your own. I don't know what to tell you, Rob. I haven't got nothing to do with that part. All right? Salutes. Bro, I had to get some sleep. Shit was lit last night though. What time y'all end the party? Like, I don't know, 3:30? 3:30? I was still in the Discord talking shit, 4:30? Chicago time? So what's that? 1:30 by y'all? have to get some sleep. Nah, fuck all that sleep shit when you telling us not to get no sleep. Let's move the bullshit, man.
Bullshit.
All you had to do was sacar la bolsita, boom, we was back on. Nah, this fucking guy. You gotta go meet me. Shit, my ass is single now in unrelated news. And sometimes it's better off that way. Coño, no duermes. Do not sleep, sir. Do not sleep. I take a nap here and there. Zorada's locked and loaded. Ready. She gonna stay ready too. When she step away, she gonna come back and ask, did you see him? Huh? Did any of y'all get him before me?
Coño, man.
Upper room? That's generous. Yeah, she got the green light to give him the upper room. If she don't believe his apology, he don't need to come over here and beg for attention no more. I really think he'll show up. He likes attention. Yo, to me, it gets to a point where, at what point are they not creepy, weird, different internet masochists? So thirsty for views, they just want me to smack them around over here all day. Why would you come over here? Don't come over here. Is this a good time for trolling? It's never a good time for trolling here. You should probably kick rocks. Go yank somewhere else. His narcissistic ass went on his live talking about I had a crush on him and wanted him. Bitch, please.
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah, motherfucker come over here just like being abused. Get the fuck out of here. Go somewhere safe. See, and then you want to come over and troll, and it's weak ass trolling. You got to do better than that. That shit is real weak. I guess we're gonna let you live because that shit is so embarrassing. Like it's not even worthy of the bathroom yet.
Put him in a fucking bedroom, man.
You guys gotta do better. You went to sleep halfway through the stream. You got no willpower, man. No willpower. You was out. I've been listening to Hotrebek clips because I can't listen to the whole interview. It's a lot, but it's crazy to see what he's still arguing in the chat. He doesn't realize he's dumb. Realize ain't part of his shit. He don't realize people don't like him because of the way he acts and how he thinks. But you're never gonna convince him. He hasn't been convinced since a child. He hasn't figured out why people don't deal with him since he's a child. He's been trying to fill that hole since then. Shout out to Achilles. Good morning, Shael. I do agree with your answer. It's almost 1:45 Pacific time when you called it a night last night. There you go. So it was like 3:45 over here. No. You know who I show love? Lil Yank boy. I show love to the people that come here and be involved in a thorough way. Trolls are boring. You guys beg for attention like you are. You want to slow us down, but it's weak. The shit you're doing is not even good. It's not funny. It's not, it's just kind of whack. Like, you get no love from me. Unless you act like everybody else. Act accordingly. Otherwise, we'll put you in the fucking bathroom. Just please, get the fuck out of here. Ain't no thing. Willpower. They got no willpower. That ain't got no willpower. Ah, look at that. That seems like his. There we go. We found his alt. Maybe your bitch needs love, Daddy Yank. Huh? AKA Kung Fu Panda. 10-4, huh? Yeah. You just told on yourself. What a fucking dork. What's your bitch name? Let's talk about it. Make it a content. Okay? Don't worry, Steady. We just fucking with you. Yeah, it's not everyone else. It's you. Never enough evidence to convince him. As long as he got Nelson and Babe, as long as Nelson and Babe could back him up, that's it. Boom. Look at that. Out of here for life, because that's definitely an alt. Why? Because Kung Fu Panda's a coward. He had to come in here in a way that he could deny it. And he's going to say, I don't got no motherfucking alts. We know how you talk. You talk like a predator. I don't know, Ish. I haven't looked into it. I'm going to do it with y'all. Right now, I got it pulled up already. We're just getting through the pleasantries. Motherfuckers is... We talking. We about to get there. I thought it was funny that Ginger Bitch said Jay wouldn't answer his questions in a 4-hour interview. The little fat guy, the guy that called me a little fat guy, he said that. He was like, how he didn't answer no questions and still talk to you for 4 hours. I said, oh, little fat guy, you're asking the right questions, bro. You just not holding dude's feet to the fire for the right answer. He's able to talk you in circles and run you around the parking lot like dude with the bat did. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about after this stream or tomorrow, make sure you go check out last night's stream. So you can see the little fat guy that was talking about me, calling me a little fat guy. You see that guy running around the parking lot. That's the kind of circles that Hotranek fucking ran them through. Every time dude asked the logical question. Yeah, he took a leave. I Googled it, but it's not obvious. He was never impeached. They're not, that's been the point of the last, what we've been talking about. Nothing is out. Nobody's talking obvious, bro. That's why I don't believe none of it. Something big is happening with this whole Rocha shit. We're about to get into it. Why? We're about to get into it. Let me pack this. Ish, don't fucking produce my show. Don't rush me. I gave 8 hours. What more do you want from me? 8 hours last night. All right, but yeah, nobody's obvious. They leave things open. Just like Luis Chaparro, dropped the eyewitness statement on the day that the eyewitness is announced to be arrested. But the quote we get ain't from an eyewitness. It's from a source. Now, the source did say some shit that struck me, that might be true, but whatever. At the end of the day, it's a source. If I didn't answer a question, it was because they were dumbass questions. Only dumbass people ask. That was the dumbass. He was perfect. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. The Ginger Bitch was the perfect dumbass for all of that. Shad, didn't Alex Hibachi Beatdown say he knew the twins? He said he met Jay. I don't believe him, but whatever. He did say the little fat guy, and let's not, I don't know that that's his name. I like the Hibachi Beatdown. We're going to call him like little fat guy Hibachi Beatdown, but I don't know his name. Dude never showed me his name on the video. He's Ochoa's grandson, the godson or some bullshit. To me, he's little fat guy until he apologizes to me. All right, definitely little fat guy. I have last night's stream saved in my YouTube file. Excellent show last night. I did have to cut the music piece off. I saved it so that I make sure that the talking parts I keep, and I put those on the edited versions of the videos they belong, but I had to cut the end off. Too much, the music, they was clapping me. I got clapped for everything yesterday. I love how he talks about the business. It shows he don't know a damn thing. He was never in the business. Dude never was a smuggler. He's salty and mad and sad, and he's saying that I'm lying about him not being a smuggler. Prove us wrong. We ain't never seen nothing about you being no smuggler. You a pill mill boy. I love how he talks about the business. It shows he don't know a damn thing. Also, he's taking Gene's blueprint, thinking trolling will help him sell T-shirts. Oh, he want to make a T-shirt about everything. He not clever enough. Not him, not Babe, not Nelson. Also, Gene is not credible or honest either. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue about a bunch of liars lying to each other. It's when they put my name in their motherfucking mouth, because scroll the internet and find me lying. Y'all motherfuckers is up there lying. Who said what? The little fat guy The little fat guy that was talking to Jason Hotrebeck said that he met you. That his brother used to get work from you, and I met him, and he had a Rolls Royce in the hood, and blah blah blah. And he said he has a Napoleon complex. He said I'm the little fat Mexican rapper guy. And meanwhile, we watching a video of him getting his ass beat in the fucking parking lot. You can't talk to me like that. Who did I meet? You met little fat guy. That's his name. I guess that's his name. That's what Samsung says. As far as I know, his name is Little Fat Guy. Shout out Big June. Shout out, salutes to you and the usual suspects driving. So I'll be listening. Safe travels, sir. All right. We won't hear you again until you're home. Otherwise, we put you in the fucking bed. Look at this fucking Kenny. Boy, Kenny's late. Kenny's sleeping. Kenny better get it the fuck together. You're going to end up in the goddamn bed. Shout out Shannon. Nelson, help me, Nelson, right? He said his brother used to buy from Jay, and that's how he met Jay. Yeah. Everybody got a story to tell. Jason Hochenek said, allegedly you have ties to the current Chapiza and you were involved in the Mayo thing. Well, he knows that part because we covered that before. But yeah, he's been saying the same bullshit. Listen, the day before he came on here and swung off Jay for 4 hours, he had none of these stories. The day after, when the comments broke his little vagina in his chest, the day after, he all of a sudden, he had Mayo stories, all kind of shit was going on. Rumor has it that Hotrebeck will call the cops if he gets confronted. Right, Nelson? Babe, I tell people all the time that, I'll call the police on their ass if they confront me. But he always says he walks in and he says whatever he wants to people. All right, cool. To everyone in the chat, let's remember to push the thumbs up. I agree. A person I said, I'm not sure who that guy is. I'll tell you who he's. The little fat guy. It's a little fat guy. He had a lot of. He was on that show. He was the representation of the streets, telling the story that they don't know. It was the same deal. He was just a little fat guy though. Rumor has it that Voltronek will call the cops if he gets confronted. Rumor? Fuck out of here. Bunch of jerk-offs. Per Jason, allegedly that you inferred you were in contact with the... Yeah, he knows. I think he knows that part because... Didn't you? Haven't seen him in the video. Because, hold on, I'm getting confused too. We covered one yesterday with the little fat guy, but then there was another one before. But he's been saying that Mayo shit. But yeah, that's what he said, upper echelon. He's been telling people that you and Joaquin set up the deal to get Mayo. But you heard that in the short that he made. Because if I recall correctly, you sent that shit to me a long time ago when it dropped. Right after he fell apart and cried like a bitch over here. But anyways, it's all bullshit. It's annoying. These guys wouldn't bust a grape, not Kung Fu Panda, not motherfucking C-Money, not the little fat guy, and not fucking Voltronek. These guys are internet clowns. Fuck out of here. You put yourselves all in the same circle. Deal with it. Let's get it. Mexican governor accused by U.S. of cartel ties returns to office. Now, I feel like with the arrest of Fausto Corrales, the man who allegedly drove Melesio Quinn to the meeting where his life was taken, the man that the authorities supposedly blame and arrested for falsifying information and telling a fake story, they accuse him of saying that Melesio Quinn life was taken in a gas station. We come to find out that was not true, that it happened at the meeting where Mayo was kidnapped. The day that they announced Fausto's arrest for telling that story, Luis Chaparro comes with a source, an anonymous source, an unknown source, that also supposedly was there and was behind the scenes. Then we also hear that Rocha's right-hand man, General Merida, who we used to make fun of and say he was the guy in Rocha's ear, or he was his number one lackey because him and Rocha were always whispering in each other's neck. All of a sudden, he disappeared from the BOP's registry or whatever. And he can't be found. Now, we know what happens when that happens. They're moving him around. Dude made a deal. And boom, here we are 2 days later, and it says, El Rocha is back. I don't know if it's by popular demand or not, but he's back. Let's get into it. Let's get back in the chat real quick. Yeah, he's a fool. I said quite a few high-level guys have reached out to me for help. He heard Chapo's son. He hears what he wants. He don't hear nothing. He didn't mistake nothing. We have to stop talking about this guy like if we're exposing that he's a liar. We already know. There's no trying to figure out how he lied, what he lied. He just lies. He's been doing it his whole life. I know dudes that lie about the death of their own mother, bro. I know 'em. Is anyone having issues with the live? Yes, please let me know. Nothing on Zorada's side. Shout out Mr. Joshua. Smash him, Shy. These guys are fucking goof-offs. Jerk-offs. Just sent bar tokens. Salutes Ish. Appreciate you. I'm going to get into this. And has anybody seen one of them side-by-side? Ish, you said they was giving you casino ads. They're giving it to you side-by-sides? Or how's that working? Boom. I did. It's still not playing. I'm not dropping frames. You got to back out and come back. You got to back out and come back. Daddy, I got good news for you. Since you're watching Vertical on the phone, I was going to try to do it today, but I didn't have time to work out the technical kinks. But we're gonna have it when the live stream happens. We're gonna have this horizontal, but we're also gonna have a stream on YouTube that's gonna be vertical, right? Like how I used to do it. Remember, I used to do the 2 streams, but this time it's gonna be 1 stream, and then once the live stream is over, YouTube disappears that vertical stream. But it's more for people that are scrolling to discover us while we're live, which is something good. That's a dope thing. We need that. But yeah, Teddy, you're gonna have to back out and come back because I don't know why it's stuck for you over there. Close the whole app and come back. Boom. They've been vertical with ads covering chat for a while. Okay. Oh, you watching vertical? Okay. No, now they got. I guess they're called side by sides on the horizontal too. Shout out Ish for the shot. All right. Pop off a shot. Let's see. Let's get it. Back on topic. Mexico City, August 21st. The governor of Mexico's Sinaloa state, Ruben Rocha Moya, returned to office on Friday after taking leave for more than 3 months following U.S. drug trafficking charges. Time does fly. I can't believe it's already been 3 months. I can't. That's crazy. After 3 months following U.S. drug trafficking charges, a move likely to deepen strains between Mexico and the United States. Rocha, 77, a member of Mexico's ruling Morena party, said in a statement posted on X that he was resuming his duties with a clear conscience and his head held high. The department marks a remarkable turnaround for Rocha, who has not only avoided, for now, extradition to the United States, but has also reclaimed the governor's office. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Oye, ¿y el Rocha? ¿Y el Rocha? Bueno, ¿y el Rocha?
His return adds a new twist to a saga that has tested U.S.-Mexico security cooperation and underscored the complexities in the bilateral relationship. Despite years of joint effort against cartels, Mexico remains deeply resistant to U.S. actions it sees as encroaching on its sovereignty. Let me say something. I've seen a lot of articles lately out of my peripheral, and I keep seeing these big these big raids in these towns. And I'm seeing a lot of Mexican and U.S. involvement. Am I wrong? Maybe those indictments of Rocha and everybody else was a like I said then, another tariff. Hey man, y'all ain't listening to us? A little tap on the head and shit. Y'all ain't listening to us? We trying to get in and get these cartel guys. We're gonna take this shit over. Oh no, you don't hear us? Boom. Alright, we're gonna drop indictments on all of your politicians. Then a couple of them panic, they run, they go over there, they go to the U.S. This guy sticks it out. U.S. comes, makes a deal. Next thing you know, there's these giant. What's going on in Michoacan? Ain't they said there's something was going on in Guerrero or some shit? Something with some CJ&G leader or whatever. Somebody told me something, and somebody reminded me about the daughter and the wife. Supposedly they got caught or smoked or something. There's a lot happening. But I see, what if they just working out these deals? To me, them trying to blame Fausto for the fake story. Fausto didn't edit a video, man. Fausto didn't give us a video of the man Melesio Quinn dying in a gas station. Are these guys out here making these deals with the U.S. behind, the public's back? And that's why we see things like Fausto getting arrested and blamed for some other shit. What else do we see? We see Rocha going back to his chair. His boys are leaving the BOP fucking... Here, I'm going to start talking like the commenters. What if that was all a ruse, and from that comes, now those politicians know who would have ran to the U.S. and made a deal, because the ones that did ran to the U.S. and made a deal, like Merida. They just weeded out all of their rats. I don't know, man. It just sounds, all this sounds weird. The Mexican government is more than happy to extradite drug lords if the U.S. wishes, but they're not so eager to extradite members of the political party of their president. But there were signs that Rocha's triumphant return to power was received coolly by Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum and the Morena party that she leads. Rocha said Mexican authorities had found no evidence to support the accusations against him, and described the U.S. case as a politically motivated attack on Sheinbaum's leftist movement. Morena, however, issued a statement saying it had no prior knowledge of Rocha's decision and distancing itself from the move. So they didn't know he was coming back. He doing what he want to do. He might be moving in a panic state. Who knows, man? Huh? He might just be doing shit right now. Doing whatever he could do to hold on. Because the walls, like somebody said yesterday, the walls are closing in on him. Mexico's Interior Ministry likewise said the decision was Rocha's alone, noting that the Attorney General's office investigation into him and others accused by the U.S. is ongoing. So it's not over. It's like the end of the 9th round, the beginning of the 10th round. Gotti Ward won. Gotti thought the fight was over. Walked out in the middle, and Anthony Cappuccino was like, "It's not over. Fight's not over. Fight's not over." So I think he's just panicking. He was home for 3 months. He was dancing, grabbing back fat. And now he's like, "Man, fuck it, I'm going to work, man." It just sounds like he's just doing shit. The government, or they're just distancing themselves from his bullshit. I don't know, man. Something's fishy. The Sinaloa cartel traffics deadly drugs to the United States and is a designated terrorist organization that cannot operate without the help of corrupt officials, the spokesperson said. Rare charges against the governor. In April, U.S. prosecutors alleged Rocha and 9 other current and former officials conspired with a faction of the Sinaloa cartel known as Los Chapitos, helping it traffic drugs into the United States in exchange for political support and bribes. The indictment marked a rare expansion of anti-cartel action beyond drug bosses to include a sitting senior Mexican politician. Washington has frequently accused Mexican politicians of having ties to organized crime, but Rocha is the first sitting governor to face charges by the U.S. The accusations inflamed tensions between the countries, which are close allies. Even as Mexico authorities initiated their own investigation into Rocha in early May, Citabom framed the case as a foreign interference by the U.S. and used it to intensify her calls for national sovereignty. Since then, Mexico has said Washington had not provided sufficient evidence to justify Rocha's arrest or extradition. It's difficult to imagine Rocha returning to office without President Sheinbaum's blessing. It's a sign that the government wants to reinforce its message that there is no evidence of collusion between Morena politicians and organized crime, said Antonio Ocaranza, a political consultant and former spokesperson for former Mexican President Ernesto Zedillo. The big question is how the U.S. government will react to this decision. David Mora, a senior analyst for the International Crisis Group, said Rocha's return to power put Citabom in an even more complicated position because now she's going to have to deal with more pressure coming from the U.S. I believe right before I read all of that, I said to myself, okay, this sounds like some American shit. Fix it. It sounds like he's just doing whatever he want to do. He panicked. I'm going back to work. Fuck this bitch. She's going to defend me in front of the world. I don't know. You tell me. Let's get back in the chat. Those channels you see when you're scrolling can't compare with this one. Nah, man, we different. I see a guy over there with a toilet seat around his head and another guy with a clown mask and some kids they're all yelling at the chat and shit. Now, y'all want to, listen, coward movement. Cowards go and get a fake alternative name and jump in the chat and use it. Coward shit. He didn't want to sacrifice his real channel, but that channel is no longer to be seen around here. We disappearing the shit out of you. What a coward. And sorry, my mind went back to it from early. These guys talk themselves up, all this big game. Listen, man, be humble, because you motherfuckers harmless. I'm back. It kicked me out, restarted, use my phone all the time. Yeah. So from now what it'll look like is you'll have the video on top and me on the bottom. I only scroll on TikTok for thirst traps. How's that going? They get paid. Not gonna lie, I dropped a little here and there on them. Shout out Ish, man. We love your honesty. Did it work? That happened to me last night. Yeah, there's always some kind of bullshit going on. Velez, no llora. You crying because I got to get paid? Don't cry, bro. Or is that shit playing with your mind and shit? You wanna gamble? It feels like everything was cool. Oh, hold on. Let me get back to that. I don't put those all in one group. Look, Shannon went through the same thing. I don't know what's going on. You know how it be. They be hating on me. I don't know what's going on. My apologies. Let's get it. Back on topic. Velez, you said Lemus called it. Who the fuck is Lemus? Did I miss something? Rocha back this month. It feels like everything was coordinated. Scheinbaum reported that she is supposedly sick today. She took a sick day for real? So she didn't do her press conference. Maybe she knew he was coming back and doesn't want to answer no questions. When did this news go out? Did he come back? Did he show up today? Why he show up on a Friday? That motherfucker came to get his check. That's what happened. He came to get his check, bro. He came to get his check. She's probably tired of these morning press conferences. So they do that what? Monday through Friday? She took a 3-day weekend? That shit gotta be a lot. She's getting grilled all the time. She didn't want it today, huh? She was like, I ain't got it. A lot of U.S. involvement. They were running operations to get Teolaco. They arrested his daughter and wife or girlfriend. Do you think, Velez, there was U.S. involvement in that? Have they mentioned if there was U.S. involvement in that? I know they're not going to be too overt with it, but Rocha for mayor of Chicago, same shit, huh?
Oye, y el Rocha. Y el
Teolaco,
Rocha.
okay.
Bueno, y el Rocha.
That guy Laco is probably in the Sierra right now smoking meth, wondering who dropped dime on him. I don't think he'd be capable of, shout out Velez, I don't think she'd be capable of taking a sick day when coming back, when he coming back. Capable? What you mean? She's the fucking president, bro. She's gonna do what she wanna do. He didn't have to tell her he was coming back, is what they're saying. They're saying he just doing shit. Shout out Velez. If Teolaco's hitting that people, I'm sure he thinks he knows who it was. He got an answer. I just think it's a big coincidence that she's supposedly sick on the same day that Rocha comes back. It could be a thing. Where's Soul Glow tonight? Hold on. No, we're not there. Big dude from Narcomundo's Lemus. Okay. The guy that be with Luis Montenegro. Okay. All right, let's get back in the chat. Where's Soul Glow tonight? He calls Jay Karate Jay. And the last time they talked, Jay gave him a karate chop to the neck with his stories. Bro, there's never enough evidence for a fool. You'll never convince a loser that he lost. It's just become second nature to him. As Karen would say, leave some of that DNA on the like button. You know, it's on your phone. It's your phone. It's not like I'm asking you to touch a like button on the wall or something. It's on your phone. So he said it, huh? He said he'd be back in office. I probably call bullshit on him. Say, get the fuck out of here. Coming to America was a great movie the first time watching it. Funny as fuck. It's a classic. Indeed a classic. Let's see if there's any more. I want to see what's up with this chat, though. Why I don't see the chat over here. We had it earlier, didn't we? Dubo, stay fucking with me. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Let's see if anybody else got something to say about this Rocha shit. Has an actual opinion or something's going on though. Something is of course something's going on, but I mean like things are happening in succession right now. People are getting arrested, people are disappearing from the BOP, people are coming back to their chairs at the governor's mansion. What is Rocha's play, or is he just losing his shit, man? Rocha's back to business as usual. Nothing to see there. That's it? It's that simple? Back to work. Fuck those guys. That's it? God damn. He just take 3 months off after being accused of being a narco. He gets to turn around and go right back. That's crazy. Crazy talk. Let's see. Let's see if anybody's like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Oh, we got a video of him returning? No, man. We got a video of him holding some back fat, too. That should be stressful. What be stressful? Those morning, those morning events, the press conferences. But wouldn't that other guy cooperating hurt him, though? Also, will he survive the rest of his term? That's what I'm saying. We don't know that all this fuckery is not all ingredients inside the same pot. Like they made deals within deals. Like a dream within a dream. You know what I mean? I don't know. Or they weeded out their rats. I don't know. I wonder if Chapito's precious Rocha told him to come back. Or if his political party told him. Or if he just batshit crazy at the crib, talking about, fuck it, man, voy de aquí, me largo de aquí, I'm going to work. Fuck this shit. Maybe he's feeling like the Maduro and shit. Aquí estoy. Huh? Ven por mí. Maybe Rocha's on some gangster shit right now. Huh? Oh, Rocha having to deal with all these nonsensical allegations. They're nonsensical? Oh, man, Rob. You don't think that guy's a crook? Oh, shit. Come on, man. Rob. What's wrong with you? What are you doing, Rob? Huh? This guy, so you're going to tell me he's free and clear of all of the Mayo kidnapping shit, all of that shit, Rob? So let me guess, Rob. Did I know this before? Did I not know this before? Is this new to me? You wear a jersey, don't you? You got a dog in the fight, don't you? There's a lot going on indeed. Yeah, he's stressed out. He old and stressed out. Oh, okay. See? Well, what are you talking about? Fuck his stress. But why are the allegations nonsensical if he guilty as fuck? I'm so confused. Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't. You know, it's text. You don't. Sometimes you miss irony and sarcasm in the text. U.S. government gonna get Rocha at some point. Man, he told him, you're gonna have to come get me in my office. One article I read said that his term ends in October 2027, but I don't know, maybe one of the groups will try to eliminate him. We've put up polls wondering how he's gonna leave, whether it's the upper room.
The upper room.
You're
Straight
stealing,
to jail?
right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail.
Or
Right
he
away.
just- or
You're
he
driving
just
too
rides
fast,
off into
jail.
the sunset.
Slow, jail.
Abuelo better be watching out. Yeah, well, I don't know. Let's see. He's outside right now. He's like, hey, girl, remember me? I'm back. Aquí estoy. Look, it hugs. Regresé. Where is this? This is YouTube Shorts. Can I get it here? Huh? Aquí estamos. Aquí estoy yo. Hug me, girl. I'm back.
Struggling, as always.
Oh, you can't see it, my bad. I'm back. I got 36 camionetas with me.
It's a disgrace what is happening with this commission.
It's a disgrace.
Struggling, as always.
It's a disgrace what is happening with this commission.
take charge of the investigation.
Struggling, as always.
Back to work, man. AKA, man. Fuck you, America. Come and get me. Shout out Irish on the check-in. Good to see you smile a lot lately, Chief. Have I been smiling a lot? Oh, man. Amen. There's been a lot of things to not smile about lately. Please believe me. All right, but, you know. Smile indeed. Zero fucks given. He better watch out for the motorcycle driver. He better watch out for America. They don't come get his ass, dude.
This is America.
Fuck, he gonna do it in American prison. Zorada just pulled the trigger on Irish. I don't even know why. She threw him 60 seconds. What I tell you? Oh, he hit you with something else? Oh, there it is, Zor. Yeah. You keep forgetting, Irish. You're going to get clapped the fuck up. She's on fucking... Listen, she's really, really on edge. She's in fight mode. You're fucked up again. She warned you. I think she keeps a list of the people that she warns and make sure that they know the first time. And then after that, you know. I think someone is going to take him up and come get him out of his office. Here, hold my beer moment. Someone who? Someone like the military or someone like them guys? Oh, yeah, Irish, she clapped you, man. It's better to not speak to her at all unless you're going to spell out her whole name. Listen, I've tried. So many dope names she could have. We need some kind of alias so that these motherfuckers don't go talking shit on the internet. Put some respect on the name. She clap you. Put you in the fucking But Irish, how did it look in there? You were only in there for 60 seconds. Did you see a whole bunch of sad motherfuckers in there? How'd they look? They look bad? They got skinny in there? As long as his grandchildren are left alone, that's all I care about. That, really? Oh. Well, listen. He should have cared more about that than you, right? Because didn't his granddaughter, something bad almost happened to his granddaughter? Didn't they attack a car she was in? That they thought he was in? Didn't we cover that here? Didn't I tell him in this camera that he failed his children? You know? So... it is what it is. Yeah, I don't want to see nothing happen to his grandkids either, but he needs to care about that more than us. Messing with her, well, that shit get you put in the bathroom. I know who the real boss is. You might not know what you think you know. Joaquin's sentence is scheduled for next year now. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
They keep pushing everybody back. They got to make them deals, man. Shout out Take R. Kelly. Give us back Tupac for the 2 jewels. Appreciate you. Salutes. Thank you for being here. One bodyguard died. He died, right? What's Upper Echelon talking about? I just watched the clip with dude. What, the little fat guy? Boom. Shout out Take R. Kelly, give us back Tupac for the 10 jewels. Appreciate you. What's that? Floating heart salutes. Rocha is back. And then with Joaquin today, 2027, something could be in the works behind the scenes. I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like there's a witch's brew boiling. That's why I asked those questions earlier. Sounds like the U.S. made their little threats, their nudges. It's tariffs all over again. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like they struck a deal. That's what I feel like. Let's get back in the chat, bro. It's funny to hear their conversations. Who? Hotrebeck and the little fat guy? They gotta relax. Ish, I have not forgot about your shot. I'm gonna get to that shot ASAP. We just getting started. Shout out to Rada. Take R. Kelly, give us Tupac. Welcome. Nah, but there's gonna be a change, man. Well, I don't know. I try to have faith in the masses. They disappoint me every time. Rocha will be in a U.S. prison before the end of the year. That is Jay Flores' prediction. All right? You're going to go do some paperwork and wow. No, definitely see you in the comments. Shout out Take R. Kelly. I'm just going to call you Give Us Pot Back. Thanks. First time out of the bushes, but been around since 6K subs. Indeed, I seen you in the comments. Since you just jumped out the bushes, if you see JP in there in his ghillie suit, make sure you send him out here. Tell him he's been summoned. Maybe they will also kidnap Rocha and Chapitos will testify against him. Oh, shit. Another snatcheroo? Coño. Wait, who's going to kidnap him, though? The U.S.? Again, another U.S. snatching? Coño, man.
Coño, man.
That'll be the third one this year. Well, in the last couple years. I don't even know that I don't even think Maduro's a snatching. Maduro's a show of force. Shout out Upper Echelon. Shit, forget the end of the year. Maybe within a month. But definitely before the end of the year. All right. Listen, we've been asking for a long time. Let's see. Rocha's going to get him some waterboarding before he can use his Hilton Honors points. Lo cagó el gallo. All of this weird shit happening, though, feels like, I don't know if he's the only one not involved, but it all feels like something was struck. And we're going to clean up. Sinaloa's going to clean up their gas station lie with this Rocha shit. Just like they cleaned up the pilot lie with Hondo. Ivan's pilot. That's just me, though. I'm just thinking crazy. I don't know. The remaining brothers that are free. Or, well, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they missed their shot. Their shot was when he was at home chilling, holding on to back fat. Rocha's going to be made an example of. Shannon said that a long time ago. She's like, they're going to give him his. He's going to pay. They're going to make an example out of his ass. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
I don't know. Something's brewing. Let me see if anyone else got something to say about him. Too many hands in the cookie jar. They're all fucked if the truth prevails, I'm sure. How far is too far gone? Because, man, the U.S., too far gone. Mexico, too far gone. But maybe I'm just a cynic sometimes. I bet Sidebomb will give him up first chance she gets. He makes the party look bad. Yeah, I mean, she's been defending him, but they all defend in front of the cameras and distance themselves behind it. Shout out Zoraida. Yes, Sinaloa is real good at calling in the cleanup crew. I don't even know Rocha's crimes. He's the best guy around. You shitted on my... I got a mid. My shit was mid. At least it wasn't low. But Let's see. All right, Irish is out the bathroom. Cool. We got Irish out the bathroom. Nah, those are facts, Shy. What is? What are we talking about? What's facts? Mexico's just a puppet. I think they're under a lot of pressure with this administration. Tons of it. I'm looking for a different take. Everybody's basically saying the same shit. He came home, he came back to work on his own shit. Rocha isn't stupid. I'm sure he has a plan. If he gets taken into custody or can put the heat on someone else, maybe his campaign coordinator or something. Will it be enough is the question. Will it be enough? He got bodies on his name. We'll see. Damn, we was talking about his Palpatine ass right after it happened. Like, look at him walking around like nothing. About the U.S. being too far gone, their own BS. Yeah. I feel like humanity's too far gone in its own bullshit, unfortunately. This is Rocha's plan. Rocha probably got someone that'll take the blame and say he wasn't involved. They do their time, and he gives them a couple mil for not touching prison. Unless Chapo says, I don't know, man. You would think something like that, you would think Mayo's smarter than this guy, and it happened to him. He couldn't pay nobody to go do time for him. All his sons went before he did. All his sons went before he did. To prison, straight to jail.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail.
All right, man. That's it for Rocha. I don't see anything else here on that guy. We'll see. I'm sure we'll be getting updates in the next couple of days on what's going on with this whole plan, but it just sounds like there's a lot of shit percolating right now. There's some percolations popping out there, all right? There's some percolations popping. Shannon said, I think he knows he's on borrowed time. Yeah, I think he's panicking. He's been at all the parties, dancing, chicas, champagne. He's been hanging out. Well, Cyberbomb is all about sovereignty and being against U.S. intervention. Some of us have always thought behind the scenes, she say that shit out loud, but behind the scenes, she give him the keys. So it doesn't surprise me that he is back. She already built up the narrative by saying the U.S. has no evidence. Indeed, she did. She said, prueba. We need proof. Sometimes we got to sit down for several months. Nothing to see here. Nah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, man. Let's get into this R1 story. Mexico's buying him time. That's all it is. That's all the 3 months has been, time. The other guys jumped quick. They jumped real quick. I ain't got no rocks to kick. I sell rocks. Shut your dumb ass up.
Shut up, bitch!
All right. Let's go see what R1's son is talking about. Problem is, this fucking guy ain't got no translation over here, man. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
They got chapters. I'm gonna have to check the chapters because I don't want to sit through a 30-minute conversation for nothing. Or translate a 30-minute conversation for nothing. You know what? Let me try this in the Edge browser. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna do that. In order to do something, you must first do nothing. That's it. Be like water, my friend.
T7 Pro is rated for a load capacity up to 160 kilograms, so this thing barely registers.
See, I don't know why it says I got low memory. That sounds dumb. That's why I hate this Edge browser shit. It won't translate because I got low memory. My memory's fine. I remember everything. I remember. Funny coincidence that today was the release of La Captura on Netflix. I'm going to have to watch that on my channel. Sitting and reflecting on the best possible play is good when you have the time to sit it out. He ain't got much time. He brought his ass back to work. I'm sure everything will work itself out. They need to chill. That's it. They just got to relax. All right, I got to refresh my drink. I got to grab a shot. We're going to get into this interview. I tried to translate this shit, but I cannot. Because this is stupid. Here, let me try this. Let me try this. Oh, you know what? Let me try this. Give me a second. Oh, that didn't do it. Let me see. Try one more thing. There we go. All right. I got it now. Now it's got to download something. No, mamas. Let's get it. Let's see how good the translation does. It might suck. Shout out Sobrino. Or he got dirt on Cyberbomb and says, if I go, you go. Somebody got to be in there talking that shit. Somebody, hey, man. We all going together. But also, you see what happened with Mencho because he knew too much and can't have him talk. I think if they had the let's just say they caught Mencho de casualidad in a gas station or a fucking store, they'd arrested his ass instead of smoking him. So I still think he would have gone to jail, but they wasn't gonna take no chances with him. They knew what the fuck he was about. Teolaco's in the hot seat. CJ&G about to transform if he goes down and Haldinero gone. Shout out Sobrino. I wish I understood, 1 minute is Yogur and Haldinero and 03, then it's Teolaco, and then, I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. I just know that it seems like America's in there with Mexico.
This is America.
And they're cleaning up some shit. They're messy, but they're cleaning up, I think. That's what they're doing. Let's get it. So this is Luis Chaparro interviewing the son of R1, who was recently arrested. The moment he was arrested, he allegedly, according to the Mexican government, snitched and said that his son was the one that ordered the termination of Valeria Marquez. Let's see what him and Luis Chaparro got to talk about. And let's see if this translator could get it done. Shout out Upper Echelon. Bro, loved your iceberg interview. What do you think? You think that's I'm trying to see if I could find a way to promote that and people could come try to fool us. We're dealing with liars anyway, right? I actually believed iceberg, all right? But salutes. We're dealing with liars anyway. Let's get it. Shout out Upper Echelon. How much you want to bet his son's going to say that's not true? So who would be telling the truth? The father or him? But most likely it was the Sicario that told. Huh? I thought the father told. Was it a Sicario that told? I clowned the father for telling. Did they pull a switcheroo on me again? Because that's what Chaparro did yesterday. He put up the video about Fausto Corrales and made it seem like we were going to be hearing testimony from Fausto Corrales, but it was testimony from an unknown, unnamed, unfaced source. But his son's definitely going to say he was innocent. El hijo del R1 breaks his silence. The son of R1 breaks his silence on the Valeria Marquez case. Let's see. Mismute the music, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Francisco, first of all, tell me how you feel to see not long ago. Just a few weeks ago. We knew about you. Many. We didn't know who you were. And we knew you in a terrible, brutal way. The Secretary of Security, Margar's Fudge, pointed out directly by name. If he had been the killer of Valeria Marquez, the influencer, and well...
Now, didn't they say clearly? Didn't they say clearly that they were looking for this guy? Luis Chaparro, you interviewing fugitives?
He also points out in a conference where he's talking about your father.
He's talking about Garcia Harfuch, the Secretary of Security of Mexico.
The R1, after his arrest. Right now you're practically running. You're not in your normal life. In your daily life? How do you feel? How do you feel right now?
Look. Honestly. I feel a little scared. This an attack me for whom? As you say? I am not right now. Perhaps in my normal routine life.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked
I had to get out of my normal life because of the questions of the accusation that is made towards me. Well, in an unfair way. Me, if I see it right. Why? Because it's a very serious accusation that's being made against me. I'm completely innocent. I have absolutely nothing to do with it. She was my partner. Wasn't she? There's not something I would have wanted to do a thing of that barbarity.
What'd he say? He said he's scared?
We started from the beginning. When do you meet Valeria? In what year? How do you meet her? How did you start to have a relationship with her? I met her.
And to her in
My apologies, I don't have the ad block, nor am I logged in over here. I don't think I am. But I definitely don't have the ad block over here. I don't have fucking premium or prime or whatever. So I'm gonna have to skip ads. R1's son shouldn't have talked about shit and should have had a lawyer release a statement. Come on, man. He's gonna go get it. He's gonna confirm it to us through Luis Chaparro. Yes, Shy, the U.S. is looking for him. The U.S. is looking for him too? Coño, man.
Coño, man.
It won't matter if he talks as long as he stays in Mexico. Wait a minute. This guy, R1's son, stays in Mexico. Wait, did she got smoked in Mexico? That's not a U.S. case. What are we talking about here? I'm confused. Or am I wrong? The U.S. is looking for him? I thought Harfuch and them was looking for him. That's what I thought. All right, let's see what's up with this relationship.
In 2021, in more or less 2021, she worked in that of. It's called an image there in Guadalajara. They work in clubs and all of that is an image of the club.
In other words, they dedicate themselves to inviting people to go.
It fills up. That's right. Then I met her in a club in Guadalajara. Then we met in another club and from there she came out. Well, pass me your number. Blah. We met on social networks already talking and everything. And that's where it came from. It emerged in time. I don't know how in it.
Alright, she was a club promoter. Basically a carnival barker. Stand outside. Attract people to the club. He met her, he liked her. Okay.
Is about 2 or 3 years later, in which we began to formalize things a little more, because we already had a friendship, and it was in the time that I decided to declare myself and all that.
I don't like his smiley little smirk when he talking about her and shit.
Oh, you get boyfriends and then they last a while, or was it one enough to come and go?
It's that we lived together. In fact, right, I mean, she lived with her friends and everything I tell. The knowledge of 2021 is for 2021, 21 and 3. As for 2020.
Shout out Missy Kendall for the subscription. Appreciate you.
4. That's when we started. Now the most focused thing. Because she lived with her friends. Then she went to live with another friend closer to where I lived. And then she went to live with me. We were together. Living things afterwards. Because they didn't work out between her and me.
Yeah, I think that's it. That might be. Oh, I didn't even know it was the U.S. indicted R1. Okay. Well, I'm sure they did, but I thought. So. They already sent him over to the U.S.? It'd be too many fucking stories.
Too much information and shit.
Yeah, I do remember Harfouk saying dude was a fugitive. He was looking for him.
From each relationship. I think all couples have. Problems X whatever you want. We're done.
Shout out Missy, salutes.
YY from January to April.
So they broke up what? When did they break up?
Couples have problems.
She lived with her friends, 2024. When did it happen?
With another friend closer to where I lived in later. She went to live with me. We were together. Living and then things didn't work out between her and me. Normal of each relationship. I believe that all couples have problems. Whatever you want. We're done and. From January to April. It was in January that we finished until April. I didn't hear anything from her anymore. I'll see her again in April. From 2025 at the TTS festivities.
Aha, I mean, last April.
Aha. There we agreed again. Ha. Well. We're back there to have communication. Talks. Well. Between us. Things of intimacy at the time and then it happens.
Murder of Valeria.
Yeah, man, get to that shit, man. Alright, so he met her in a club. They had on and off. They split up. He saw her again in April 25. She's not here to verify any of this, but he says he smashed in around that time. And now, boom, now they're going to get to what happened to her. Let's see what this guy's talking about. I almost want to go back to the Spanish version. This AI is so fucking bad. Nah, man, they was wild back then, ish. Let's separate them. Life went on like nothing. Yeah, it'd be like that. My best friend was murdered by her husband. I really appreciate how you're covering this horrible story. The leading cause of preventable death for women in the U.S. is men. We need more like you. Yeah, I mean, salutes. I'm for justice for everybody. And I get it, but salutes. I'm covering the story. I appreciate you. She was very beautiful and found another husband. The other husband was a gunslinger. Salute to your grandma, man. It's your grandma? Yeah. No, her grandpa. Yeah, the femicide situation in Mexico is ridiculous, and that word shouldn't exist. Shouldn't have to exist. It is what it is.
At some point in 2025, Valeria uploads some videos where she talks about being jealous that you got out of a place. Says that guy that at the end of the day is what they are connecting right now with homicide. That is, it was the sudden relationship of jealousy.
Yes. Well, it's like I tell you. We had couples problems when that happens from the club. From the publication it was because on that day, if I remember correctly, it was a Saturday. That day we ended in what was agreed upon. Now the relationship was good. You on your side, I on mine. Simply, if we coincide somewhere, if I am first, then you avoid it and vice versa.
So they split up and had some kind of bullshit arrangement of, you know, when I get around, if I'm somewhere, you dip. If you somewhere, I get out the way if you there first. They're trying to be amicable according to this smiley face guy.
In a place, then I'm not bothering you or anything. Let's move away a little from this. Well, no, not being there. So it's time that I'm in that place. Then she
evidently she saw him somewhere and she made a post. And supposedly there was some jealousy or some bullshit, and she said some shit about him. I don't know. We'll see.
And that's when we start discussing in the club and everything in total.
Okay, I guess they had an argument in the club.
When she leaves, it's because I see the publications that she makes. I never saw it. So I said, well, it was a reaction of jealousy. I never waited for it to happen.
You saw him as someone who was angry at the time.
And she always dedicated herself to that. So I said, well, I've almost never liked social media. Honest, she did it. She exhibited me in that way. I saw it later. The next day I saw it as good. It already happened. We talk about things. Because we are good again. Not that well. We don't have to bother anymore.
So, I'm going back to the Spanish. Fuck this shit. But basically saying, boom, she had an outburst on social network. He chalked it up to her being angry and jealous. But supposedly they talked about it again later. Shout out Ish. This one's on you. Mexico's only looking for the son, this guy. They're accusing him of her murder. R1 was indicted by the U.S. a while ago, but he was recently arrested in Mexico and hasn't been extradited. I appreciate it, EC12. Thank you. Clears it up. That, too much. It's too much fucking information.
Too much information and shit.
All right, so boom. Listen, the rumor is, I guess, in Mexico, according to what Chaparro just said, that the motive for taking her out was her outburst in the club. Like, bro, that's all sucker shit, man. I don't understand jealousy. I don't understand all of this shit. People gotta act crazy and toxic and arguing and fussing, and people gotta learn how to fucking control their emotions.
Emotional, damn it.
Men, women, everybody. I'm going back to the Spanish, man. Fuck this. I tried. Where we at over here? 33:53. Nah, we wasn't. God damn it.
Vivimos en algún lugar, si yo estoy primero, pues tú evítalo y viceversa. Si tú estás en un lugar, pues yo para no incomodarte o cualquier cosa, irnos alejando un poco, ese día nosotros terminamos y en lo que se acordó, pues ahora sí. La relación fue de, bueno, tú por tu lado, yo por el mío, simplemente si coincidimos en algún lugar, si yo estoy primero, pues tú evítalo y viceversa. Si tú estás en un lugar, pues yo para no incomodarte o cualquier cosa, irnos alejando un poco, pues no estar ahí, pues, ¿sabes? Entonces toca que en ese lugar estoy yo, después llega...
So it turns out I'm there, she arrives, we start arguing in the club.
Total, cuando ella se retira es que yo veo las publicaciones que ella hace.
When she leaves, I see the post that she makes.
Nunca lo vi y pues dije, bueno, fue una reacción de celos, nunca...
And I chalked it up to her being jealous.
Claro, esperé a que pasara una situación así.
Lo viste como alguien que
I never anticipated for something like that to happen.
Exactamente, y siempre se dedicó ella a eso, entonces dije, bueno, a mí casi nunca me han gustado las redes, honestamente.
He said it's not a big deal because that's what she do anyway. Jump on social media. He said I never really liked social media.
Ella lo hizo, me exhibió de esa manera.
She did it, she exposed me like that, but what did she say about him? We need that part of this story. We need that part of this story. I don't know how I would find that video. He's doing a good job trying to sell himself like he's a good guy. He's a nice guy. He's like, I'm a nice guy, bro. I need, how would I find that video? Checking AI real quick, see if I can find something there. Okay. Sadly, it'll be a bunch of girls that would think it'll be okay to date them. To date these guys? This dude might have not done it, but had some involvement. Too self-centered. Are you getting self-centered from what we just talked about here? Because you already, I ain't getting nothing out of it. We barely heard from him. Or you know more about this dude. Shout out 298 on the check-in. Salutes. She never, shout out Missy. She never identified him. What you're saying is she never identified him in the video, right? Or in whatever post it is that they're talking about. Okay. That's what she said. She'd rather shit in her soup than get back with him. Okay. All right, let me take this look here. Let's see. All right, we got social media images of them together. Supposedly that's him. They're kissing. She's holding teddy bears and shit. I gotta use that one. Yeah, I did. It just gave me a bunch of stuff. Let me see. There's one here that says, it was my actual pareja. It was my actual man that I lived with. That's why I say he's my ex. Let me see. Instagram story showing bruises. Is that the one, Missy? The one with the bruises? It says there's an Instagram story which shows bruises on her legs accompanied by a message about a man she described as her partner she had been living with, now calling her ex. She was Let me see. That could be a motive that he got her killed because she was exposing him on social media or something. But what? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. What did she expose of him? You know? That's what I'm looking for. What did she expose of him? Why would that be something? He's probably beating the girl senseless as we speak. Motherfuckers don't learn usually till they meet the demons in life. He seemed to try to justify what happened. I didn't watch the whole interview yet. Yeah, I haven't gotten through it all yet either. Shout out Eddie Jimenez on the check-in salutes. Oh, okay. The bruises were from bouncers at one of the clips, so that ain't got nothing to do with him. Shout out Missy. I appreciate you. I don't know if you've ever been here before, but we don't try to confuse things with other things. We try to make sure we lock down the truth. And once I put out the edited video, we got something solid. So boom, that was nightclub shit. Shout out Soul Man. Shout out Eddie Jimenez. Shout out Big June. Hopefully you made it to your destination. They were scared that she was there. She wouldn't leave, so they dragged her out. What they were scared of? What were the bouncers scared of? Her ties? Her connections? I don't know. Where is this though? I just want to see the exact video that dude's talking. Here we go. Oh, so wait. That is the same situation where she was there, though. No? Where she ran into the ex-boyfriend or whatever. Is that the same situation where she got the bruises? Because I'm seeing it here. I see the images. My ex. Yes, I think he owned the club. They said something about being scared if they let her stay. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
All right. Alleged post by Valeria Marquez about Francisco Alvarez. Okay, so basically, she put out this video and said, he had his goons rough me up type shit.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Oh no, I've been muted all that time, son of a bitch. My bad. That's how she got bruises. I was getting into it, but I gotta go back now. It's too long for me already, so man. Rest in peace, Chucky Chingong. I was muted. God damn it. I don't know how long, but here we go. I'm gonna go back to this. For those that don't know, when I'm muted, we give a salute to Chucky Chingong, all right, one of our top 5 that passed away, and the last thing he said in the chat was that I was muted. So we give him his love. It felt like Forrest Gump, who pushed Shy in the bathroom, put him in the fucking bathroom. I don't know how long I was gone though. What was the last shit I said? But here we go. Where was I? Back up. I have nothing to do with it. Here we go. According to what was revealed, Francisco allegedly threatened the influencer on several occasions and asked his father to take her life. This is what Garcia Harfouk had to say. The son of R1 had a romantic relationship with Valeria. He had already threatened her on several occasions, and everything indicates this will be proven that the son asked his father R1 to commit the femicide. However, the secretary also clarified that the murder of the mayor of Uruapan is not linked to the influencer, and that different lines of investigation are being pursued for each case. Same dirtbags, different crimes. What was the relationship like between Valeria Marquez and Francisco, son of R1? After the murder of Valeria Marquez in May 2025, versions began to emerge about who killed her, and one of the first hypotheses was related to an alleged ex-boyfriend of the influencer. Now, after the details revealed by Omar Garcia Harfouk, a series of photos, videos, and audios of Valeria Marquez began to go viral again, in which she allegedly revealed how violent her relationship with Francisco Alvarez, son of R1, was. It is worth mentioning that it was the content creator herself who released these files during 2025 and prior to her violent murder, in which she spoke of humiliations and threats she suffered during her last relationship. Ladies, one time a man show you who he is, believe him and leave. Men, same thing. The moment someone shows you who they are, believe it and leave. That's it. Oh, shy bond, the trauma bonds and that. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
You're playing with your life. In X, days after her death, some photos published by Valeria Marquez went viral. The first was an Instagram story showing the influencer's legs with bruises, and she left a message in which she holds her ex responsible for anything that might happen to her and her family. He was my current partner with whom I was living. That's why I say he's my ex. And I hold that person responsible for anything that might happen to me or my family, even if I have to leave the city. That sounds pretty clear. Maybe you should have left the city. Phone, social media, all of this bullshit people argue over. Oh, he's cheating, this, man, listen. Take her. Take him. The fuck? Subsequently, an alleged WhatsApp conversation between Valeria Marquez and R1's son was leaked, in which he is seen threatening her and asking her to do what he says, or else there will be consequences for her. Uh-oh. What did Jay say? What did Jay just say? He's doing a good job trying to sell himself like he's a good guy. And sadly, it'll be a bunch of girls that would think it'll be okay to date him. Somebody gonna write him when they lock his ass up. He gonna have a bunch of girls writing him, talking about, I could be the one. Let me be the one. Then, an alleged audio recording also went viral on social media. In it, Valeria can be heard talking about how her ex-boyfriend humiliated her and tried to discredit her for having been with other men. I'm looking for the, I'd like to see, here, let's see what this is. They didn't translate any of this. Let me see. They didn't translate that, so I'm going to have to do it. This is the conversation they said. Let me see. Yeah, one of those, Rob. I could fix you. Shout out OT, salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here, sir. Facts. Once they show you who they really are, find the nearest exit. That's it, man. People's lives have been saved because of those kind of hard decisions. They're not so hard. You think, when you're 20, 21, 25, 30, 35, you think, oh, this is love, this is this. You don't even understand love and know it yet. You just don't know what you don't know. And you don't realize that all the fussing and fighting and the time that you wasted was all movie bullshit that you learned from society. Coping mechanisms. Like, cut the shit. All right, let's see what let me see if I can translate this. Para que aprendas a hacerme caso. Is he asking her why, or why do you learn how to pay attention to me? You don't want to know, you don't know my bad side, or you should pay attention to me. You don't know my bad side. And you know what she told him? Vete a la verga.
Now go home and get your fucking shine.
She said, vete a la verga. Right? He said, and I don't want to go showing you my bad side. And she said, you're going to remember me. He said, all day long, you're sending me a la verga. And every day having a good time, and he's laughing at her. No mames. Have some shame, he tells her. You make me do things I don't want to do. But then this fucking idiot circled this and covered this, and I can't see the rest. We live in the same house. And then he says something cuando llegas, when you arrive. Call me when you arrive. Is this threatening? Is all of this threatening? Oh, maybe he's saying I'll see you when you get home. I don't know what. Is this threatening is what the question asks. All right, let's get to the audio. The audio said, he told me I was already too used, that he didn't like women who had been with too many men, that a lady doesn't go from bed to bed, and I was one of those. He told me it disgusted him to know how many men I had slept with, that I wasn't good enough to introduce to his friends, that how could he give me his last name if I was already recycled? Well, why you up her ass then, you bitch-ass soft punk? You know what I'm saying? Yo, man, these guys don't know that they're spoiled rich kids. They don't know. They just think they're fucking tough guys. They just think they're, they was born into toughness with soft-ass faces like his. What you sweating her for then? Go handle your business. Subsequently, let's see, we did that. The young woman also reportedly admitted that she tolerated controlling and jealous behavior because she believed her partner loved her. There I was like a fool, believing he loved me, putting up with his outbursts, his control, even his jealousy, only for him to end up treating me like trash, says the voice attributed to Valeria. There's a fucking audio on this.
Es que ya habían.
God damn. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Dijo que le daba asco.
Jesus. Can't even lower this shit? Oh, it's over here that it's too loud. Oh, shit.
Reciclada, qué huevos, y yo ahí toda pendeja creyendo que me amaba, aguantándole sus desplantes, su control, hasta sus celos estúpidos y todo para que al final me tratara como si fuera basura.
She just repeated what she said there. It should be noted that to date, no authority or family member of Valeria Marquez has confirmed the authenticity of the audio recording or the identity of the man she referred to. For this reason, the authorities cannot use it as official. Let me tell you, I know when it's AI by the space in between how they talk. This was too loud on my side. You guys don't hear it that loud for me to really pay attention, but I will. Like, I need to put this in my earbuds and listen to her. Try that again.
¿Sabes lo que me dijo? Que yo ya estaba muy usada, que a él no le gustaban las mujeres que ya habían pasado por muchas manos, que una dama no anda de cama en cama y que yo, pues que yo era de esas. Me dijo que le daba asco saber con cuánto me había costado, que yo no valía.
It sounds legit to me. It don't sound like AI. So. Who is Francisco, son of R1? Francisco, son of R1, is also his nickname is Narco Jr. Come on, man. His nickname is Narco Jr.
No. No, mommy's wait.
These guys are jerk-offs, bro. It reminds you of Caro Quintero's interview? Old boy probably felt so smart saying that bullshit. He thought he was cold, boy. He was a pee-wee hurt little baby bitch. Never met a hard man that grew up in a soft life. Always baby-ass bitches. Never enough evidence for a fool. Can't convince them. Why is she still dealing with him? And why does he even care about her if she's such a piece of shit to him? He's a fucking loser. That's why. Nicknamed Narco Jr., he is directly linked to the criminal group Los R's and a criminal cell of the CJ&G and one of the most violent within the cartel. Although very little is known about Francisco, it's known that he was the boyfriend of Valeria Marquez, the influencer murdered in Zapopan. They reportedly met at a nightclub, and from there began their relationship. All right, we know the rest of this stuff. I'm going to go back to the interview. She liked the gifts and flashy life. She preferred dealing with his ass to live luxurious life. So sad. Tricked with trinkets. I think these girls get addicted to the lifestyle. So do the boys. They all do. But yeah. And the ladies don't realize the risk. And if they do, they go anyway. And then some people think they have no responsibility. Listen, I don't think they should be hurt just because they, but you got to know what you're dealing with. And if you do know and you do it anyway, well, you're putting yourself in a situation. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. All right, let's see what this little soft-faced jerk-off's talking about.
Lo vi hasta después, al día siguiente lo vi como de, bueno, ya sucedió, platicamos de las cosas.
I didn't see her till the next day, we talked about it.
Pues ya, otra vez quedamos bien, ¿no? De que bueno, ya no hay que estarnos molestando.
We were good again after that. We don't have to, that's fine, we're done. We don't have to bother each other no more.
Ya, tu rollo, yo en el mío, bla, bla, bla. Y pues bueno, yo nunca me esperé que pasara una situación así.
And I never expected a situation like that to happen.
Cuando terminaron, entiendo como que terminaron en algún momento, se volvieron a ver y luego terminaron otra vez, pero no terminaron particularmente mal, pues, o sea, o terminaron mal.
No.
So you didn't particularly end badly, y'all ended amicably, sure.
Nada, cuando pasa eso, te digo, de las publicaciones que ella hace, nos volvimos a ver. Sí, nos volvimos.
After those posts, we saw each other again. We were fine.
Vamos a ver, fue cuando ya quedamos bien, o sea, de
When
la
we were fine and we finally, you know, figured it out and got along.
mejor manera y coincidimos hasta las fechas de Tepa.
Correcto.
Que se le llama Tepa Abril, las fiestas de allá.
We even agreed on the Tepa festival.
Ahí coincidimos en el
We
palenque.
met again at the festival.
Que nos volvimos a ver. De hecho, una noche ella se quedó ahí conmigo en el hotel.
And one night she stayed there with me.
Que está enfrente de la feria. Y, o sea, todo normal, pues seguíamos teniendo esa poca comunicación.
We were having, you know, little communication.
Y pues nada, teníamos planes a lo mejor de volver a intentar algo. Si
And we had plans to maybe try something again. But I don't know, man. She said you said she was washed up. What you want her for? Why you working so hard?
A pasar, si no, pero sí ya estábamos en comunicación nuevamente.
Antes de que pasemos, digamos, al momento donde pasa lo de Valeria,
sí.
A ver, hay dos contextos en los que a ti te ponen en la situación que estás ahorita. Uno, lo de Valeria, y lo...
Before we get to what happened to her, there are two contexts that put you in the situation you're in right now.
Otro, lo de tu padre.
One is Valeria's situation and the other one is your father's situation.
Valeria sabía lo de tu padre, o sea, sabía quién era tu papá, sabía todo eso.
Valeria, did Valeria know about your father and who he was?
Tema, o sea,
ella convivió con mi familia.
Yes, he said, she lived with my family.
Al igual que yo con su familia también conviví.
I also lived with her family.
Correcto.
Y ella también igual llegó a ir a fiestas familiares, incluso a un cumpleaños de mi padre también llegó ahí.
She went to family parties, came to my father's birthday parties.
Convivíamos mucho.
We spent a lot of time together.
Entonces ya era, pues te digo, ya estábamos juntados.
Estaban juntados.
O sea,
I'm telling you, we were already together.
Era pues ya una relación estable, vaya, o sea.
It was a stable relationship.
Muchas cosas, pues bueno, te repito, terminamos, yo nunca esperé que fuera a pasar.
I never expected that tragedy to happen to her. It still hurts me to this day. Honestly, because it's someone I loved very much. We had many plans, we had many projects ahead of us. And it just puts me kind of cornered. Let me explain something to you young people, if there's any young people out there. You know, stop with all the text arguing and all of the bullshit, because you're going to say shit, and let's say you're in a situation where something happens to the person you were talking to, and now they're trying to use their shit against you, and you actually are innocent. I'm not saying this guy is. I'm saying that's something that can happen, and you opening up the door to that shit yourself. Shout out Ocean. Rob said, username, Mini Cartel. Said he never thought something like this could happen. He just repeated it.
A la situación real, ¿sabes?
So I'm cornered into a real situation, you know?
Que se habla a lo que realmente es.
To what's from what's being discussed to what really happened. In other words, there are two very, very different contexts. I have absolutely nothing to do with what happened to her. But we did live together with our families. They knew each other's families, and everyone was known to know each other. She knew all about my family, too. You just ratted your family out. You're supposed to deny, ain't you? What you mean she knew about your family? Supposedly, Eddie. Supposedly. Likely. According to whoever, whether his daddy or somebody else ratted him out. Somebody ratted him out. Ain't it? It must be nice to be the only one alive to control the narrative, you know? I think we'd always got along really well. He said, and in your family, let's say your father does what he used to do. Did you grow up in that context? Were you born into that context? What your dad was doing? AKA, he's asking you, Narco Jr., username Mini Cartel. He's asking you if you're a Tony Tough Guy cartel guy. He's like, were you born into it? He said, it's probably not something where it's like father says, let me invite my son into this, but, you know, were you separated or were you in the game? Are you in the game? He said, not at all. I'm not involved in it. Not at all. And my father never interfered in my private matters. As a father, I don't know if you have children, but if I introduced him to a woman I was with, she was simply, you know, hold on, what? If I introduced him to a woman I was with, she was simply my son's wife, right? I didn't give my opinion. I didn't talk about approving anything or anything. It was simply about accepting it. And that's how it was. Huh? So he's saying he was never in the game. So your upbringing with your father and everything caused you some problems, right? I don't know if it was fear for himself, that what happened to him would happen, that he would be arrested. In other words, that part caused you some fear. He said, nah, he's like, I guess he's saying we weren't separated. We were living together, but in a healthy way. Was a fear of, you know, was there ever a fear of your father being raided and that happening to him? What happened to him? He said, we were together, but living in a healthy way. Shout out Stevie Joey, salutes. If he had someone else in the room with him, he could confirm the story. And then I would believe his story more. If he, oh, someone else in the room that he could confirm the story with? Yeah, of course. Her. It'd be lovely to have her there. But, you know how that ended. I wouldn't like to talk to you about personal matters with, I wouldn't like to talk personal matters with my family. I would rather talk to you. Oh, hold on. He's pushing back on Luis. That's what's happening here. I gotta hear him though. This translation ain't doing it.
O sea, problema, ¿cierto? No sé si miedo por él mismo, que le fuera a pasar. Ahora tú digamos, tu crecimiento con tu padre y todo, para a ti te causaba cierto problema, ¿cierto?
So your upbringing with your father caused you problems, right?
No sé si miedo por él mismo, que le fuera a pasar lo que le pasó, que lo
I don't know if it's fear of, what happened to him could happen to you.
O sea, a ti te causaba cierto temor esa parte.
In other words, did that part cause you some fear?
No. O sea,
he said no.
Yo creo que siempre estuvimos conviviendo, pero a lo sano.
I think we were coexisting, but healthily.
No me gustaría platicarte de lleno temas personales con mi
I don't want to talk to you about personal matters.
Familia.
With my family.
Me gustaría más platicarte sobre el tema mío que se me
I would rather talk to you about my own issue.
Me acusa de
which is that I'm being unfairly accused.
Justamente. Pero no, yo con mi padre y con toda mi familia siempre.
No, with my family, with my father.
Es convivir como familia y listo.
We lived as a family and that's it.
Ahora, digo, te preguntas.
Yeah, he needs a Nelson and a baby. He definitely needs a Nelson. He needs somebody to co-sign even though they weren't there. Needs that shit.
Eso porque son como las dos cosas.
He said I was asking you this because these are like the two things
que están queriendo mezclar al final del día en tu,
that they're trying to mix together at the end of the day.
En tu caso.
In your case. Your dad's activities, your dad's arrest, and Val's murder. Those two things make it seem like you're not the kind of person you are. You're not your dad at the end of the day. And with Valeria, you had hold on, they're talking over each other.
O sea, también, o sea, es una acusación que se me hace, o sea, no la acusa también.
No eres tu papá al final del día. Y con Valeria tenías una.
Pero es que se le acusa también, o sea, es una acusación que se me hace. O sea, no entiendo cómo nos pueden acusar de cierta forma de decir, es que él le pidió el favor a su papá.
So he's basically saying, dude's trying to tell him, hey man, the stories you know, they're putting the stories together, so I'm putting the stories together. Family and what happened to this young lady. And he said, yeah, but my father's being accused too.
Y con Valeria tenías una...
Pero es que se le acusa también, o sea, es una acusación
It's an accusation
que se me hace...
made against me.
O sea, no entiendo cómo nos pueden acusar.
I don't understand how they can accuse us saying he asked his dad for a favor when there's no evidence. I mean, the person who dares to make a statement like that, was he present when I supposedly asked for that favor? Well, here's the thing. I thought he was, because I was under the impression that this was coming from your father. I thought your father used you as a bargaining chip. Maybe I'm wrong. The problem is nobody says who's saying what. They just say a lot of shit is being said. Even the government of Mexico. So I'm completely innocent in this matter. Of course, my dad is innocent too, you see, because he didn't get involved in any of that. What are you saying? You did it yourself? Huh? I mean, to begin with, I never asked for a favor. Look, he sound like he tripped up right there. He sound like he tripped up. He didn't sound like shit because I didn't hear him. But I read it. He sounded guilty as fuck to me.
Tema, por supuesto que mi papá también lo es.
Correcto.
Porque él no se metía en nada de eso. O sea, para empezar nunca pedí el favor. ¿No?
Yeah, he fucked up right there. Listen.
Le pedí ese favor. Claro que no.
Was the person who said this there when I supposedly asked the question? Of course not.
Entonces, si yo no tengo culpabilidad alguna y yo soy inocente.
So if I'm completely innocent
en este tema,
in this matter,
puesto que mi papá
of
también.
course my father's innocent too.
¿No ves?
Correcto.
Porque él no se metía en nada.
You see, because he didn't get involved in any of that.
O sea,
get involved in any of what, bro? Did you word that wrong? What you get involved in?
Para empezar, nunca pedí.
I mean, to begin with, I never asked for a favor. Yeah, he had to walk that shit back.
No.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
He had to walk that shit back.
Por favor, nunca yo platicaba cosas de mis cosas íntimas ni nada.
I never talked about my private life or anything like that.
Repito, simplemente si yo llegaba como hijo, pues ella es mi mujer, mi novia.
I repeat, if I arrived as his son, well, she was my girlfriend.
Como la presentara y ya, o sea, está bien, pues, ¿sabes?
Y el día que sucede esto, Francisco, tú...
And the day this happened, Francisco, I'm trying to speed this up a little bit. This guy is fucking long-winded. Did you know what you were doing? Like, what was going on that day? He said, I had an apartment. I rented one there in Rio Center, which are the towers. It's called the Real View Towers, something like that. I was there. A friend calls me and says, hey, how are you? It had been a while since I had talked to that friend. Anyway, we said hi and everything. And he said, hey, this is happening. And he said, I went to watch Valeria's live stream and she got shot. I said, but I'm right next door. I mean, it's illogical. What you mean you're right next door? Next door to what? Next door to where it happened? I was near. Yes, of course. Because those who know, that Real Center is there and a few blocks away is the salon. I said, well, I'm here. I don't hear anything strange. I mean, everything's fine. Well, if you're a couple blocks away, you should probably shut the fuck up. And I was even talking to her that day. I mean, hours before I was in contact with her. That lady took that phone. Where did that phone end up? And he said he talked to her. Is there proof of that? You make a claim like you talked to somebody, there's a digital record of that. Too many fans on it. Sounds a little sketchy, a little sketch. Wait. Hours before I was in contact with her, I passed by there because there's a barbershop. You said contact. Contact, what does that mean? Did you text? Did you talk face to face? Because now you're saying there's a barbershop next to it. Let's be clear, liars. Let's be clear. There's a barbershop next to your business. I was going to get a haircut. I think there wasn't time. The guys there were busy or something. I don't know. I remember exactly what happened. I would remember exactly what happened, why I wasn't in that barbershop when I was supposed to be, or when I should have been, to save my woman. Wasn't no saving her. If she followed her instincts, she would have saved herself. She wanted to go home. Anyway, I went. I saw her there. Okay, you saw her. Is there any proof of that? Cameras everywhere. We need some proof. Flock cameras. Shannon, can we call them, see if we got some cameras out there? Or is this just American surveillance? Flock shit. He doing and saying way too much. I just saw her. I was followed and I was talking to her. And I mean, that should be part of the evidence in the investigation. The government should have that. Yeah, you're right. Look, hold on. You're right. Little soft-faced motherfucker. The government should have that. He's got every crevice of time accounted for. Weird. Listen, man. I can tell you what I did today. Shout out Big June. Nelson, remember that? I told you about, I tell people all the time. Shut the fuck up.
Shut your fucking mouth!
He said somewhere before the interview that he never participated in the activity of the cartel. Only enjoyed his family's money and access. Here's one thing. Cerotre could be throwing the whole family under. Cerotre gets rid of his dad and the son to prevent possible successor. I'm doing devil's advocate, how they say. Hey, it's not a bad one. Everybody's doing that to everybody, man. Again, if you watch all my cartel episodes, the blueprint was written 40 years ago by El Mayo Zambada Chapo. The blueprint was written. Betrayal, cooperation, snitching. It's all, it all goes together. Pretty sure they wouldn't be accusing him if they didn't have any evidence, right? Yeah, they gotta have something. Listen, I've been under the impression the whole time. I said it, and y'all know I don't like to say shit that ain't the truth. So I said it in the last video we did about this. I said his father went and snitched on him because I thought that's what Harfouk was saying. But he's saying he was arrested, and from that investigation came this information. Maybe he wasn't the only one arrested. I don't know. But they like doing that vague-ass talk. They talk like liars, too. It's what they do. How many interviews did Homeboy do with ChatGPT in Espanol? Who? Oh, mock interviews? He had to prepare himself? Sounds sketchy. Saying too much. Got every crevice of time accounted for. He's only incriminating himself with this interview. Look, I got you. I saw her. I seen her. I was there. I was going to get a haircut. I didn't get a haircut. All right, we should see that. For real, and thinking he's owning this shit. Never talk and always have a lawyer present. Absolutely. I just happened to be next door. I was right down the block, man. The fuck you mean? Yeah, the government should have that. Look, here's the security camera footage. The communication was happening here. Yeah, it's also a great alibi. It's the best alibi. I happened to be next door at the barbershop that day. When people thought that Suge Knight was responsible for Tupac's death, they kept saying, oh, it's a perfect alibi. I said, yeah, it is a perfect alibi if the car wasn't so small, he wasn't so big, and Tupac wasn't so small. You can't control bullets like that. You gotta be a cold motherfucker to do that. So just got lucky. I was next door, but they couldn't fit me in or something. I can't remember. That right there is crazy. Boom. So there should be surveillance camera. There was communication happening here. And I understand they handed over her cell phones. So they know perfectly well that I was communicating with her that day. The day that happened. And they have to know the whole truth. They have her devices as far as I know. I still don't understand that lady turning off that phone. Why turn off the live stream? Let me ask you, you're just a friend, an employee. You have no evil intentions. You witnessed this young lady just get smoked in front of you. Is your very first instinct to turn off a live stream? And if you are innocent, why do you turn off the live stream? Is it what? Is it an instant thought of, oh my God, people shouldn't be seeing this, right? Like a protection of her? Or do you not think about the fucking live stream at all? You just saw your homegirl get smoked in front of you, right? You don't think about the phone at all. That shit just rolls. Or the moment she slumps over, you reach up, you grab the phone, and you cut off the live stream. Very strange. And if she turned that over to police, and she's not, and I believe when we covered it at the beginning, she wasn't charged with anything. Shout out Shannon, she was part of it. Even if you're innocent, you need a lawyer present. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mexico, if you are a target, when you get arrested, they throw you a 38 gold and drugs and money for the picture. When you're a big target, don't need evidence for everything. He says this somewhere. Who says that? Hold on, what did I miss from Soul Man? When you're a big target, you don't need evidence. You get arrested, they throw you a 38 gold of drugs and money for the picture. When you're a big target, you don't need evidence for everything. It says it somewhere. That's Mexico for you when they want you. Just a friendly conversation. Not only did she shut it off, she was extremely calm. Not a peep. Surgical. And this happens and you say, well, I didn't hear anything, right? Hold on.
Ellos tienen que saber, pues, la verdad de todo. O sea, ellos tienen los aparatos de ella, a lo que yo supe.
Ahora,
they have all their devices as far as I know.
Te dice tu amiga, pasó esto, tú dices, pues no escucho nada, ¿no?
Claro.
And at the moment that your friend tells you this, you tell him, yeah, I didn't hear nothing. He says, yes. Then I left the apartment and went to walk by, and the ambulances were already there, pulling up the yellow tape. I mean, that's also part of the evidence. It could be part of the investigation. It's very easy to verify. So did you not walk up to the tape? Did you not walk up to the scene like in a movie and shit, crying, pushing the cop off you? Déjame, es mi mujer, déjame. No, you didn't, none of that? What'd you do? You just drove away? Maybe he's about to tell us. I agree, Shannon. The phone live stream would be the last thing on my mind if my girlfriend just got smoked in front of you, right there. The first thing she did was reach for that stream and turn it off. Look, yes, I went to see, of course, but I didn't get out of the car. Let me see if he said walked up here. I didn't hear anything. Then I left the apartment and went to walk by. And the ambulances were already there, putting up the yellow tape. Chaparro says, well, then that's also part of the evidence. It can be a part of an investigation. It's very easy to verify. Look, yes, I went to see, of course, but I didn't get out of the car. But you walked by. You walked by and saw everything. And I saw everything. Wait, which one is it? Who's saying the car shit? Gotta go back.
Un
Sorry, I'm
linchamiento, claro. Entonces ya después yo me salgo del departamento y voy a...
No, why he didn't go get dramatic over there, right? Ain't that better alibi? He's using it now. Ain't that better alibi for him to go over there and be seen there? What happened? I was just here. Typical murder tendencies to go back to the crime scene. Let me go make sure. R1's son mentioned being afraid of this happening to him. Arrested and presented with guns and drugs and money. Okay, he mentioned. Now let me go back and read the other one. Oh no, don't be delete. Oh, here it is. Message with your target one. Okay, now I get what you're saying. Hella dramatic. He did like Ben Affleck in The End of Town when his man got shot in the neck. I don't remember. I gotta see that movie again. I don't think I've seen it since it came out. I don't remember nothing about it. He went to confirm she was gone. Typical. Déjame. Es mi esposa. He didn't do none of that. He said he went to walk by. But then, who says they didn't get out the car?
A pasar por ahí y ya estaban las ambulancias, están poniendo lo de la cinta de ella. A lo que yo supe.
Ahora, en ese momento te dice tu amiga, pasó esto, tú dices, pues no escucho nada, ¿no?
Claro.
Hold on, let me slow it down again. Because now I'm trying to listen to them.
Entonces ya después yo me salgo del departamento y voy a pasar por ahí y ya estaba.
Okay, I went to, it's the translation. I went to pass through there and the ambulances were there.
Estaban las ambulancias, están poniendo lo de la cinta amarilla.
They're putting up the yellow tape.
O sea, eso también puede constar una investigación.
But that's also part of the evidence.
Muy sencillo de corroborar.
Very easy to verify.
Pues si yo fui a ver.
Claro, pero no me bajé, simplemente.
I didn't get out the car.
Pasé.
I just passed by.
Y viste todo el...
And saw everything. But didn't he say he loved her? Them acting classes paying off. Listen, man, my teacher hit me up today like, hey, man, I got a 12-week thing. I don't got... It's time, man. It's time. I don't got the time. You got a 12-week class, crazy class. But I got to see if I could figure it out. Time is money. Didn't he say he loved her? Why you don't get out? And go see what happened.
Todo, entonces, al momento ya estaba un linchamiento social en contra mía también.
There was already a social lynching against me on social media. So by the time you drove over there past where she was lying dead, you were already being lynched in social media. But that mattered. I thought you loved her. I thought you just spoke to her that day. I thought you don't get out of the car. You just was with her in April. You don't get out of the car. You left because you was afraid of something. Is that the fear he was talking about? Soul Man? That's strange to me, bro. I loved her. That was my woman. Thought about that too, but maybe fear for the finger pointing if he was seen. For the finger pointing if he was seen. I don't know. It depends. Do you love her? Even as a friend? If you didn't do it, and know you didn't do it, and know it has zero to do with you, don't you stop and be like, suéltame. No? Shout out Ivy on the check-in.
O sea, casi en cuanto... Porque pasó en vivo, aparte.
Sí, sí, sí. Entonces ya...
Almost as soon as it happened. Oh, because it happened live. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Había pues gente tirando y todo en mis redes sociales. Pues yo te digo, no, nunca estoy acostumbrado a
So there was people already attacking me on social media.
estar publicando mis cosas ni nada. Siempre he sido...
I thought he said he don't really do social media, but he knew as soon as that happened, they were saying it was him. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
God damn. You know?
Así. Entonces...
I'm never used to
andar publicando mis cosas ni nada.
posting my stuff or anything.
Siempre he sido así.
I've always been like that.
Entonces me empezaron a llegar también muchos mensajes de pues
Then I started getting a lot of messages insulting me. Yeah, we heard that.
insultándome, faltándome el respeto,
Disrespecting me.
que el por qué yo hice eso. Entonces desde ahí yo me sentí atacado, ¿sabes? Entonces fue algo...
From then on I felt attacked. You passed her body, bro. He should have been there breaking the crime scene tape and having to get dragged out of it. You didn't see my performance? I just gave a whole... You must be just coming back. I gave a whole performance of what he would have done if indeed this was somebody that he loved enough to have been with for a certain amount of time and enjoyed each other's families and all that shit. He said he drove by and then he got on social media, but he don't be on social media. You know you done fucked up, don't you?
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
It's almost like this guy has rehearsed some type of outline to cover an alleged cover any alleged bad decisions. Listen, preparation's important. The problem with preparation alone, and I learned this being an actor, the problem with preparation alone is you prepare something, but if a curveball is thrown, you're not prepared for that. And with acting, shit, a director will throw you a curveball by telling an actor to do something in a scene that you don't know is coming. So as an actor, you got to prepare, then you throw away the preparation and adapt now. Now you're living in the scene. He's just prepared. He's falling apart on the curveballs. You passed by her body, bro? You say you loved her. I seen it. It's an accurate depiction of how he should have acted there. Do the scene again, please. No. You guys are getting carried away. Relax. Suéltame ya. Fuck is wrong with y'all? But yeah, man. It's crazy to me. What you leave the crib for? If you was just gonna drive by, yeah, that all sounds like some bullshit. Sounds like you're talking too much. You shouldn't be saying none of this.
Algo incómodo, fue algo que yo nunca había pasado por algo así.
It was something uncomfortable that I never experienced before.
Entonces opté por cerrar después mis redes sociales un tiempo. Dije, bueno.
There you go. Prepare with pleading the fifth. Prepare that shit. Prepare a fifth. So you learned that in acting class, didn't you? Yeah, parts of it. I learned it in, just doing it. Studying it. Not just classes. I'm picking up from videos that I see, actor conversations, and try to push it into practice. Valeria! Be yelling and shit in the middle of the night. Sounds like otra vez I missed it. What you miss? You didn't miss nothing. Stella!
Bueno, total, me guardé un rato en redes sociales un tiempo. Dije, bueno.
It's kind of weird how they just walked right past. He walked by her body or drove by, and now he's been talking about social media for a long little stretch of time.
Total, me guardé un rato para cuidar mi dolor también.
I took a break to protect my pain.
Ni mi imagen, ¿sabes? No,
my image, you know?
¿Qué sentiste tú eso?
Pues, es que es algo que nunca te lo esperas, ¿sabes? O sea, Nunca esperé una...
Something you never expect. I never expected news like that. Much less from someone I really wanted. I even wrote to her dad the day it happened. I apologized to him, not being present at the wake or at her funeral. Sure, but I was subjected to a lot of social backlash. Damn, that shit kept you from her funeral? Worried about his image. Too fucking funny. Salutes. I thought he didn't do social media yet. He had an account. Contradictions. Now he's saying he don't do it like she do it. Right, there you go. See, like Big June said, I don't either, but I got an account. Dude was just trying to do hood rat stuff with his friend.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Mitoteros, what's that mean? It didn't seem like a good idea to show up with all the social media backlash to a place where I might be attacked. So you scared? So it was a very difficult thing that I went through. I still pass by to this day. I feel a lot of helplessness. I repeat, I'm afraid of the accusations being made against me. It's not like a judge or someone who's giving me a verdict. I'm being attacked from all sides. This is people. After Valeria's murder, did you ever think about who it could have been? Do you have some idea? You say, no, I have no idea. But I'm telling you, it's a moment of helplessness, of not being able to do anything. But I thought ain't your name Narco Jr.? Specifically, ain't your name Narco Jr.? You can't find nothing out in your town? This shit ain't adding up, bro. The math ain't mathin', okay? The math is not mathin'. I'm sorry. You can't do nothing? So motherfuckers are just murking people in your Narco Junior land? What are we talking about? You couldn't find no information? Shout out Eddie. The more he talks, the more it's clear. He did a walkover to make sure the job was done. Even more he hated her. More he had to see a dead body. Coño, man. One thing to say could easy been someone else that ordered the execution. Valeria easy could be seeing someone else, but he don't even got info on that. He's the only suspect. Could have been seeing someone else and have nothing to do with this family, but we can speculate all day. Indeed, we can, and we will. I'm sure it was very difficult for her also. Yeah, no shit. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 0. The U.S. There's no exact translation to mitoteros. Someone who likes to gossip. Oh, well, chinchero. Not being able to say why it happened, who did it. Man, you didn't have no juice. If somebody else indeed did do it and you couldn't figure that out, you had no juice. So besides me, they're accusing me. It's very difficult. It's something that raises many questions that one asks oneself, even today. But I don't know who did it or why. At some point, what was the most discussed on social media, along with the accusations they made against you, is that the friend behaved suspiciously. That the friend said wait because Valeria can be heard in the video saying she wants to leave the stream. She says something like, I'm leaving now, I'm going to close up. Or she want to leave, not the broadcast, but the salon. And her friend said, wait, they're going to bring you something. They're going to bring you something. And that's when things happen. This, I don't know. You're asking me. Yes, I mean, what do you think of that version? Of what was said about that version? I don't know. I mean, I'm not the one to judge or blame anyone. Man, fuck this guy. Doesn't it say something that everyone automatically thought he was responsible? Right. And he's the only suspect on paper. But he don't judge or blame anyone. I mean, I don't know if she had anything to do with it or with the other friend who was there. I don't know. I repeat, I'm not the one to judge them or determine any guilt. But during the time I was with Valeria, out of jealousy or whatever you want to call it, yes, she did stop talking to certain friends. One of them was that person who was exactly there. So at the time I was in the relationship with her, there was no communication. So I didn't live with the person enough to get to know them or to determine anything. So, jealousy on whose part? So he's saying she kept her girlfriends away and broke off relationships with them for him. And then old girl came back in her life, and she's the one that turned off the... That seals it for me. Old girl got away scot-free. The baby he was smashing. I could speculate all day. When I broke up with Valeria, they went back to being friends. I don't know anything about what they've experienced or shared. I really don't. This happens. You somehow delete social media. You're left with these two feelings, and they have your dad a few months later, a few weeks later. Your father's been arrested. Wait, what the fuck did he just say?
Estoy hablando de sentimientos y luego detienen a tu papá luego, a ver, sucede esto, empieza un linchamiento, tú...
Alright, this happens, it's tough.
Una manera borras redes, te quedas
you delete social media.
Con estos par de sentimientos.
You're left with these feelings.
Y luego detienen a tu papá unos meses después, unas semanas después.
And then they get your father a few months later.
De tu padre.
No, pero yo te estoy hablando de hace más de un año.
Ajá.
Cuando...
So now I'm talking to you about something that's over a year ago.
O sea, cuando pasó lo de mi papá es muy reciente.
Ah, no digo.
What happened to my dad is recent.
O sea, a ver, pasa lo del asesinato de Valeria y después pasa la atención de tu papá.
He don't want to talk about his dad's shit? Is that what he's getting at? Is he sweating? What's wrong with that guy? He reminds me of the male version of Arturo Gotti, rest in peace, wife. Gotti Fresco.
O sea, pasa tiempo y luego pasa la detención.
Said, all right, what happens to Valeria happens, and then time passes, and then they get your father.
De tu papá. Ahí en esa parte de la atención de tu papá, tú te enteras por las noticias, o sea, tú ¿cómo te enteras?
How did you find out about your father? Through the news, socials, what? What do you feel about your dad's arrest? Logically, my family started wondering what was happening. We started watching the news because we were all asking what was going on and all that. And yes, it was on the news that I realized that they arrested him. And well, it lasted a while between, all right, and he's saying, Chaparro's saying, lasted a while between the operation and the media attention. And they showed a picture of your father arrested. In other words, some time passed. They talked about a shootout. They talked about why it had been something big. Yes. I literally find out when it actually happens through the news. That's when I found out. 100%. Hold on, I gotta listen to these dorks. This translation's freaking out.
De hecho.
¿Y eso te asustó?
Por las noticias. Ya fue cuando ya tuve, pues ahora sí el 100% de...
That's when I was 100% sure.
De yo saber ese hecho.
¿Y eso te asustó más a ti? O sea, dijiste, a ver, pues
Pues me dolió.
Did that scare you? He said it hurt me.
Como hijo me dolió muchísimo. Asustarme en su momento no, porque
He said I wasn't scared at that moment. I was hurt.
Pues no creí que fuera a revocar otra vez todo esto que se me acusó a mí desde un principio.
Because I didn't think he was gonna have all these accusations made against him from the beginning, or overturn all these accusations made against him in the beginning.
Entonces cuando empieza a suceder eso, pues ya es como decir, bueno, ¿qué hago?
So when that happens, it's like, well, what do I do? Oh, another helpless situation, huh? Luis threw him a curveball. He stopped him a couple of times. He told him, I don't even want to talk about personal stuff, man. Yeah, zip about the dad. He don't got shit to say about daddy.
Luego, en esta conferencia, sale el secretario Omar García Harfuch.
All right, we all saw the press conference where Harfuch comes out.
Le preguntan sobre el sucesor del R1 y él responde
They asked him about the successor to R1.
Muy planamente, es el R2. Y luego dice...
And he very...
del R1 y él responde muy planamente, es el R2.
Very fully, R2.
Y luego dice, y estamos también, no sé si dice investigando.
And he said that we are also, I don't know if he said investigating.
También tenemos información, una cosa así lo dice de ti. Y dice,
and he said about you.
De su hijo que está relacionado al asesinato.
See, he's saying that he said, hold on. Oh no, Garfuch said it.
De ti. Y dice, de su hijo que está relacionado al asesinato de Valeria Márquez. ¿Dónde te enteras tú? ¿Te mandan a ti el video o tú lo estás viendo? O sea, ¿cómo?
No, yo estoy en la red.
How do you find out about that press conference where he says that you're implicated in the Valeria Marquez murder?
Redes sociales me apareció.
He said, nah, it appeared on social media.
Porque es muy viral, o sea, ese clip, esa parte.
Y pues sí, muchas amistades me lo...
started to see that it was very viral. Yeah, that clip, that part. Many friends started showing it.
Empezaron a mandar de que, oye, mira, te están acusando de esto. Te repito, es un caso de mucha impotencia. Pues el no poder hacer nada. Por eso yo creo que me estoy atreviendo.
It's a case of helplessness, the inability to do anything. That's why I think I'm daring to give this interview. Because it's one thing for people to say on social media, oh, it was the ex-boyfriend or whatever, but it's another thing entirely for the Secretary of Security to say it. I imagine, I repeat, it's the helplessness and the inability to do anything, because with all due respect to him, how does he determine an accusation like that? If it's affecting my physical and social integrity, I mean, it's really messing me up. He's putting me in danger, basically, with an accusation made in such a way that he said it as if I had asked my father for a favor. I mean, was he there during the conversation? During what conversation? Huh? Conversation we talking about, buddy boy? Or did he hear it? Or who dares to say that it was literally like that, just as he said it? I mean, if I'm innocent of something so unjust happened to her, I mean, logically, I see my dad as well. He has nothing to do with it. And what Luis is trying to explain to him is they're connecting the two.
Los cargos de los dos, o no sé si los cargos, pero las acusaciones.
These accusations against both.
De tanto tu papá como tuyas recaen en ese homicidio, en ese asesinato.
Sí.
All on that homicide.
Sí, claro. Pero no tiene nada que ver. Yo confío.
He said, no, it has nothing to do with it. And I trust.
De verdad creo y confío, todavía tengo la esperanza como ciudadano de que las autoridades van a investigar a fondo todo
I still have hope as a citizen that the authorities will thoroughly investigate the entire matter.
Y se darán cuenta de mi inocencia. Y de que todo lo que...
And will realize my innocence and that everything I'm accused of is a lie.
Francisco, si tú fueras en un ejercicio así experimental, si tú fueras a investigar esto, ¿qué cosas dirías tú contarían como
If you were to investigate this, what would you say to prove your innocence? I mean, would you say, let's see this or this video or this was here when... What would you say? What things could you say? He wants him to investigate for himself? He said, well, I had a very good relationship with her family. There was never any aggression towards her. She put out a whole video says, yo, you got her jumped. What the fuck are we talking about here, man?
No, mommy's wait.
Also, if he's so innocent, why is he in hiding? Coño, man. You on his ass,
man,
you see?
man.
Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. We've been here 3 hours after an 8-hour stream last night. Great question. Huh? Hey, man, how would, if you were an investigator trying to clear your name, how would you do it? Real slick. I disarmed them real quick. Well, I'm good with her family. Never had any aggression towards her. She put out a whole thing about you had a whole bunch of bodyguards sock her up. What's wrong with you? On the contrary, we helped each other in every way. It always seemed like a healthy thing to me. I'm telling you, it's normal for a couple to have arguments, to have problems that led to deciding not to be together anymore. But I think that right now, there's no better investigation than, I repeat, I think the government has her phones. In other words, they can see that I have nothing to do with it, that I spoke to her that day, that previously at the Tepa festivities, if they requested the hotel camera, she slept next to me. Okay, but if she's on anybody else's phone, or somebody else is on your phone, or vice versa, your alibi falls apart. That could just be an alibi that you was around her at that time. That could just be an alibi. Could be the truth. It could just be an alibi. Yeah, oh yeah, we got you on here. Yeah, you did talk to her that day. See, it don't mean that I did that. Oh yeah, but we also got you on this dork's phone, and this dork pulled the trigger. Shout out Rob. Nice show shot. Take care. Salutes. It took a year for this convo. It took him being mentioned by the Secretary of Security. That's what it took. No? So yeah, it took a year. But remember, this is a guy that didn't even... I seen her. She slept next to me a couple nights before. You didn't go over there to where that yellow tape was. Yeah, the police bullshit too. Police taking this long to piece together is even worse. And only did after they got his father. Ironically. The irony. Many things that'll clear me. Now, there's been no arrest. In other words, let's say the one who pulled the trigger, the gunman, he has been arrested. I saw they brought up a person who was involved. I don't know if he was involved or not. But if he was involved, let them ask if he knows me. Ask the guy that, knows what I have on him if I sent him to say my name, if I know him or not. Like, Papa, well, we don't know you ain't got his daughter and shit in a shack somewhere. Wonder why Harfuch did not add drug trafficking accusations. I never heard of a junior that was just a killer and didn't work in the market. I hear you. Yeah, I didn't hear no drug charges, only that they were looking for him. Ask the guy that I sent to do it if he knows me. He knows what I got on him. Let's see what he says. I don't know. Ask him to point out physical characteristics or anything else that implicates me as responsible or as an accomplice in changing your life. How was your life before you in changing your life? How was your life before compared to how it is today? When it happened, I was a little absent of everything. I don't know. For maybe a month because of my pain and everything. Then I got into personal things, and afterwards I went back to my normal life. What's normal? I mean, did you even study or what? Yes, I was studying at the Autonomous University. I studied at the WAG there. I was previously playing football too as part of my activities, doing sports. That's part of my daily activities, you know? I used to go out to restaurants and occasionally I go clubbing. I continued my normal life without anything until this happened and the finger pointing started. The same day you say, man, I can't go on with my normal life, get through a day. No, literally, they listed me as a fugitive. So when they started attacking me a lot, I isolate myself a little from life. I have to deprive myself of many things because of the fear I mentioned. Honestly, I'm afraid that they'll accuse me of a crime I didn't commit. A murder, which is a major crime, right? I mean, of course, it's unfair that they're blaming me for that. And well, out of nowhere, I don't know, to some plaza or some police officer stops me or something. And as usually happens, in all cases, they accuse me of having a weapon. This is what Soul Man was talking about. And drugs when I don't have anything. And from there, they'll go against what they want. They'll go against what they want to provoke, perhaps, because of that very serious issue that's still open. Listen to these jerk-offs.
Y de ahí en base se vayan en contra sobre lo que ellos quieren a lo mejor provocar pues del tema ese tan grave que hay abierto aún.
¿Por qué crees que están o sea, por qué crees que te están acusando a ti? O sea, tú ¿cuál es tu teoría de por qué a ti?
Mira, no me gusta mucho meterme en temas políticos.
Why do you think they're accusing you? Why you? Why you?
No sé mucho de política.
I don't like getting involved in politics. I don't know much about politics. I'd be lying if I said otherwise, but I think this is all very political. Because the government already made its statements. They arrested my dad. They're accusing Carlos Manso murder on my dad too. In my opinion, they're accusing him unfairly. Because there's no accusation against him. And I think that's why they also brought up the Valeria case. So he's just being set up. Why am I mentioning that to you? Hold on. That's why they also brought up the Valeria case to affect him. Why am I mentioning that to you? Not because they want to affect me. Maybe they want to affect him, but more than anything because they already made a statement where the government will no longer be able to back down. So I think that when the government closes a case, or rather when a case is open, they want to close it as soon as possible. So maybe that's the hook. Papa, it's been a year. Relax. In which I'm not saying my dad is entirely innocent or not. It's not up to me to determine that. That's for a judge to decide. But it would be best if they thoroughly investigated any issue. If he's not guilty, then he's free, right? But anyway, this is all a very high-profile issue. So these are issues that I see from my point of view as political. And since they are very high-profile, what they want is to close these serious major cases. Why do you decide to speak up? Because what did you decide? What decision? What went through your mind to decide and say, look, I have to come out and face this? Because I'm protecting my image. I can't stay silent all the time waiting. No, mami.
No mames, güey.
Image de qué? What the fuck is image? I gotta go see what he's saying in Spanish. Fucking image you got, bro. You're in a fucking Puma tracksuit. What are we talking about? Image. Let me see what word he used.
Tengo que salir a arrancar.
Porque estoy cuidando mi imagen. No.
Yeah, he's protecting his image. Jesus, he gotta get off his fucking straight image bullshit. Protecting my image. I can't stay silent all the time waiting for a tragedy like what I mentioned to happen to me, for them to stop me and accuse me of having weapons, drugs, arrest me, blame me for serious crimes, the Valeria case. Maybe they might also try to harm me. And I know that they might also try to harm my father in this case. I'm speaking out now because I want to show my face to people so they know the other side of the story, the real one, and expose all this that's being said about me. I can't stay silent all the time, much less waiting for my situation to happen without any reason. Do you feel like they're going to arrest you? Do you feel like they're going to arrest you at some point? Yes, I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid that at some point they'll arrest me. And then I have to pay for something I didn't do. I think that's the most unfair thing, but I repeat, I have a lot of faith in the authorities, and I hope they get to the bottom of the investigation. And then they'll realize that I'm not guilty of any of this. I mean, I'm completely innocent. I should have done this a long time ago, but fuck it, we'll put up the poll right now. Is he innocent? Or guilty? A message, you got a message you'd like to give Valeria's family, to the people, to the authorities? I mean, I think to the people, to the authorities, I mean, I think you've already given the authorities a message. With the family, I made the mistake of distancing myself from them. I like to be able to talk to them at some point. I know they might see this conversation we're having. The reason I distanced myself a little, or perhaps why I didn't reach out to them, was because of the intense pressure I felt. And my fear was that they would change their perspective on me. Let me understand something though. You know, there's family. They know this girl. She got friends. There's him who's supposed to, you know, be, his name is Narco Jr. Somebody said that. They said that's his name. They said that in an article. His name is Narco Jr. Are there stories out there? Do we know of any other stories where she got drama with anybody else? Oh, she could have been dealing with anybody, Shy. Yeah, somebody that can do that. Quite possible. But two of them? Like, I don't know, man. Old boy only cares about his freedom of image. That's it. No, mommy's wait. But like, you would think the family would know now. Well, she had a problem with this guy publicly. We all know about that now. But they haven't pulled up no other stories about her having no drama with anybody else. My fear was that they would change their perspective on me. Yeah, their image of you. The reason I distanced myself, I didn't reach out to them, was because of the intense pressure I felt. And my fear was they would change their perspective on me and that I would face rejection or insults from them. I don't know a lot of things. I never dared to, but I would like to, and in front of people I would... Oh, what the fuck? Let me hear him.
Estoy contando lo que realmente es. La gente, pues nada, pues muchas cosas. Entonces nunca me animé. O ellos cambiaran la perspectiva hacia mi persona y yo tener como algún rechazo, o que no los busqué, fue por tanto
he's letting it all out here.
Linchamiento que tuve, y que mi miedo era que ellos cambiaran la perspectiva hacia mi persona y yo tener...
That my problem was that my fear was that they would change their perspective of me and that I would face rejection.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
Como algún rechazo o algún insulto de ellos hacia mí.
From them.
No sé, muchas cosas. Entonces nunca me animé.
So I never dared. Didn't talk to her that day. Saw her that day. Had alleged relations with her in that direct time frame. heard about her assassination, drove by, didn't go to her, didn't talk to the family, being accused by the Mexican police, government, doesn't like rejection.
Pero sí me gustaría. Y ante la gente, pues nada, pues que nada más no busco que me crean tampoco, simplemente estoy contando lo que realmente es. Y pues dar la cara también, desenmascarar un poquito. Pero sí me gustaría. Y ante la gente, pues nada, pues que nada más no busco que me crean tampoco.
And for the people, I'm not trying to make them believe me.
Simplemente estoy contando lo que realmente
I'm just telling the truth.
Es. Y pues dar la cara también, desenmascarar un poquito todo lo que
And to show my face, to expose a little bit of everything I'm being accused of.
Que se me acusa, porque no es nada bonito que pues que toda la gente te vea ya como un asesino.
It's not nice when everyone sees you as a murderer, but if your nickname is really Narco Jr. If your nickname is Narco Jr., you probably did it to yourself.
Imagínate, o sea, imagínate cómo la está pasando mi mamá.
Imagine how my mom is doing.
Cómo la está pasando mi papá ya
How my dad is doing.
Al enterarse de todo lo que me están achacando.
Finding out about everything they're accusing me of.
O que él espere una situación en la cual a mí me pase algo y que no pueda hacer nada, o sea, todos mis familiares,
waiting on a situation where something could happen to me and him not being able to do anything.
Hermanos,
all my family, my siblings.
O sea, todo eso. Entonces, todo eso me pega, me está dando.
So all of that's affecting me, it's hitting me psychologically. I'll say it again. I feel powerless, not being able to do anything. Just being left waiting to see what happens in the coming days and what solutions there is for this. Did you think about turning yourself in? Did you think about turning yourself in? About saying, well, I'll turn myself in and we'll see. No, not at all. He said, hell no. I'm not going straight to jail.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail.
You're going to have to find me, motherfucker. I haven't even thought about turning myself in because I haven't committed any crime. Or going to clarify. Turn yourself in to clarify. Present yourself. If a judge calls me, of course, I go and testify. I'm open to that. I have no reason to refuse. I mean, I'm innocent. Well, shit, if the judge orders you, they're going to lock your ass up as soon as you hit the parking lot. If they look for me to go and give my statement before a judge, I don't know wherever I have to go, but I have no reason to refuse. I'm open to going to testifying. Thank you for your time. All right, shout out Chaparro for going and getting the interview. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Let's see what the verdict is in the chat. What's the poll? 17% say he's innocent. Get your votes in, get your votes in, get your votes in. 17% say innocent, 83% say guilty. He better clean that shit up. I don't think this interview did him any favors. Probably should have shut the fuck up. He was probably better off shutting the fuck up.
Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth!
Changing his nickname for sure. I mean, what a shit show. Facts. He probably should have just kept running quietly. And that's it. Call it. Call it. Because he did himself zero favors with that shit. All right, hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'm still here. I'm not done. Boom. What a shit show. Anybody have any perspectives or thoughts, final statements on this story, on this interview here? Listen, I will say I enjoyed this segment. Shout out Missy. Missy came through. She seemed to know about the older stuff. I didn't know about the older stuff. We found the article that gave us more insight on these two's relationship, so that was dope. And we got a lot out of this segment. And this guy probably should have just not said nothing. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Yo cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con los pelos. Cagó el gallo. Cállate, hijueputa.
Mr. Innocente. I saw Primo came back, said, I'm back. Where'd you go? You lost you again? Put you in a fucking bathroom?
Put him in a fucking bathroom, Mike.
This. Where are we? Now we are on to. Oh, Velez's final thought is.
Yo vivo tranquila con los pelos. Cagó el gallo. Cállate, hijueputa.
La cagó el gallo. Zorada's final thought is.
Yo vivo tranquila con los pelos. Cagó el gallo.
La cagó el gallo.
Cállate, hijueputa.
Wake y'all ass up. He couldn't handle the truth. He should have not asked for her body count. Yeah, those are those guys though. Those are those guys. Those are the guys to worry about, man. Just mushy inside, soft, emotional.
Emotional, damn it.
All right? Ladies, stop complaining about the emotionally unavailable man, all right? A man's going to change your tires, change your oil. Make sure you're right. Make sure you're protected. He's a man. When you go and you look for these little emotional boys, these little boys, they're dangerous. All right, the votes. Keep the votes coming. We're about to finish this. It's already a landslide, so I might as well end it. But get your votes in while you can. Soft ass shit. If I can't have her, nobody can. What? All right, ending the poll. Boom, done deal. All right, let's go see what Long Crime's talking about. And let me see if I can pull a switcheroo right here real quick. Switcheroo pulled. Pulled a switcheroo on y'all ass. It's not looking good for Buddy. Shy, there's a video about 4 days ago, Hollywood Way, who had a dude, Jason Volchbeck, that spoke on the twins, and you were mentioned. Oh, Eddie, you missed it, Papa. You've missed a legendary week over here, bro. It's been a rough week for me in many other ways, but when it came to putting my foot on the neck of these fucking liars and people that think that they could just talk about me the way I talk about them, like if I'm a liar, like if I'm an hallucine, like if I'm on the internet fucking spreading bullshit lies, I've been having a good time stomping their ass out. You got some catching up to do. Make sure you get in that video section and see for yourself. As a matter of fact, Hollywood Wade, we had him in here and I told him how I felt. And he said he was going to go get the information. We'll see. All I know is they all owe their audience an apology for lying to their audiences and allowing their audiences to be lied to. So I took care of it, bro. Facts. It's taken care of. We had to do some more. We had to take care of some more last night. Yeah, you catch up. You got a lot of entertainment there. Be entertained. He moonwalked out the chat. Moonwalk. You know they all say the same thing. We're in bed. It's Mimi time. Wade, that is, yeah. So did Kung Fu Panda. Got the fuck out of there too. Alright. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. We about to move into this Tupac trial. I'm trying to see if I can get an update that gets us as far as we are today. Listen, I'm waiting for a bombshell to talk about in this case, and there has yet to be one. Alright. There's been a lot of information about what happened to Pac for a lot of years. And it's just all coming out in court now. We'll see what the jury makes of it. We could do this. These guys be talking too much, man. People don't realize the guys telling everybody to shut the fuck up talk too much, man. That last case, that guy shouldn't have been doing no interviews. Keefy D shouldn't have been writing no fucking books. What the fuck is wrong with these guys? All right, honey's up in the chat for y'all. Hopefully you stick around with me. We about to hang out for a little more. Let's get it.
What was it?
We did the other.
He said we did the other one.
For years, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis denied any involvement in Tupac Shakur.
What was it? We did the other.
He said we did the other one.
For years, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis denied any involvement in Tupac Shakur's killing. But in 2008, according to a former LAPD detective, he admitted his role, not to police investigating Tupac's death, but to a task force that was looking into the murder of Notorious B.I.G.
Mr. Anderson grabbed a gun and shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in.
We're going to break down the biggest moments from another day in this trial as the prosecution seeks to use Davis's own words to convict him. And we are also going to sit down.
That's what all these goofies do. They even do it in the court of fucking Shy-Ill. They get their own words used against them. There should never have been a book. Think about this. I'm a task force. I come to you to ask you about Biggie. About, did you do that to Biggie? And instead of just saying no, you say, no, I did the other one.
No, mommy's
You
weak.
gotta be a real stupid, empty motherfucker that needs that validation of, just like we saw him in the car with the cop. What'd he tell the cop? Cop said, what they got you for? Biggest case in Las Vegas history. Bro, what? You talked yourself into jail. They all do it. Just like these liars on the internet talk themselves into drama and being exposed. He talked himself into prison, bro. He was relentlessly, and I was saying it when he was doing it, this guy's relentlessly trying to go to prison. You know, relentlessly. Hold on one sec, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. We might gotta switch back. Where's Eddie? Eddie, I might gotta handle some more business right now. Let's see. We're gonna do the switchback. To do it, but hold on, I'm just making sure. I don't want to jump off of this topic if it's not something that needs to be jumped to. Why? I don't understand why I come up on every episode of this fucking guy, bro. Let's see. All right, we switching the rule right back. We'll be right back to this topic shortly. All right. We got somewhere to be. We got to be there before 3. Let's get it. Real quick, I just need to see what was what. I live in their fucking pea brain. There's a lot of room for me to live in their brains. Well, where their brains should be.
Took a fuck.
China.
You prove.
You little bitch. China. I live there free for the free. I don't even gotta pay. Let's get it.
Something to me today that you don't really judge somebody because they cooperated.
No.
You don't.
It leaves me no option to tell or just go and do life. Well, I don't want to do life, and I don't want to tell. Option. So I don't want to do it at all. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
So
that's
I'm
one of the
like,
reasons
I'm
I
like
walked
that.
away too.
But these guys want to come out here and continue to do this thing, right? I really wanted to interview the Flores twins.
You still swinging off nuts? God damn. You can't help yourself. Shit. You can't help yourself, man. You are obsessed. Woman shit, man. Obsession. Incel shit. You obsessed, man.
Okay? And I had no intentions to do anything bad. China.
You proved something to me today that you don't.
Now, let's keep it thorough. This guy right here, I think he's a Chicago guy. Don't know much about his story. He did email me to interview him. I have yet to respond. The plan was to respond when I get time to respond. I'm not really an interview show. But he's been doing the rounds, so it's taken care of. Again, I don't know his story. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he says anything about me. The other guy says something about me right away. All right? But it's fucked up to now see people know. I know what that ginger is. I know what he is. We know what he is. They don't know what it is. They think we lying and he's telling the truth. And it's like, I don't have to prove that to you. It just tells me that I can't fuck with you. Or I can easily manipulate you. But he's actively doing it. You know? And he never tells the truth. But there is an account of the truth. We put it out there in his own words. What else can he say?
Don't really judge somebody because they cooperated.
No.
You judge some of the other bullshit that goes along with it. Now, to the Flores twins, I noticed that you did this podcast with this guy, and then I didn't see the podcast, but I saw after stuff, like he was talking shit about you and the Flores people.
Well, maybe you should have saw the podcast. Maybe you should have saw the podcast.
We're talking shit, and I'm like, what happened here? And I don't know what happened, but what's your problem with?
I feel like how much more can we fucking explain? I have a complete live stream, uncut, of the original podcast and how well it went. It was the Jason Hotrebeck show. He talked shit for a long period of time, 4 hours. Anybody with sense can see that. How much more explaining do we need to do? Right? If that wasn't enough, we took and broke down his meltdown, used his own words to combat his lies, used his own texts to combat his lies, gave it to you in a timeline. Every time. A lot of work goes into that. Just making sure that it's all laid out and easy for you guys. But nobody's paying attention and everybody's talking too fucking much. That's what I see. And then they go talk to him, and he's gonna come talk to me. Ask me about it. Keep my name out your mouth if you ain't ready to ask me about it. Talking about shit they ain't even watch. Taking the word of a liar. They said the same thing last time, Eddie Jimenez, the Twin Show. I corrected them. Like I said, you got some catching up to do. You'll see. At this point, do you think they don't know? O se hacen pendejo. Either way, it says the same about them. No? If they're playing dumb or they're really dumb, it say the same dumb shit, don't it? I'm not the one out here telling fabricated stories. I'm the one here picking apart fabricated stories. That's what I'm here doing. Why every time I don't believe one of these guys, it turns into a whole thing? I matter that much? I don't yes man you like everybody else. I matter that much. You need my validation that much? Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Pues sí, shot. Yeah, pendejo, period. This is his Chicago info. Same bullshit. Yeah, he said he had dirt on me. Show it. All of you guys that run around in this circuit are all going over there and having the same dumb conversation when you guys didn't even see it. This guy is taking advantage of y'all ignorance. He's taking advantage of your ignorance and feeding you his slop. An improper investigation is the highest of ignorance. And got the nerve to be talking. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, bitch. Shut
All
your
of y'all.
fucking mouth.
How much more can we explain it? I didn't understand. I don't know what happened. Tell me what happened. And then you're going to listen to the guy that we just explained to you for 17 hours is a fucking pathological liar. Every kind of liar, whatever, pull him up. Whatever the different liars are, he's all of them. Yeah, the dirt he talking about is on the bottom of my shoes. That's it. The fact that I got to fucking talk about filth like him is crazy.
The twins.
Okay, so I had no problem with them. Jay was following my content. Somebody reached out to me, set it up. At first, I didn't think nothing of it. I was like, cool, I can interview them. I want to ask.
Now, I didn't know somebody reached out to him and said nothing up. I didn't know Kenny hollered at him. You know what I'm saying? Here's what really happened. Kenny, who be in the chat, saw that I came across one of his shorts and used it in the Owen Hansen former Kingpin Reacts Jay Flores video. He got excited because we all know he loves validation and he loves people to show him, look at me in my little voice. Kenny told him, look, dude, use your shit. He was like, yeah. He came over here. He jumped in our chat. He asked to be on the show. He said it. I put that clip in the last day. We've answered all these questions. Why am I repeating myself? Because of people that keep going into this stupid Scarface room and letting this guy. And how is it that this is his show? This is his podcast. And he don't shut the fuck up about himself. He don't listen to nothing nobody got to say. Every time he's supposed to be interviewing somebody, they're actually interviewing him.
Them some questions. I thought it would be great content. And I told Nelson, I said, I'm going to interview them.
Right, Nelson? I told you, right, Nelson? Didn't I tell you? I told Babe, too.
I'm not going to go after them or nothing like that, blah, 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 because I kind of understand what they did and the reason why.
That's not why you said, miss me with the, see? He's lying to you, sir. What's your name? Did he put, wow, he actually, see this, he didn't put the little fat guy's name up there. He put your name up there. Scott Anthony, so I'll be able to call you by your name. See, he actually, showed your name. Scott Anthony. Come on, man. This is crazy, bro. People, didn't he say that the reason he didn't call Jay a rat on the show was because I wouldn't have aired it? Didn't he say that the reason he didn't call them rats, ask about Kato, or do none of that shit on the show didn't he say it's because Jay would have left? Now all of a sudden, it's because I had a little respect for them, blah, 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 blah. I wasn't too mad at what they did. Here's what happened. That's the true part. You were too coward to call him a rat, even if you felt like he was. But the true part is that you wanted to swing off his nuts for 4 hours, and you did. And everything was just fine. The comments broke you into 1,000 little fragile pieces. And ever since then, you've been coping, using every lie, every manipulating trick that you possibly can, and you got these fucking people fooled. But you can't fool me. And that makes you mad as a bitch. But it is what it is, bitch. Child, you've officially made it in the YouTube world. You got multiple people talking about you. If you got haters, you must be doing something right. They're definitely doing something wrong. They're definitely doing something wrong. Worst part is he says the twins made only oh yeah, he says the twins, Eddie. He keeps saying, I talked to the twins. You didn't talk to the twins. You talked to Jay Flores. You remember now, Shane?
Whatever, and they haven't been doing nothing.
So which is it, bro? Is it that he would have left the show or we wouldn't have aired it? Or is it that you think it would have been, you thought it would have been, you didn't feel that way about them? It wasn't that bad what they did.
And I told Nelson, I said I'm gonna interview them. I'm not gonna go after them or nothing like that, blah blah blah, because I kind of understand what they did and the reason why or whatever. And
let's make another lie clear. He didn't come here to interview nobody. Let's get that right, because I keep hearing him repeat interview. You guys like fucking playing with words and shit. I don't know if you've already zoned out already, Mr. Anthony, and you're not even listening to this lying fucking cuck anymore. But this guy likes doing magic with words, okay? He was never to interview nobody. This wasn't an interview. I didn't offer him an interview. I offered him to jump on a panel. The same as I offered fucking Matthew Cox. And what did we do? We talked. He likes to say that shit was an interview. He's the type of guy to see somebody famous in the street, take a picture with them, and all of a sudden he got stories about that shit. It's just a picture, stupid. So he wasn't here to interview anything. It turned into an interview of himself. He interviewed himself and told us everything he ever didn't do in life in his whole fake story. That's what he did. And you people, I don't listen. I don't know, but let me ask you. How about y'all shut the fuck up? Don't be mad at me telling you to shut the fuck up when you're speaking on shit that has to do with me that you have no knowledge of. You didn't have enough respect for yourself, him, or me to figure out what you was talking about before you was mentioning my name up there.
They haven't been doing nothing stupid since then, so I don't have a problem with them. It's if they continued. So I did the interview.
It's if they continue. Who are you, the police? Shut the fuck up, you bald bitch. You are no moral fucking high ground to stand on. Nothing. You got nothing. You are the biggest liar on the internet. Facts. Kung Fu Panda is number 2. Y'all fighting for that position right now.
And he didn't want to answer nothing.
It's not an interview, bro. It wasn't an interview. And he answered everything. And like he said, the only things he didn't answer was the dumb questions. And those are questions he don't answer that he never answered. He did the same thing with the little fat guy. All he did was talk about himself. That's what you go on his show for him to talk about himself.
Why did you do the interview with me if you're not going to answer one question? You cooperated and told on everything. So why can't you answer simple
It
questions?
wasn't an interview. You only asked him things so that you can connect a story that you made up and try to get close to relating to him. That's what you were doing. We already broke the shit down. But Mr. Scott Anthony wants to go speak about it with this guy, but he don't know shit about it.
You did an interview on your show?
No, on Chai's show.
Okay, Chai.
So he's the one that hosted it, and I interviewed the twin.
Okay.
It wasn't an interview, dummy. It's not an interview, dog. You was on a panel. You guys, me. Y'all were just going to talk. It was a conversation. It wasn't no interview. Who the fuck are you? Barbara Walters? She got a deeper voice than you.
Jay, only one, not Peter.
There you go. Oh, he's correcting himself, huh? How long has he been lying and saying the twins? How long did he say it in this shit right here?
You did an interview on your show?
Why? Because he's listening. You know what else they did? They turned down the lights so you see less of this stupid ass Scarface shit. I'm producing these dorks show. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening here.
No, on Chai's show.
Okay, Chai.
So he's the one that hosted it, and I interviewed the twin.
Okay.
Jay, only one, not Peter.
Do they both give interviews or just one?
No, they really don't give interviews. That's the thing about
They
it.
only do his show.
I've never interviewed them. I've had them on my show. It's interview talk.
All right.
They only do his show, and they've done a few other
Yeah, they only do my show. You know why? Because I'm not a fucking fake fuck like the rest of you motherfuckers, man. That's why.
Not Peter.
Do they both give interviews or just one?
No, they really don't give interviews. That's the thing about
They
it.
only do his show, right?
They only do his show, and they've done a few other big people or certain things.
Do
right?
they make money off of doing these shows?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
I don't even know why they would
I know
do 'em.
Chai doesn't do it, and I'm going to tell you why they do it. I know why afterwards. So I did the thing, then I'm sitting there trying for hours.
I know Shy doesn't do it. Shy doesn't do what?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
I don't even know why they would
I know
do 'em.
Chai doesn't do it, and I'm going to tell you why they do it. I know why afterwards. So I did the thing, then I'm sitting there trying for hours and hours to get some information. And people are like, you were in there blowing them. And I'm like, bro, I'm an interviewer. I'm supposed to soften them up. You think if I said right off the rip says, oh, the twins are rats and scumbags, fuck them, you think they're going to come and do an interview with me?
No.
No. So I say, hey, guys, listen, I'd love to hear.
You're wrong, Scott Anthony. Maybe you wouldn't do the interview with him if he called you something. Jay would have done that shit. Jay would have done that shit. We were there. It was our stream. We let him talk for 4 hours. Shit is just... We're dealing with grown men here, bro. Supposedly. Crazy talk.
Your story, blah, 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 and I interview them. But I had no intentions to do anything bad. I swear to God on everything. What happened was that I did the interview, and I can show you the messages. I messaged Chai, and I'm like, holy...
I believe you had no intention on doing anything bad, too. I believe you had those intentions. The comments broke you like a bitch. They broke you. And you broke bad, and you didn't know how to argue with them other than your true feelings for Jay coming out. And then you spoke on me. That's where you fucked up. But you couldn't handle that. You don't tell these people the truth. You need to go, instead of talking to all of these guys that you bring there to interview, instead of telling them all about yourself, go tell this shit to a therapist. But you can't take Nelson and Babe with you. Jay would have done it and laughed. He's a liar.
Fuck your guest or hell. I can show you the messages. I met the guy on everything.
I can show you the messages, but he won't. I already showed him. He could show you the messages, but he won't. Mr. Scott Anthony. He could show you the messages, but he won't. He could show you the comments. He could show you the timeline, but he won't. And you'll just keep listening to his bullshit. I'm getting 2-for-1s out of this deal. Me already knowing the liar that he is, me already proving publicly the liar that he is, I get to see everybody that falls for it. That's a caveat that I didn't see coming, but I'm enjoying it. I get to give you guys an account at the end of the year of how many people this guy convinced of his lie when the evidence exists on the internet that everything he's saying is untrue. He basically took over your show that day. I let him talk. Gave him enough rope. I remember that he came on and just started talking. That's it. Didn't acknowledge anything else. Started talking to Jay. Did his thing. It was a panel discussion. And me, I said, okay, I'm cool with that. Let them have the conversation. He talks like he asked, like it was an interrogation to Jay, and Jay didn't answer nothing. All he did was talk about himself. The little fat guy asked the right question. How could you do 4 hours and he didn't answer anything? Because this guy doesn't shut the fuck up, man.
Shut up, bitch!
He doesn't shut the fuck
Shut
up.
your fucking mouth!
Thing. What happened was that I did the interview, and I can show you the messages. I messaged Chai, and I'm like,
won't.
holy fuck, your guest or hell.
I already, in yesterday's video, in the old video, I've already showed the messages he's talking about. He's lying.
Like, your guests in the comments are roasting me.
Yeah.
But I wasn't mad. And I was just going in like, you motherfuckers are sitting here dogging me out and the people
Yeah,
you're
because I
blowing.
read the comments on something. I'm like, they were dogging you. And I said, a few of them said chip on the shoulder. I go, yeah, I know him. Yeah, you kind of come off like a chip on the shoulder. You have a reason to have a chip on your shoulder. You did Fed time. And anyone who goes through the federal system, it's torture.
But
Come on, man. You enabling him, Mr. Scott Anthony. You enabling him.
But they attacked me first.
Right, I didn't know what
if you
happened.
attack-
I only saw I like comments.
But
Did Jay Flores attack? Ask him, Mr. Scott Anthony, ask him, did Jay Flores attack you? Did Shy attack you? Ask him that, Mr. Scott Anthony. I bet you he'll lie about it. And I bet you won't find it nowhere because everything, all of our interactions are public. Everything is out there. He read the chat and cracked, crumbled, facts.
But we didn't have no problem in the whole interview. Ask Nelson. We didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Ask Nelson. Remember Nelson? You remember?
Have one problem. What it was is I started going to the comment because I like to boost shit up in the comments.
Oh, boost it up. No, you didn't. You went and you buckled like a bitch. You melted. They hurt your feelings, bro. You had emotional damage. You was fucked up.
Emotional damage!
You was crying and shit. Mr. Scott Anthony, he was crying. Ask him if Jay Flores insulted him. Ask him if Shy insulted him. Ask him to ask Nelson if Shy or Jay Flores insulted him. Ask him to ask Bate if Shy or Jay Flores insulted him. Ask him. You want to know what kind of man he is? You think you know? You think you know him enough to enable him? Ask him about that.
Get the algorithm going. One problem. What it was is I started going to the comment because I like to boost shit up in the comments to get the algorithm going, right?
Okay,
So I'm helping
okay.
Chai get the number.
You ain't helped me do shit. You ain't helped me do shit. You just waste my time, my effort.
And you boost it, they push it, right?
Right.
So I go in there and I'm like, holy fuck, are they roasting me? And you think I'm just gonna let them roast me? Like, no, I'm a damn podcaster. I'm an influencer. I'm going in like, you're sitting.
You're a jerk off.
Sucking off somebody that cooperated. You must be a rat too. So I'm messing with them.
Yeah. And my second question to him that whole night, Mr. Scott Anthony, because I can't respond to him no more. Now I have to talk to you guys that are sitting there eating up this bullshit. All right? Now, he's telling you stories, you're sitting there eating that shit up. Where was
my
he?
buddy
They're
does
coming
that. He loves
twice.
to do it.
That cooperated. You must be a rat too.
Oh, my second question during the whole timeline was, why didn't you, you're telling them, you're calling him a rat to them, why didn't you call him a rat on the show? Why not tell them, hey, you know, go back in your mother's basement or whatever? Why didn't you tell them, you know, what you really want to tell them, without, like all your Aryan Brotherhood friends? Why don't you tell them to go back to their country or something? Huh? And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Why you didn't do none of that? No, you instantly started insulting. Why didn't you call him a rat before? And you said more than just a rat. You was talking about him like nothing. But you was just on the stream with him and didn't say none of that shit for 4.5 hours. Your mouth was too busy gripped on his nuts. Mr. Scott Anthony, you're not asking him the right questions.
So I'm messing with them. And like, you're sitting there sucking off somebody that cooperated. You must be a rat too. So I'm messing with them.
Yeah, my buddy does that. He loves to do it.
I love doing it.
I love it. I love doing it. I love it. This fucking guy's a bitch.
Ask him. I text him all the time.
Ask him. Ask Nelson. I text him all the time. We text each other, you know, when we're in the same room.
I don't like to fall into it, but it gets people going, and
it gets them going.
And it gets you going. I mean, they're talking about you. You got your right to answer any way you want.
I got my right to answer any way I want to, Mr. Scott Anthony. Because you guys are sitting there having a conversation about me. So do your due diligence to not look like the duped one on somebody's show, and do your little research. And you'll see that guy, if you did your research and you realize the kind of liar that guy is, you would never even fuck with him again. Never speak to him, never do his show. That goes for the little fat guy too. But then again, they all need each other, right?
So it's like, if you want to attack me and I answer you and you're...
It's funny, man. I'm producing their show. Look, they done darked it out. We don't have to show all this stupid Scarface shit.
Thing is, you got a chip on your shoulder? No. If you want to attack me and I answer you and your thing is you got a chip on your shoulder?
The chip on your shoulder, they were saying you had a chip on your shoulder during the interview that you call an interview, during the panel discussion that you called an interview. They were saying that you had a chip on your shoulder, like you wanted to fucking have a big boy story and you couldn't make them up fast enough because you got a little fucking brain. He fooling all these people, telling them that he's going to interview them so he can talk about himself the whole time and tell the same stories every episode. And not acknowledge the truth.
No, you attacked me. So if I respond, I have a chip on my shoulder. You can't get it both ways, right?
Yeah.
So
You sound like you get it both ways. Remember, Nelson?
Message Chai, and I'm like, holy shit, your people are hell. And he's like, oh man, whatever. Instead of, he goes, oh, the twins are not happy with you.
Those words never happened. The twins are not happy. That don't even sound like me. He keeps saying that. I was waiting for it. I thought he was going to change it this time.
Both ways.
He almost forgot it. Look, he almost forgot about the twins are not happy with you story. Mr. Scott Anthony, I showed the direct message on the screen in all of these videos that we've done talking about this jerk-off. I don't know what else you need. He didn't show it to you. For sure, he just told you about it. That's his game. And all you guys is old gangsters and pulled all this shit, but you can't see none of this? You don't sit next to him for 2.5 minutes and not get the ick, realize what you're standing next to? All right. That sounds like something you would say, shut man, whatever. No, what I said was what was on the thing. What I told him was, you're acting like the hoe the comments are calling you. Because by that point, he was already fucking talking shit about Jay, talking shit about me. He literally said, and I put this out there, Mr. Scott Anthony, he said he saw Shy hitting the little heart button on the shit they were saying about him, so he started talking shit about me. You big pussy. Didn't you just tell your boy Scott it was algorithm and you were trying to boost the algorithm so I can't hit the heart button? I hit it on everybody's shit. Stupid. Mr. Scott Anthony, you gotta watch the company you keep, man. If they were mad at him, what does that have to do with your opinions and what you think of him? And why didn't you, a coward ass, say that shit when you had him there in a chokehold for fucking 4 hours?
Oh, you attacked me. So if I respond, I have a chip on my shoulder. You can't get it both ways, right?
Yeah.
So I messaged Chai, and I'm like, holy shit, your people are hell. And he's like, oh, man, whatever. He goes, oh, the twins are not happy with you. And
He
I'm
almost
like,
forgot
what?
his lie right
Instead
there.
of handling the DMs,
He almost forgot his lie right there.
he goes to the comments and starts going in on me. So I'm like, all right, it's war now.
That's absolutely not how it happened. How it happened is all out there, bro. You can search it for yourself.
Motherfuckers, I got you.
You don't even have to search it. I put it all in position. Look, he's saying the same shit he told the little fat guy. He's saying the same shit he told Hollywood Wade. You know what I'm saying? He's saying the same thing to y'all. Y'all going over there for him to tell you the same story.
He goes to
the other dude is some supposed smuggler from Chicago, blah, 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 blah. Listen, maybe the guy's salty at me. I never responded to his email. I'm a busy man. I'd have got to you. I had to do some research anyway if I was going to fucking talk to you. I don't really just talk to anybody for reasons as such. If you did your research, Mr. Scott Anthony, when I brought him on the panel, just off the bat, I knew what he was. Before that, I had only seen him in little clips. Right off the bat, I knew what he was. I said nothing for 4 hours. I let him and Jay talk. You know? So, you know, maybe he's salty. Maybe he thinks it's okay to have this uninformed conversation with a liar about me. I would think you'd like to get the real information, and it's all there. So, miss me with the bullshit. And I got the right to react the way I want to at y'all having a conversation about me.
Comments and starts going in on me. So I'm like, all right, it's war now, motherfuckers. I got you. It's on.
War now. This ain't been a war. I've been beating your ass from day one. From day one, you've been losing. You lost. Beyond lost. Got to the point where I stopped talking about both of you. You and Kung Fu Panda. That's how bad you lost. And what did y'all do? Y'all had to come and start telling lies about me. I'm not up here telling lies. You telling lies. I'm picking them apart. Everybody can see them. Period.
So that's when I went.
He's like, yeah, you told him. Relax, Scott Anthony. He just fooled you. That guy ain't got the heart to fuck with a motherfucker like me. And if you're from Chicago,
ham. I was like, all right.
He went ham. No, you been ham. You were cooked. You was cooked from day one. I have taken no L's in any of this shit. All you guys have done is lied. That ain't a W to me. I win with the truth. I beat y'all ass with your own words. All these other liars can't comprehend it. You can fool them. But I question the credibility of anybody that can have a conversation with this man and co-sign his bullshit.
I want to play this route. We'll go down, whatever. I'll make them boys famous in the wrong way.
Yeah? Why don't you try that shit, pussy? How you gonna make me famous in the wrong way, pussy? How would you do that? How are you capable of making that happen? How? Explain that. I've done nothing but expose you and make you look stupid all over the internet. What can you do to me on the internet? Nothing. You've been had to hold that L. What can you do to me anywhere else? Nothing. Nothing. Who the fuck are you? You're just a liar on the internet. That's it. And it takes people like me to check and balance your ass and make sure everybody knows that you're a liar. And the ones that don't believe it, I can only assume they're liars too. That's it. Y'all need each other. So that you can be like, right? Yeah, see, he said it, remember? Right, remember? Yeah. Fuck out of here, man. Sucker shit. Old ass, bald head motherfucker still ain't learned how to be a man yet. Make me famous in the worst way, you should watch your whore mouth. Okay? You should watch your whore mouth. How dare you?
And I refuse to
You not built to talk like that.
mention Shy's name in anything because
I refuse to mention Shy's name in anything, but you haven't shut the fuck up about me in days, bro.
Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth!
You haven't shut the fuck up about me since the comments crushed you. You haven't shut the fuck up about me. I refuse to say Shy's name in anything. You have not shut the fuck up about me.
wrong way. All right, it's war now, motherfuckers. I got you. It's on. So that's when I went ham. I was like, all right, y'all want to play this route? We'll go down, whatever. I'll make them boys famous in the wrong way. And I refuse to mention Shy's name in anything because, for one, he hides his name.
How? How stupid is that? I'm an actor. Check the credits, bitch.
Nobody knows who he is.
I don't know who he is.
So everybody knows who I am. Everybody that's telling the truth knows who I am. Scott Anthony, you know who I am. You was in my emails. You see? You just exposed yourself now. If you don't mention that email right now, if you don't, and now he's going to say, oh, my assistant. You ain't got a fucking assistant. Now you told on yourself. If you don't mention that email, see? Lo cagó el gallo. Here's what's beautiful about this. I'm getting these 2-for-1s. These guys are exposing themselves. They're going on a liar's show to have him talk about himself, yet they slip in enough time to expose themselves. You know who I am. You know who I am. Guy exhibits signs of abuse and trauma and he needs therapy. Everybody that sits in that seat is therapy for him, but all his therapists are enablers and liars themselves. The other dude's giving off the Black Hand of the Sinaloa cartel vibes. He has a $9 book for sale on Amazon just like the Black Hand. I don't doubt it. This dude seems like an Aryan Alucin. We know how that dude is, but the fact that this guest believes him speaks more to their character than this dude. No, Primo, are you not fucking listening? I'm getting the 2-for-1s. Hollywood Wade, he did the same ignorant shit. The little fat guy did the same ignorant shit. Mr. Scott Anthony did the same ignorant shit. All on the same liar show. I'm getting it. Listen, it's out of control right now. And they're all exposing themselves. Hollywood Wade came over here. He said he's going to go watch the live stream and see for himself. I told him, you should apologize to your audience afterwards. I bet you he won't. No balls. Fake shit. I bet you he won't. Little fat guy said what he said about me. We saw him getting smacked up in a motherfucking parking lot. On the news. He called the news. That's how much he loves attention. He had to have called the news. They're not just coming because you got your ass whooped in the parking lot. This fucking guy, now he don't know me, but he sent me an email. Oh, it was my assistant. Cool, but you know me. You know I'm a platform. Just like you knew him, you sent him the email. Just like the last 2 or 3 guys that I've seen in the same circle that you sent the email. The Liarcast networks. But now they up here exposing themselves.
Finally reached out for one, he hides his name. Nobody knew who he is.
I don't know who he is.
Everybody knows who I am.
So I got
receipts. Google me, bitch.
He reached out to my connects in Chicago and
reached out to his connects in Chicago and couldn't figure out my name.
No, mommy's wait.
Jesus Christ.
Like, let me tell you a little something about him. He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him later.
See? The promise of something and nothing happens. Do you see? Look.
Let me tell you a little something about.
Let me tell you a little something. You move like a bitch. Look at you. Look.
I finally reached out to my connects in Chicago and they're like, let me tell you a little something about him. He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him later.
You're going to keep getting me later? You're a fucking pussy, bro. Yo, Scott Anthony, you should be ashamed of yourself even letting this dude speak to you, bro. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on the email, man. You shouldn't even be talking to this fucking dude. Now he got nothing. I'm going to let me tell you something about. He's hiding his name. No one knows who he is. And let me tell you something about Well, I'm not gonna let him get through the cracks. I'll get him later. You're a dumb bitch. The guests changed, but the agenda doesn't. Same story. We got to make a compilation.
And go in on him. The thing, because I just don't want to give him no publicity right now, because he's built his whole career on the twins. That's
He don't want to give me publicity. You've been giving me nothing but for days. For days, bro. I'm living rent-free in that empty head of yours, bro. For days. You over here trying to convince other motherfuckers. Don't go on his show. Listen, I'm telling you what he's doing, showing you what he's doing, telling you he's doing it to you. If you go on his show, that's on you. Like Primo said, speaks more about you than me. Dude's digging, trying to find something. If there was anything, I'm sure it would have popped up by now and he'd be riding the hell out of that. Easy. Easy. Every motherfucker that's ever had a problem with me in my city, outside of my city, on the internet or otherwise. Same shit, Velez. Same shit, bro. Hashtag, what JP at? Hashtag no smut. Fuck out of here. Let me get the link. Fuck you think you are, Batman? Where's JP, man? JP, who the fuck this guy think he is, JP? The motherfucker think he Batman, dog. What that mean? Coming in hot? Is that what that means, Velez? What that mean? I'm on one and I had a glass of wine. Listen, according to that fucking fat fucking panda, lying to everybody, making me reopen drinks I already opened and shit. Hold on, I'm getting the link right now. Who the fuck you think you are, Batman? Where the fuck is JP, man? JP, this fucking guy thinks he's Batman, bro. Let's get it. Hold on a sec. I'm trying to send this link. Boom, sent. Alrighty, so how's everything been going on so far, Shah? I just got back from my 12-pack and party tonight with you all. Huh? You just got back? Listen, there's been a U-turn. We took a U-turn. Shit went left. Shit went left.
That's it, nothing else.
Yeah, I know.
He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him.
Come on, man. You keep promising these people shit, man.
Nobody knows who he is.
I don't know who he is.
So I finally reached out to my connects in Chicago, and they're like, let me tell you a little something about him. He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him later and go in on him. The thing, because I just don't want to give him no publicity right now, because he's built his whole career on...
I've never seen such a bad liar convince so many motherfuckers about some bullshit. What the fuck? The internet is not a real place, bro. Not right now, but it will be. People are gonna come back. They're gonna come back. Hold on, and I was just waiting for this guy to take the fucking link. Don't ask for the link and then take your time, because I wanted y'all to see this. Hold on. You gotta see him when he says it. He just looks so stupid. He likes shit slipped in his crack. Yo, he loves that little break that he took right there and that spin. Look at him. He puts his eyes down and he's very squeamish. He's a squeamish little man. He's a squeamish little man. Watch him. Watch him.
Nobody knows who he is.
I don't know who he is.
So I finally reached out some of my connects in Chicago, and they're like, let me tell you a little something about him. He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him later and go in on him.
I'm going to get him later and go in on him. Give me now, pussy. There is no tomorrow. The Ginger's talking about shy against loose. Pause. Pause what? For real with this lying ass? He's going to put it in his back pocket for later.
The thing, because I just don't want to give him no publicity right now, because he's built his whole career on the twins.
He don't want to give me publicity. I'm calling them all kind of bitches, but he don't want to give me publicity. I'm only calling him bitches because the man talked about me in very homoerotic ways and said very disturbing things. He talked tough. He talked a bunch of shit. All right? So he is officially my ginger bitch. Okay? But he want to sit here and run a campaign and tell all of these nobodies about his truth. And they're like, yeah, well, I could understand it. Meanwhile, there's proof that everything he's telling you is a lie. Everything. There's proof. Proof. He hasn't showed you no proof. Simple lip service. That's all he is.
Nothing else.
Yeah, I noticed that. It seems like they're his, like he works for them.
Is that what you noticed? That I work for them? That's what you noticed, Scott Anthony? But you didn't even see the show. How much do you pay attention to what happens on this channel? Were you here when I covered the little girl that got shot? Were you here when I covered the grandfather that fought for his family? Were you here for any of that? Or was I too busy working for the twins? You're looking like you put yourself in a position, Mr. Scott Anthony, to go up there and speak about some shit you don't fucking know about, you know? Yeah, I think you did it to yourself. I think you salty that I didn't hit you back. I think you think that I work for them because I didn't return your email. I work for me. I work for me. Upper echelon's here. He wants to talk about you goofy motherfuckers too. I'm going to let him do it. You just salty I didn't email you back. People need to do their due diligence before opening their mouth. I don't have to convince y'all. Y'all been here long enough to know that none of this is true. Y'all were there when it happened. Y'all were there when it happened, bro. Hold on a sec. Goofy motherfucker, man. Hello.
Sorry, what up?
What up, what up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up to everyone in the chat? How's everyone doing?
All right, speak up. Say it with your chest.
I know it took a few days to get on this, to get back up with you, Shai, but I apologize too for all the drama as of lately. Every time I hear someone talk bad about you, I feel like it's my fault because they don't know you.
Right.
And you know, those people who know the history will know that we didn't, you know, we actually met just because you were keeping it real, and it's what I think attracted, you know, me and my brother, and not only just us, but even Bao and Vivi to join your channel, and we thought it was important. And I made the mistake too of thinking for some reason that maybe this, you know, whatever you call him, Jason was kind of going to be the same type of person, but we realized that he's not more than just, you know, he's just like everyone else, right? I had been busy, you know, with work, traveling and stuff. So you're looking at this video of what's his name?
Scott Anthony? Or are you talking about the ginger bitch? Where you at? But where you at? But take your time because I work for you, so, you know, I'm on the clock. We lost you, Jay. We lost you. If you have to, kick out and come back. There you go. I think I heard something. No, yeah, he got to click out. We'll be back. No le digan nada al jefe Jay. No, I gotta watch my mouth, bro. I gotta be careful.
Hey,
hello.
I'm back, bro.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, bro.
So where were you?
Could you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I was saying, since you work for me, don't rush me either, bro. Since you work for me. Hey, big shout out to everyone in the chat, man. It's happy Friday to everyone. We're hanging out, right? Doing hood rat shit with our friends Friday.
But I want to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Hey, but you know what? Hey, there's a lot of things. Obviously, there's been all of these clips, and I seen that Ginger has been going on different podcasts and stuff like that. And you know, I'm not even gonna address some of the dumb stuff that he says. Obviously, he doesn't know the drug game. You know, he doesn't know how shit works, and he keeps comparing himself to everyone else's stories. I think that's the problem. And I see that the chat is eating him up. Not just this chat, everyone's chat, right? And I think that he blames people, you know, and every time he says that, you know, someone sticks up for us or sticks up for anyone, he blames people for being rat lovers. And I think it's more about just being real, right? And people could just sense fakeness, and they have a problem with him, not a problem with, you know, no one ever says, oh, well, I'm forgiving the twins for cooperating, or I'm forgiving this person for cooperating. They have a problem with who he is. And I think that one day he's going to realize that. And I do believe that there's publicity for him, right? It's just a way of him to troll people or think he's a troll. But the fact that he, you know, puts himself as a measuring stick is laughable, you know? It's real laughable. And it's funny because he'll, you know, go on every YouTube and keep talking about his story, and no one gives a fuck about you telling on doctors or pharmaceutical, right? Writing prescriptions, being part of the, like, you know, like the dope game, and he tries to, you know, use that as a measure stick for everyone else's life, right? And I noticed something even just right now, Shai. I think you're gonna understand, like, even for the other dude, Ocho's nephew, whatever his name was. I'm not sure. Do you know his name?
Little fat guy.
Yeah, you know, look, I think, you know, I'm gonna take the high road regardless. 'Cause I don't know him.
I know. You can just be like that guy, but I'm letting them know.
Yeah.
His name is Alex something.
Yeah, and I think what I'm noticing is that people make the mistake. Even Nelson, because I figured at first he thought he had a podcast or something. Like, I think it was good, but now he got too much involved, you know, in like his thought process and actually supporting a fool, right? And I think that for them, it's like they don't know no better, right? They sit down and they probably want to get their server out, like, just the same way like this guy.
Nah, it's just a come up. They just scamming. That's it.
Nah, but I feel like someone like Scott Anthony, I'm listening to him, like, I don't think he's full of shit. Like, even, you know.
Hold on. We weren't talking about him. We're talking about Nelson and the Ginger.
No, yeah, Nelson and Ginger. You see, with Nelson, he fell into a trap where he's, you know, someone he thinks, you know, vetted him or says that he's okay with that. Nelson cooperates, so now Nelson feels like a certain way. But remember, these are podcast hosts. Now they got too much involved, and I see that Nelson, like, dropped the comment, laughs, and stuff like that. But it's like, you know, if you roll with a fool, you'll die with a fool, right? So when it comes to some of the guests, they don't know no better. I seen that Crime Entertainment, is that the channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came out and thinking, he's like, look, I don't know no better. I just let people basically bury themselves. But then, you know, again, the problem is always been is that I never had a problem being a rat. You know, I don't go away from that. I never made excuses. I've been, you know, like really secure in who I am and what I did. I never hide from that. But I think that's the hard part that they don't understand. Even with Chusha, like, you know, no one ever asks you what you feel. You're the host. You have a platform. You have a channel. You share your thoughts. You share what you believe in, and you give everyone the platform. And you know, what we always said is what bothered you the most was the fake shit. So, you know, I made the bad decision of telling you, after the whole, you know, Owen Hansen's thing, is that this guy, you know, I had seen a few videos, and we
and who knows, it could have been me sending it to you. I don't know. I was with the shits.
Yeah,
if this guy
like
is talking the same shit that we're talking, that people are picking and choosing or who's doing this and that and do. But then he came here, everything was gravy, and he crumbled under the smallest amount of pressure, and everything came out. Now he's sitting around on these shows telling people his life story. They're sitting there speaking on shit that they don't know about. I know you take the high road. I don't think they're taking the high road. I don't think that, I mean, for me, as far as I go, the little fat guy didn't take the high road. Hollywood Wade did. And I get it there. But call the guy on this bullshit. You guys, you want to interview people? Do your fucking investigation. I put out a roadmap that showed y'all that this guy was full of shit.
You know what? You know what? I also think that on the other side of it, right? Like Matthew Cox, like, you know, big shout out to Matthew Cox. Like, he lets people bury themselves, you know?
Yeah.
And he told us himself he doesn't ever share what he really thinks. You get me? And he told us, like, sometimes he listened to a story and he says, he's like, come on, man, you know?
Yeah.
But again, remember, I feel like there's different podcasts that take a different route.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, you know, for Ginger, it's like he wants to, you know, do what Gene has done and controversy and troll people and stuff like that. But you know what? Again, remember, that's the issue, that when people don't understand or he questions why we're a certain way because we just don't fold and we just don't do it for just anything, right? And you keep saying it all the time. It's like when you question why don't we share our story or why don't we do certain things, and you always be like, because that's how they feel, like, you know, that's who they are. That's what, you know. That's why they're who they are, right? And I think that even he has questioned that. Like, I can't really, you know, like, gauge them or read into them, because that's someone who thinks he's intelligent enough to know everyone or try to compare himself to just everyone, right? And I noticed something just even listening to some of these podcasts, because I listen. Aside, you know, I listen to Spanish podcasts. I listen to every type of true crime podcast. I listen to just, you know, I'll go listen to, you know, Call Me Daddy podcasts and all kinds of different ones, right? And there's different stories. But what I noticed from this environment, and I could see that even that Ginger or other people could make the guests uncomfortable, right? Because he's trying to, like, push how his beliefs are, you know, his beliefs on other people, and they don't even have the same beliefs or same, you know, share the same, you know, type of thoughts. But I realized that, you know, they just don't get it. You know, maybe it was just that me and my brother were so much in a different level that they would never understand it, because they could only imagine. And who is Ginger for him to basically tell me how the world was like, or what I did, or how our organization operated, you know, from afar, when he was, you know, too busy putting some pill mill shit together. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, they would never understand it. And I don't have a problem with him having whatever beliefs. And one thing for sure is, like, I'm never gonna, you know, measure myself against a nobody, you know? And but one of the things that, you know, I realize is that, you know, when it comes to these environments of, like, you know, it makes me feel bad when people keep questioning, like, you know, our wife's situation, you know, or our family situation. And the thing I feel like I said, you know what, today's the perfect time, you know, for me to address this. I'm gonna address it on your channel too, and hopefully you could, you know, cut this up in different ways, right? I'm gonna sound like Tekashi, and since you work with me, cut it right here, you know.
Work for you.
yeah, work for me. Cut it right here.
It's funny too, because the same thing is, they'll say you're violent, then they'll say you're a fucking punk. They'll say that that I pay y'all for interviews, and then they'll say that I work for you. Like, y'all gotta make up your stupid fucking mind.
Make up your mind. And I've said that to you. So I said, which one was it? It's like, if I paint the pretty story, you want to paint the ugly one, you know?
Yeah.
If I were to tell you I was that, and you go back and you try to, you know, contradict that. But I will tell you something. There's a big difference between me and everyone else. And you know, I'm sure there's people right there getting it. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about, you know, the YouTubers and why I don't do this stuff. There's a difference. Like, for example, if we were talking about Owen or Ginger, look, I never said I work for anyone.
Right.
They were my business partners. You know, we work together. That's it. You get me? And I want to make that shit clear. Like, we work together. I call them boss because that's who they were, and I knew where I stood. I never had a problem with that. But at the end of the day, you know, I ran my own organization before I even met one of these drug lords. You know, me and my brother were already who we were, and I didn't care to be known. You know, And this is another thing. Like this is why I could catch fakeness, and I even said this about Big Meech, right? Like I didn't care for everyone to know my name. Me and my brother never cared to be known, respected, whatever. We care about one thing, and that was getting money, you know. And I never said I was a gangster. I never said I was a killer or anything else. I said I was a hustler, you know, plain and simple. And I think my reputation always came in as that and only that. And everyone could else keep that title. You could give me a title being a right, whatever. I'm comfortable with that, you know. But one of the things, Shad, that's driving me crazy, and I share this all the time, is that I'm not in hiding. Ginger right now is going to talk about now how he supposedly helps people doing cases. It's laughable that he takes everything I say to him, and now he wants to do it, and now he does it, and he says it. This is how full of shit he is. I don't even know if he's doing it. What are you talking about? You could research me. Go on every damn periodical there is, from the Wall Street
I
Journal
said
to
it.
Reuters to the Chicago Tribune to Fox News, that says that this is what I do. I do keynote speaking across the United States. You hear me? Like, are you ridiculous? And I said, look, I do consulting when it comes to, I do different consulting. I do advisory, cooperation. I do all kinds of different consulting when it comes to criminal defendants or when it comes to even corporations, right? And now he's gonna just drop a few lines afterwards saying, "This is what I do. I help defendants and who are going to face trial." Like, it's laughable. Whoever would come to you has to be the biggest idiot in the world. He thinks because he caught a case or he fought a case that he knows everything. It's so laughable that he thinks he's the only one that knows it. But I want to say something. Look, and this is the clip right here. Okay, the fact that he keeps saying that he wanted to change my mind. I didn't want to change my life.
Hold on. Start over. You said the fact that he keeps saying that, and then you fell out.
That he keeps saying that we wanted to change our life, and we wanted to give it up. We didn't want it. We changed it. We changed it. But the fact that he would think that because I wanted to change my life, that I wanted to be broke or I wanted my family to be broke, is laughable. So you know what? Other times, when you say something, Shy, I listen to you. I feel like, out of like frustration, we could just throw out a bunch of words or something like that. But this is someone who's so jealous, right? So somehow he went to prison or whatever he did is not comparable. First of all, real men don't like to compare each other's lives, right? At all.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you, it's not good enough for him. It's just him.
Yeah, it's not good enough. Yeah, remember, like when I came out and I called Primo out, and I don't know what's happened with Primo. You gotta bring me up to this today with that.
Primo put himself in the same position as the Ginger.
Yeah, because let me tell you something. You said Primo wants to box, and I said, look, Primo is an old dude. I'd fuck around and give him a heart attack. I might look small, but I'm still in shape. I'll fuck Primo up. But I think that when it comes to like the jealousies, you see it, right? And I think that's where you see the feelings get hurt. Because when I say I wanted to change my life, I never said I wanted to be broke. Right. And to this day, no one wants to be broke. That's why you're selling T-shirts. That's why everyone's getting it. That's why they have YouTube channels, right?
That's why they're making all the adjustments to their show that I tell them to make, right? That stupid-ass Scarface room, they done turned down the lights now, and it's a little darker. You can see less of that fake-ass Brian De Palma movie shit that these guys worship. Fuck these.
Hey, so big hundreds out to chat, and I think the chat, especially the usual suspects, man, if you guys ever check in on the replay, throw the hundreds up, because you guys are gonna know that I always said, man, I never wanted to be a gangster, bro. You can keep that, but then don't come into my life, as a hustler, right? Because I never said never needed money, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a Christian. I believe in second chance. I believe in redemption, but doesn't mean I want to be broke. It's laughable that you say that. It's so funny that you're like, oh no, you should have given up your money. You should. That's laughable. And I'm not gonna explain, upper echelons of cooperation or upper echelons of drug trafficking. You will never get it. I could see. It's beyond you. You know what I mean? You're talking about high school shit, preschool shit. You know what I'm saying? We're beyond you. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about PhDs of the street, of the hustling world of cooperation, where you're not gonna understand. You know, I never make excuses, but I will tell you, I'm the first one, and I've been, saying this in Shy. You know, you'll be the only one that has these type of receipts where we come in and before anyone decided to cooperate in that world, or I should know. You know what? Take that back. I shouldn't say before anyone because there's a lot of cooperation after us, right? But I know we were the trailblazers, right? What's coming to light today is something that we already knew, and the fact that he could even keep saying that if they wanted to change it, they would give up the money. Are you fucking stupid? You're saying that because you're bitter because you don't have shit. You know what I mean? Every time you speak about somebody else's wife, I feel like, you know what? That shows every type of man that you are. Because people are like, oh, he's so jealous. They almost like they were spending money, they were doing this. How stupid could you be? Like, how I'm gonna explain it to you. The little bullshit money that they were spending, going on trips and buying cars, wasn't shit to us. We're just at another level. Your money that you thought you made, that you thought you had, wasn't shit to us. And I'm not coming out gloating. I'm not like saying this out of like trying to be, out of arrogance. I'm telling you the truth. There's just different levels for it. And even for this, Scott, what's his name?
Scott Anthony.
Scott Anthony. Like I think he gets it. He's a little older. I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, me.
But one thing's for sure. It's funny when he says, the twins were not known. No, I didn't care to be known. The people that needed to know me. And big shouts out to Ron because I know it's him. You get me? When he says, oh, someone called me from federal prison and stuff like that. He won't say what that person says good about me, right?
He won't say the dirt that he got on me from Chicago. He keeps teasing everybody like, bruh, shut. And then he says he's hiding his name. I'm so hidden.
Yeah, it's funny because I wanted to speak about that. Look, he's a failed criminal by far. You know what I'm saying? By every chance, he tells you himself he's a failed. Everyone has a story, but one thing for sure, Shai, is that if we have to argue who we are, you don't have to argue who you are, or who you were as an artist or your music or whatever. Because the minute you start trying to defend that, we lose, right? And this is somebody who's bitter, whatever the case is. But when he says, "Oh, I speak to people," and you mention it every time. Look, I speak to people too, and the people I speak to, I know you're speaking to no one, because the people I speak to matter, and I know who you're talking to. I know, you talk to the same people, right, Shai?
Yeah.
You don't been on us doing three ways.
Yeah.
It's this.
Hold on, I don't know what's going on with your mic though. You keep going in and out. Get it together.
One thing's for sure is that the chats there, our receipts are there. Did you ever hear me speak badly about anybody I dealt with?
No.
Do you think I could have?
Yeah, you had every opportunity.
But that says everything. And when he says, "Oh, why didn't he answer these questions?" Whatever, I don't know what he's talking about. Obviously, you have the receipts to show that that's BS. But sometimes, real men carry themselves a certain way. And I'm gonna tell you, the fact that people would think that I would care about what someone else says about me being a man because I cooperate or I snitch, And we've said this many times. It's laughable to me because one thing for sure a real man does is don't get in other people's business, And when he tells me that he has people in prison and there's only one, because everyone else of my guys, and the Shy in the chat knows this. I think it was only 3 or 4 guys that didn't cooperate. Some of them got good deals. There's only 2 people in prison. One I don't talk to. One we done squash things. Okay, everyone else is good. I don't have to make excuses. But when he says that, oh, I was trying to protect people because I wanted to do business, that's fucking laughable. I'm not a fucking street level. I'm not you or the dudes that or these dudes on YouTube. The fact that you would think that I would need to continue to traffic drugs is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. And Shai, you have enough background. The people who follow the stories, will understand what I mean. Okay, That's laughable because and some of the things that he's, the hatred, I don't mind it. Keep talking about it. I need you to keep talking about me, and keep telling those lies. And I seen Crime Entertainment come on your chat the other day, and I 100%, like, I know that you have a different views because you're like, why didn't you people press back? But you see it. You seen it with Primo. You see it with Vlad TV. You see it with all these people. Look, at the end of the day, you get to see what happens even in the criminal world, right? Everyone's out for themselves. They want to entertain people. The matter that the audience gets, the more engagement they get, the better they win. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when people go on to No Jumper and confess their crimes, it's not. I don't blame No Jumper.
Right. Absolutely.
The fuck. I can't blame no Crime Entertainment or even, you know what? I don't even blame the guests. Like, Scott, this guy Scott, he goes down there. Like, he seems like he's an older guy. Like, I don't know the facts about the stuff, but he seems like he's keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? And he's not gonna tell someone else, "Hey, keep it real, man. That's not the way we roll."
Yeah, but here's what I can hold against them. Okay, that they go on these shows. You say, oh, he's an older guy, and then there's this other guy, and they're talking to one guy. You know what I'm saying? They don't know the story. If I was out there, I've put everything out there. If I was out there lying, telling a story, making up some shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't expect them to push back on their show. But if you're gonna talk about me, all right? A person who's not out there telling these lies, telling these motherfucking stories. If you're going to talk about me, the least you should know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have that. They don't do that shit, And I don't expect them to check him. I'm just saying, if you're going to, now you're trying to discredit me. I've already shown all of the proof of why this guy's a liar. You're allowing him to sit there with you and let you talk about the guy that ain't telling stories. I'm not telling stories.
No, you're right about that. And you know what? Let's cut this right now. Let's cut this. And I will tell you, I'll put my name on it. He's owning her because people in the chat came at him. Not because even not even the factual stuff, not even the stuff like, about, forget the writing stuff. They were just coming at him because he wouldn't shut the fuck up.
That's it.
Because he kept trying to compare himself to a Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying?
And here's another thing. Everybody that's in the comments everywhere, he thinks that they're us.
Yeah, and he's funny because he keeps saying, "Oh, you're protecting rats," and I see it. Said, "No, bro, they just have a problem with you." And let me tell you something. I'll take all those rat emojis. Keep putting them up, 100%. But I will tell you, one day, 10 years from now, guess what? All your favorite idols are gonna be just like that. Okay, I guarantee you. And listen, there's a lot of things that is going around that people are talking about. I seen you drop a video of Hector Beleras, the retired D, yeah, Beleras. I know him. He's a friend of mine. He shares his thoughts. You give me his thoughts. His thoughts are off the wall, crazy. Okay, he shares his thoughts. It's what he believes. It's ridiculous to me at times, and I could see that people keep kind of like they hear something, you talk about how Ed Calderon, right? He loves sound bites, you get me? And what if, the cartel just decides to attack America?
I just don't believe they believe themselves.
Yeah, you know what, maybe because that's what it is today, I think, and this is what this platform has been doing, is that I don't have a problem with Ed Calderon. I don't have a problem with Hector. Like,
hold on, you keep losing out. You keep falling out. Keep falling out.
This is so weird. I'm falling out too. So I was saying, like, could you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with Hector or Ed Calderon, right? I just think that they're too smart, that I feel like they invent something like, that would work well in these platforms, and they push that, and guess what? You know who loves it? The algorithm, right? The people, the media. They love hearing this off the wall shit, because it makes for good entertainment. And then people start believing that. And I think that this is what this platform has been, where we push back and all the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, even the Owen Hansen said, like, maybe I don't know him as an individual. I don't have a problem with him as an individual. I don't have a problem. I think he's doing a great business and all that. I have a problem with the shit he sells. You get me? Not because I'm trying to measure him. There's no measurement. I'm saying that the stories he's telling, that he goes around telling people, it makes to me your average regular, drug trafficker out there, youth out there, think that he could go sell drugs, get away with it, and do all that, and glamorize the story, and that's how I know it's fake. You get me? That's how I know it's like fakeness, and I think that for people who know, like, look, Shai, let's talk about it right now again. There's not one time that you ever had said, I love someone who cooperated because me and you are cool.
Did I ever say
that? Has
what?
never been the case. That you ever said, oh, I love rats now because me and you are cool.
Oh.
This is what men look like.
Right.
You have never put yourself in that situation to have to do what I did.
Right.
You just felt like, you feel like what all the people say, don't do the crime, you can't do the time, and all that. And I get it. You don't agree with people being rats. This platform has been about people idolize the biggest rats, and then will come and attack.
Yeah, pick and choose.
Who they'll pick and choose, right? They see me like, oh, you know what? These American little soft motherfuckers, they're snitches. You get me? And I will tell you something, and I've said this to you even before, like early on. Chat doesn't know this. Like when you started commenting about our story, and we first reached out, and I started to tell you, like, I 100% I'll take it. But you know what they don't realize is that every one of those other persons are bigger stitches. You know what I mean?
Right.
I see it firsthand. I'm not making excuses. I'm my own person.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you something. If something works and I learn from it, again. And the other thing I want to point out is that to everybody, even to what's his name? What's the other guy's name?
Which one? The little fat guy or the?
Yeah, little fat guy. Like to Nelson,
Alex.
to everyone else, to Alex. Like I don't know Alex.
I don't know him either.
I think that he's fell into a trap of being cool with someone, right? And I could already imagine that they see that he overtalks, like Ginger overtalks for people. And listen, one thing, there's a big difference, all right, between me and everyone else. When people say I wasn't built for that, I didn't know, don't do the crime, whatever, I don't make excuses. Like, bro, again, I'll tell everyone, I didn't actually join the life. I was the life. The life they talk about is the only life I ever knew. You know what I mean? And ever the chat knows this, and when people question who my brother is or who my father is, it's laughable. Because everyone, if you're someone in Chicago, even for this guy, if you were someone in Chicago, there's no way you didn't know who Mando was.
Right.
There's no way you didn't know who Kato was. And the next thing, the fact that he again, my respect, rest in peace to K. He was my guy. I have nothing but love for him. He passed away. I married his widow. I'm confident to say that I married his widow. But for them to say I never worked for him. There's that misconception. People can't even take that. Like, K was my guy. I supplied him. That's a fact. And anyone else in the city could say that. No one ever came out and has told you, what, the shit that Jay and Peace say is bullshit.
That's another thing I'm waiting for. All this digging, right? All this digging. And I told them, and I know you know this. I'm the guy. You wanna give up dirt? Give it to the Chicago guy, all right? I'm gonna motherfucking make sure that they come. I bring them and call them to task, and they, whatever happens after there.
Yeah,
and here's the thing: I've been doing this 3.5 years. Y'all ain't you must be hitting the wrong email. You're not hitting the email that Sean Anthony is doing, whatever his name is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You because you told me he reached out to you, right? So yeah. I want to get it straight. Look, I could tell. Like I listen. I know Sean Anthony, whatever. I don't know him, but I could tell his demeanor. If you were to tell him I want to talk to him, like, yeah, sure, let's talk. Because we have the same probably beliefs. I took the road that he didn't have to take. I'm okay with that. But when it comes to everyone else, look, Shy, behind the scenes, people have reached out to you just to get a hold of me, just to say what's up.
Yes.
You know, we know a bunch of individuals back there. Like, like one thing I don't have to do is work. You know, I tell you, I'm from Little Village. Everyone knows who my brother is. Everyone who knew who my brother was. You see people come to the chat and be like, "Oh, those are Mondo's brothers. Mondo was the man." You know, they might not respect me. I don't mind it. You get me? They just don't get it, right? A lot of times, just because gang affiliation or whatever the case is. But you know, I wouldn't care to be known. I will tell you something. I have 15 cities unlocked in my world. I didn't care to be known to a nobody. I didn't want to be Big Meech. You know what I'm saying? Big Meech is known for partying in the club and popping bottles. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, I'm known for getting money and being a hustler. Okay, there's just different world. There's just different, right? People are gonna be known for different things. But one of the things that continue to bother me is that I do feel bad because it's like, again, I really believe in who my wife is. I feel like, you know what, my wife had more, you know, she's more of has more man, you know, morals than this people doing it. They keep bringing them up. And it's like, what the like, you know, that says everything about who you are.
But they're empty. We're talking about empty people.
Oh, they were spending money and they were going to the Bahamas and they were doing this. It's like, okay, and did you really think that you want people to suffer and be broke and poor? And I will tell you something. I've said it many times. But I will be a bigger hustler than 90% of these dudes on YouTube's. You know, and guess what, Shy? One thing's for sure. Everyone knows, and people who have reached out to you, that sometimes, like, man, Val has more respect in the streets than probably we do.
Right.
You know? And she was my worker.
She
was like my little. She was my little, like. What did 50 Cent say?
She must be standing 4 feet from you right now.
Yeah, she's telling me fuck you. Yeah, what was 50 Cent say about his baby mama? She was my little sex worker.
Stupid.
But what I'm saying is that, look, like above it for me, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because my brother said, like, what the fuck did you do? Like, listen, I don't mind them talking shit and making them stir. Say whatever you want about me, all right? Say whatever you want. You know, you can call me whatever you want. One thing's for sure. Don't tell me about what I tried to do. I changed my life. I'm doing the right thing. I'm a trailblazer by every means, right? Some of the work I do, I'm proud of. You know, I work with law enforcement. I do these seminars. It's a struggle. It's something that I learned a lot about. That I go into the, you know, into the fire, right? And I'm able to educate. And sometimes it's not always about drug trafficking. It's about, you know, life lessons. And I think I'm a good example of what redemption looks like, or what, you know, what someone who wanted to change their life looks like. Because I don't have to do it. You get me? Like, I don't have to. And then I see the other side of it. Now he's saying that he's supposedly a consultant and whatever. It's laughable with that he thinks he knows something just because in his mind he
Bro, how is he
trials.
telling everybody, hey, I done called Chicago, I got dirt on Shy, I'm gonna hold that for later. Then he's in the comments talking about, I can't find his fucking name. He hides his name so well. We're dealing there's some Three Stooges shit going on over here, bro.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, it makes for great entertainment, right? We're on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about the past, and again, it's like, me and my brother pride ourselves in that we continue being the same men that we were back then, but we only have grown and matured. And if this is who he is at whatever age, I can't even fathom how he even was around people. I can't even understand
no
how
hope
he even
for him,
has.
bro. That is what he is.
And I'll tell you, to everyone else, all those YouTubers, all those, you know, podcast hosts, including Nelson, you know what? I think that this is where you, like, one thing I've learned is that, you know, in this is what people should have learned from the street, right? And I used to, I'm gonna share a story with you where I used to tell Kay all the time, like, man, Kay, I got nothing but love for you, bro, but I can't be associated with you in the street because what you do can affect me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't expect me to ride and die for you. I'm not that person. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a worker. I'm my own man. Mm-hmm. You know, and he could respect that. A real man's gonna respect that, but I see that some of these guys are gonna crash and burn with the ship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's who you're letting him be your leader, your captain.
Yeah.
You know, enough shit's gonna be spilled because he ain't no one to even have to answer to, or he's not the manager. See, that's laughable. You know, and one thing's for sure, I'll say it again. It's just going back to, because we're talking about past stuff. You know, and today I want to be judged by the man I am. I don't mind being the snitch and being, everything, the soft, whatever you think, because he says he calls it pussy. Like, bro, it's funny that he says that, like the same pussies that dealt with the most feared drug lords in the world, the same pussies that, stood at trial, the same thing. Like, sure, why not, bro? It makes sense.
We're talking about a guy that couldn't handle comments.
Yeah, someone who couldn't kind of comment, and you guys could see it because it's funny because we shared a video of me and you, Shy, and I looked at the comments, right, and I see that he's so mad. Oh, you're a twin sucker, a twin lover, a twin this, and it's like he's gonna say that he does it because it's helping the algorithm and it's good for
It's all bullshit.
his channels. It's bullshit. He can't take it, and it says a lot about who he is. He doesn't know who he is. He's gonna go and be, put on a costume each and every day, depending on what's, the flavor of the month, what people are looking for. And I think that looking at the long run shot, I'll tell you again that your platform has always been about just calling things out and maybe calling the things out that are out in plain sight, but that people really don't, call out or don't talk about, And I think that, overall is like keep talking about me. I love it. It's laughable. But it's just, that all those people who do things, and I always think about, look, I come up with so many creative ways, like to put him on blast. And then honestly, the good part of me is like, I like all his damn videos, even the ones he's talking really reckless about me, Shy.
No,
I'm sorry.
No, say that clearly. Even if you don't like them, you hit the like button.
I hit the like button. Even the ones I feel bad, even the ones he's talking about you, I hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Because even for Owen, what do you call him?
Who?
Owen?
Blowing Hansen?
Blowing Hansen, that's funny. I even for him, I like his videos. You know what I mean? Like what? Regardless, I think it's great that he made something positive off his story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my thing is that it's like they talking shit about me is it's weak because you're talking to the guy that picked apart your story. You're talking to the guy that picked apart your story. He didn't tell a story. He picked apart your story. Even if he didn't pick apart your story, I didn't pick apart dude's. I haven't done it yet. We don't know if dude ever. I don't think he ever smuggled. I don't think he had nothing to do with the game. I think it was pill mill, and the rest is fantasy land bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know what? I see a couple of great comments that call him out on that. Like he tries to be almost like he's the judge of everything. Like, look, bro, you ain't no street dude. Even the fact that you call your little brand that. You're not a street dude. You will not ever understand real street dudes. You know what I'm saying? Plain and simple. And I'm not talking about your lower level, killers and people in the shy are gonna be like, oh, you ain't no real street dude. Like, you could keep that. I'm talking about the real ones before you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not with the shits today. Absolutely not with the shits today. We me and my brother. I'm gonna tell you, like, if I'm gonna represent anything, I'm gonna represent real hustlers, and that's it. You could keep that gangster shit. Like, I'm good with that. And every time I hear that, like, oh, you were not gangster, I keep telling you I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Shy, cut this. I wasn't a gangster. I never wanted to be a gangster. You know
but the next minute, you was gangster enough to take shit from people, and you 1 minute you're a gangster, 1 minute you pussy.
And I never said even things he says. I was saying that they knew who the boss was. I was saying they knew who the boss was. I was saying they knew who we were.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? When
I know, but here's the thing: it's in the roadmap. We never made anything up. We let them use their own words to crucify themselves, and they keep doing it over and over. And those people sitting next to them are speaking on it, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Now, I only mention them because I hope they will go back, get informed, and watch the company they keep.
Yeah. So I want to say that it's always the company you keep. Just keep that in mind. When I understand to people be like, damn, you could trust people with millions of dollars. When I say I didn't count my money, Meaning, I wasn't saying it like I have people counting it for me.
Right.
You can't understand that because you just never on my level, if you know. But the fact that he thinks that he couldn't trust people says everything about
Yeah.
the environment he was. You hang with who you are.
We knew that
And
when we talked to him the first time, when he said it the first time. I was like, oh, okay.
And people always, I seen some comments. I'm gonna tell you, Shai, because I know a lot of people in my past have listened to a video. I'm gonna tell you to all those people that I work with, my customers, my workers, anywhere there are around the world or around the states or whatever. Because I haven't forgot about you. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you. Me and my brother were nothing without them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It was a mutual respect, and we respected each other and we trusted each other. They trusted me with their lives. I trusted my them with my life, and we said that all the time. And when people can't understand that, that says a lot about them. It was just a different environment, and I think that overall, it's like, I keep talking about me. That sounds all good or whatever. And when I hear them talk about you again, Shai, you're the host. You have a platform. You never said you were a hustler. You never said you were, AKA a Nelson or anyone else. You just give people a platform. You come share your thoughts, your how you see things. You call out people on bullshit, right? And I think that's what makes your platform unique. And you don't have a horse in the race, right? You don't have a measuring stick where you're trying to say that who was who had the bigger one or who was the most important, who was the more important person. And I think that obviously he's trying to make a career for himself and do something for probably his family. And that's how good, because that's what we're keeping us talking. The same thing with Primo. Like, I feel bad sometimes. You know what I mean?
I don't feel bad.
I don't have a problem with who Primo is. I have a problem with the lies that he was, selling, right? And not only that, again, we said again, I just came out to say, well, what do we do react to, like, some bullshit stories? You get me? And I never had to I mean, I didn't think about reacting to someone like Jason because he wasn't a dope boy. You get me?
Right.
I don't know about pill mill shit.
He was
I don't know
never in
about that.
former Kingpin Reacts.
Yeah, what I'm saying is because I don't know that business, And me, I'm gonna keep it real. Like, I don't know it. I'm not gonna get involved. I don't know what he did. Whatever story he's selling. If it's true or not, good for him. But it's different when someone comes into your world and tries to tell you. You get me?
Right.
How things should be, how it was. Like, you don't know, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have no idea. Again, even when it comes to those people who claim that they were part of the cartel, even on the street, like Sicario said, like, look, it's two different worlds, I would never know what it is to be a killer, to be a Sicario, right? I just know that they collect, $800, $400 every 2 weeks. You get me? I don't know. You get me? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I'm gonna keep it real that they follow orders. It's just different. It's just, real different environments. And I think that if there's someone young out there sharing, like that's listening to your channel, listen to anyone's channel, like, at the end of the day, you could see that, it became YouTube wars, I'm not going to, try to defend myself in these platforms, right? Because I mean, truthfully, I don't need to. And Shai, you're bigger than that for you to, sit your, bring your resume out. And I think I'm bigger than that to try to defend ourselves when it comes to our past. I just think they're setting the record straight of some of the things that have been said, because ironically, it's like you mentioned many times, the live is out there. Anyone who has a thought could go listen to it and gather their own, thoughts about it and see what it's about. But again, it's entertaining to the public, all right, Shai? So we also have to get into that. If people don't care about things that are factual and things that are not, people just care.
Well, so let me tell you, I think I've done, and you can ask the chat, maybe they could tell you better. I think I've done good at not falling into the trap of them questioning my music. I know who the fuck and what the fuck I am as an artist, as a fucking musician, as an actor, on the streets, on the internet. I know who and what the fuck I am. I don't worry about that. You said something interesting. You said, "Oh, I don't have a problem with who they are as a person. You know, it's just what they're doing." And it's like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck who they are as a person either. I wouldn't know them if I didn't run into their
Yeah,
lies. You know what
I
I'm
think
saying?
that's the most important part. Because one could say, you show me, like you're showing me who you are, but we also know that people, like people put on a costume to go to work, you know what I'm saying, whatever. So we don't know who they are. So the way I'm saying, like, maybe
Of course.
behind the back door you're a good person, and you're like, you put on this costume and come on there just because it's a necessity for your life, or you want to be good, you want to get back
Yeah,
to
I'm
your
not
family or
wearing a
something.
costume. That's what needs to be
Yeah,
understood.
and I think that's a factual thing, because it's like, I think we go back to saying, like, look, I don't have a channel. Shares his platform with me. I don't have a channel. Channel's not mine. All we do is we share, like, the reality of it. And I'll tell you something. Shy has said it many times, and for everyone who's listening in later, we clip this. Is that if you have something bad to say about me, call, hit up Shy. Shy has opened up his platform to say if I call bullshit. Again, there's some stories that we will never know the bullshit, because I'm telling you about what I felt, how I seen things in a potential, particular story, or like how we see things, right? And the funny thing is that I don't think you ever got a comment saying, "Hey, he was full of shit." You know what I mean? You know?
Right. Calling me a liar? Yeah.
Yeah, or yeah, calling you a liar, calling even me a liar about some of the stuff. How I tell you, this
No,
is
and
what the
that's the
story
thing.
was.
3.5 years I've been offering the same thing to people, and it hasn't arrived. You know what I'm saying? And
But hold on, but it has arrived. Just so you guys know, the chat. Let's just tell the people it has arrived, but
yeah,
not
and
in
it
the
was
way people think.
yeah.
Not in the way people think. It has arrived. It's never been. And here's the thing: I feel even worse because sometimes I do it and I say, "Don't do that, Jay." Because I feel like I'm trying to, like, give myself credibility, right, when it comes to some of those, offline, subjects that we had. But I feel like you would do it, and I 100%. I would tell you, if anyone has any receipts, anyone has any bad things to say, I don't care what country you're from, wherever you're from, drop a line and say it, and then and make sure that you drop a comment and say that Shai didn't want to do something. Like, the Shai will address it. And there's court documents, there's everything that's been on there. I've been on other platforms, right? And and the difference between me and everyone else, I believe, is, or some of these individuals that we're talking about, that is that they hate that they can't come back and say, "Oh, he's full of shit about this."
Well, be
So
mad.
I'm gonna say this right now to the chat. I changed my life. My brother and I, we didn't try. We changed our life. We cooperated undercover in Mexico for over 7 months. We cooperated against some of the biggest drug lords in the world, not just Chapo. We're talking about Mayo and Mencho, Arturo Beltran Leiva, Musico, and all these different, Felipe Cabrera, all these big drug lords that people would never know of. Okay. El Damason, and Shai, let's just talk about this. You and I, and even my brother, we have talked to Oakland Leagues. He knows that we cooperate against his father, right?
Yep.
And we have talked about this, and we all know this is just maybe a different world that people are not going to understand. And there's way more people beyond it. I never made excuses for that, and I'm not saying this to like I'm trying to, like, glorify all of that. I stand on that. I'm saying it because people say, "Oh, he did it tell this person, he did tell this." Listen, there's some people, again, just because I decided to cooperate doesn't mean that I just wanted to be a piece of shit. I did what I had to do, and what no one talks about is that 90% of the people on my cases, it didn't matter what country you were from, what nationality you're from, they also cooperated too, right? And again, not making excuses. I'm owning it, just because that's what I have to do. But once you guys start getting to the family, start getting to the wives and stuff, that rubs me the wrong way, because now you're just trying to find a reason, like what wife or what woman or what anyone doesn't like nice things or shopping or whatever, But the stuff that you're jealous about when you point out things, it just shows that you never had shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you never had the opportunity to shine like that, it's easy for you to say that you wouldn't do it. Just the same way with if you've never been with a football number sentence over your head, you don't know if you're gonna talk or not.
So he's gonna say that he's like, oh, I have, and whatever the case. Again, good for you. You make that the best decision. I know crackheads that had 30 years, facing 30 years and took it. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, he's willing to lie about nothing. He's definitely willing to fucking, take the money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So just I think it goes back to those things, right? Is just like me clarifying that. And I think that for anyone who has something to say or wants more, they should certainly just come to your channel, right? Hit it up and we could talk about it. But one thing's for sure, I'm confident. And this can sound real arrogant, but I'm confident in saying that when it comes to drug trafficking, when it comes to cartel stuff, and I'm not saying that I'm the only one. I'm sure there's some people out there probably getting it right now. But today in this world, people are willing to even share some stuff. There ain't no one out there like me. There will never be another, JMP, because guess what? Those dinosaurs of drug lords, they're gone. They're gone. They're never coming out. And that makes a big difference, because just, it doesn't matter. There's plenty of big drug lords in Mexico that never even met the bosses, and that's the truth. I think that it's hard for people to accept that, right? They'll start, coming up with lies and stuff like that. And then the last one for him, just because before I even met any drug lord or anyone, me and my brother were pushing 1,500 kilos a month. And I think that anyone in the city would never, well, if you look at the timeline, you're like, who wouldn't even second guess that, Hey, so I can't see the chat, just so you know, because I'm talking to you off. I don't have the.
No, let me finish the point that I was making. You mentioned you was like, oh, I don't want to get into a war. And that's why I said I've done pretty good at not falling into the personal attacks at past, present, future, whatever the fuck. But what I am, and this ain't no war with them, they are unworthy. First of all, you can't fuck with me on any level of existence. On this plane of existence or any other, you can't fuck with me, right? But what I will continue to do is, the moment the motherfuckers tell a lie attached to my name, your name, this motherfucking show, I am going to continue to create an archive of exposure material that just shows the world who they are. So when the time comes down the line and it's all said and done and the gimmick is washed up and they're washing off or painting over that stupid fucking Scarface studio over there, you know what I'm saying? There's an encyclopedia of the lies and those lies being picked apart, but in their own words. That ain't a war. That's just me, archiving shit.
Yeah, no, that's you're right about that. I think it's just I guess we're I'm not even sure if those channels are gonna be successful, right? Because it's just gonna be different from the El Prophet, like El Prophet just shared his thoughts on base, I never thought he was full of shit. He just shared his thoughts of what he believed, right, based on articles and news media. And you have so many different platforms. Like Matt Chukak lets you basically go in there and tell your story. And I love his face expressions. You have a soft white underbelly that really just lets you talk. And sure, all these. But now it's getting to it's almost like it's wars between these channels, and whoever could create the more controversy is going to be. They think that comes to,
I feel like they've oversaturated everything and everyone is desperate right now. They're desperate for the same interviews. They're desperate to interview each other. It's a circle jerk. It's what happens with everything that you get too much of. All the liars are in circles, just back and forth. Now they can't cover the cartels. They got to cover some other organized crime or this or that, or there's always something. Now, I know for a fact that when I was done exposing them the last time. I said I wouldn't talk about them, and I went on about my business. And what I mean by talk about them is I wasn't going to make videos about them. If I mentioned them in something, I mentioned you. You the one lying on the internet. Go find me talking bullshit, then you could talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I lost my point.
The behind the scenes, yeah, but behind the scenes, just so you know, Shy, you know that we have, sometimes different opportunities or people reach out, especially some of the big, really big podcasts out there, right? And they get mad at me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They basically like, oh, you don't want to do it? Fuck you! I'm not gonna be kissing your ass. And I'm like, look, I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna get on there like, oh, why don't you answer certain questions? Like, bro, like, are you stupid? The questions, the answers I have, you don't want to hear, right?
Right.
And for the other people, it's like, bro, one thing about it is like, I never worked for anyone for me to feel like I have to go on there to prove myself on someone else's podcast, And I'll tell you something, like, look, Try, I've told you, like, somebody pays me 30, 40 G's to go on the ground, I'll do it. You get me?
Right.
Waste my fucking time to go do someone else's podcast that's asking me to do it just because they think they have a podcast where a bunch of fools go on their podcast and share their stories because they're selling bullshit because they want to sell a fucking t-shirt or a fucking fake book or anything else.
Right.
Like what the fuck what am I getting out of it? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that was the point that I lost earlier. Was that I know for sure that I mentioned those guys, but in the last couple of days, the disparity shows, man. Kung Fu Panda saw that the ginger was getting smacked up, and he felt like I was giving him too much attention, and he popped up running his mouth talking about, he lives rent free in my head, but he's coming to knock on my door and talk crazy, and then wonder why I'm as aggressive as I am because I'm not playing this shit. I'm not playing, bro. I'm doing what I'm doing.
So I'm because I've been reading between the little lines from some of the comments that I seen earlier. So I don't know the whole story, but look, Shai, I just want to tell you, we'll call it here. Like Gene, I know Gene, whatever the case is. I also know, the real Gene. He has made a career out of embellishing and just like talking shit and battling everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He has made, and it has worked for him, and that's what he considers success. Right, and that's what Ginger is doing, and I'm sure people thinking to myself like, damn, that's what I have to keep doing to keep people, my name in people's mouth and talking about it.
Yeah, they all dancing. I'm not dancing.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's true, bro. If people ain't hate on you, people ain't talking about you, then most of the times you're not,
I'm good.
In the street culture, you're not like being successful. You're not being active.
This is so weak that it's an insult. I feel that way.
Yeah, but to me, like, me and my brother talk, off record, and we're like, I don't want to be known for like making up lies. Like, I don't want people to know me because I'm making up lies.
Right.
Like that's not, like that's like a cheap. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but it's like a cheap whore, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a cheap whore, bro. Like,
Brotti.
You would do it for anything. And when I say it's even bad, when I say I'll put a price on my time, but if you asking for it. And if I'm beyond your availability or what you're willing to pay, then I'm just not for you. The same way, we might have different tastes. You get me?
Right.
I don't have a problem with like, if people will be like, oh, people are gold diggers. They're not just gold diggers. You're just mad that you can't afford them.
Right.
There's a bracket. There's cars for every bracket. There's everyone has a bracket. Where you go to shop at, what type of food you eat, right? Why are you mad? You know what I'm saying? It's that type of mentality I think that gets lost. First of all, Shai, I started to listen to like a good 20 minutes of your interview with Iceberg, and it's funny because shouts out to Iceberg. I don't know him, but he sounds like he's I don't know all the details, but he sounds like he's a genuine person. Just come share your story. I think it's great. You give people a platform, come share their story, whatever the case is. And it doesn't sound like he's trying to glamorize the story.
Nah, man, that motherfucker tricked me, man. It was anticlimactic. It was great. But here's how it went down. He popped up. He came in hot. He didn't say nothing in the chat. He said, this is the family that I was in. This is what I know. This is what I can. And we get a lot of that in the comments where they come in. They be like, they come in, they start speaking about the things we're talking about in the videos factually, like they know factually, like they were sitting at the table and shit, and then they want to tell me their family lineage and who they know and all this bullshit. So he came in like that. So when he took the link, I expected him to be overly zealous. You know what I'm saying? And I expected him to be fantastical, and he wasn't. He told us a simple story that could have happened to anybody.
But I think that because remember in text and in comments, it just gets read the wrong way.
And I hear everybody sounds obnoxious to me, probably internally.
Yeah, but also I just want to tell you, it's funny because we get that all the time, and I'm gonna just say nothing against Iceberg, because you mentioned something. I want to tell you, like, there's a big difference for all those people in the comment. Like, look, I'm not the cousin, I'm not the family. You know, big shout out to my brother Mando, who was the real dude doing it. And when he was doing it, bro, I'm gonna tell you, there was no one that's gonna question him. You know, back then, and you see all the comments like saying, "Oh, their brother was the real man." You get me? You know, he was for that time, but my brother was never like at our level. You know, but I, you know, again, I didn't have a family member, I didn't have a cousin, I didn't have an uncle, I didn't have a, like what I'm saying. Yes, my dad. What I'm saying, I don't speak about their life. I'm speaking about mine, you know?
Right.
There's a big difference between that. But I did hear his story. He sounded like he was a humble dude or whatever. And I think that that's a great thing for you, maybe to keep offering that platform. You should put it on your channel where say, hey, you're on a show, you want to share it. And I think just explaining that if you come share your story, that your audience, you know, the usual suspects and everyone else is going to judge them of what they think. And they can't be mad at you if someone thinks,
nah, they can. That's
bullshit.
what we've learned. What we learned is they can be mad, and I can continue to not give a fuck.
They can be mad, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's funny because it's like, bro, it's not one person. It's, you know, hundreds of persons. You know, telling you that you're annoying or you're full of shit or you're this or this is life.
And they were honest enough to keep it real with Iceberg, the group we have. Mind you, the more subs we get, the more people that come around, you're gonna get more people. Some people vote against what they think you want to win in the vote. You know what I'm saying? Just cause some people are just contrarians.
But also people are just trolls, right?
Yeah.
We know that. People just like ain't got shit to do with, they just troll shit around. Like, come on, let's do it, you know?
Yeah, but these guys were honest. They were honest. I was sitting here waiting for him to say some fantastical shit. They kept it honest with him. Even Ish, when he says, and Ish said it then too. He said it was interesting. I thought it was a good conversation. I didn't care too much about the details or what he had to say. I don't know how that doesn't contradict itself, Ish. But
yeah, that's funny. You know, that's funny because I was listening to the fact that he was saying, you know, what he was talking about. Like it seems like, you know, real to me. And you know, again, everyone has a story, right? You know, no one's, you know, again, everyone's story. I'm not saying they're not just one's not more important than the other. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everyone has a story, and I get that. You know, the problem is that what's happened today is that people really think that they're the ones, right, Shy? And it's crazy because you never shared your story. You're just a platform. You never show your story. You never say, "Hey, I was this person." You know, like Matthew Coxworth says, "Hey, I committed fraud. I went to jail, and this what happened, and this what happened." Platform, or you were, you know,
I'm a Chicago dude. I was an MC. I'm an actor. I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Anything else? Call your fucking sources in Chicago, man. Ask them.
Yeah, I think that's very hard for people to understand. And like I seen that. What's his name? I guess he you know, Crime Entertainment had like a trial, and I like that he said, "Look, I don't know, you know, I don't know anything." And you, Shy, you as a YouTuber, you might think somebody should bet something or bet the stories, but how are you supposed to be prepared for someone like that gas is supposed to, you know? He basically, you know, sprayed everywhere.
You got caught in the crossfire. Fuck you.
Yeah, he threw shots everywhere. You get me? And he's just trying to keep up. Like, what
they're all catching it. I love that I'm getting the 2-for-1s every time he talks, because he brings people in to hear their story, but he ends up telling his story that leads to my name, that leads to your name.
Yeah.
And then I'm watching them react to him. Okay, don't vet him. Watch your mouth about me, though. Don't vet him, but watch your mouth about me, though, because you don't know nothing of me, and I'm sitting here not telling lies on the internet. Meanwhile, I'm looking at you like the guy that got duped by a liar that I know is the biggest liar on the internet.
Yeah, but I think that I think that you call that peace out. I think even that I don't know him, but I think he'll admit that he made the mistake if he did say, and he probably preferred just to not say nothing. Because I see some of the comments call him out, and they make good points, and it goes back to like people trying to defend themselves from things that they say out their mouth. You get me? They say out their mouth, and it's like then you want to play. Oh, you're just a rat lover.
Yeah,
No, people are calling, and I think that people are seeing it. But for one thing's for sure is that you don't want these. I know you don't care, Shy, if people drop a comment or they don't, you know. But for other platforms, it's engagement, right? Which the way they love it, you know.
Look. Let me tell you, Jay. I do the work, bro. I do the work, and this is how I do the work. I don't sit around all day worried about followers and who got followers. I just do the work, right? So the comments come, good or bad, they get a heart. If they're too crazy, they got to get the fuck out of here and end up in the bathroom. I give everybody a salutes in the hundreds. That's me doing the work. I'm not, every now and then, if I have to argue with one or if I feel like somebody says something too stupid, I say something back, you know what I'm saying? But I'm there doing the work. I'm not sitting around strategizing how I could make up this fucking little white lie that leads to this big lie with all this. But I'm not doing what these dorks are doing. I'm not dancing. I'm not listen, sometimes the curriculum that's going to happen on the show pops up 5 minutes before we get on live. These guys is getting out there being prepared to tell lies that everybody sees through. And I'm winging it. And I'm winging
absolutely. And I think the most laughable thing as grown men and as fathers, like, I have more followers than you. Yeah. And it's like, and just I'm going to tell the world this on your channel. I have no followers. None. So that makes people who have followers more real. Just think about that. Like, I have no followers. Shy, you got way more followers than me. You know what I'm saying? Owen Hansen. You know what I mean?
And I thought you were the boss. How I got more followers than you? And you the boss.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. My workers, are doing their job. Shy, you're doing your job. Again, right? Again, just because this is what the world is like if you have more followers, you have more credibility. No. You could buy followers too.
That's not my metric. I've already lived my metric of who I am.
And just, again, right? We're just highlighting a bunch of mixture of things, and I will say again, and this is me trolling now, and this is me really talking shit because I don't mind it. Like to the Ginger, to Owens, and to the Primos. Like seriously, I'm gonna sound like Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? You never made my girl's money, and you ain't the hustler that my girl was at one time. So, I think if you're gonna compare yourself, try to compare yourself to her, especially when it comes to, for anyone to talk about having balls or whatever the case is, it's like, stop, bro, stop. We're in different worlds, we're in different environments, and it just feels bad when I feel bad because I feel like I take for when someone's like, oh, all they did was spend money, and for women out there, it's like, huh? Like you're really coming into, a mother's, a wife's, a mother's, a woman's, world and talking about them, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. It's just crazy. But, Chad, before I go, man, anyone in the chat want to say what's up? Just to everyone, say hello.
Shout out. Let me run through the chat real quick anyway. There's a bunch of shit said. But Eddie, what you just say, bro, the old you would have told Jay, thanks for the idea, but you ain't producing this fucking show. Shout out to Iceberg. Salutes to Iceberg. The old me, what happened? I changed Eddie from last week. God damn. Hold on, let me see what I got here.
Big shouts out to my brother too, who's gonna be like, why you even mention that motherfucker's name? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Big shouts out to Think Like a Kingpin.
Shout out Peter Flores, Batman. Let's see. I feel like our prophet does it.
Hey, listen, I want to say something else. Since I was a worker, how come no one's ever said how much Chopper paid us?
Because nobody said how he paid you?
Yeah, I mean, how much he paid us? Because Owen Hansen got paid $1 million a day to work for him. How much do you think your brother would have got paid by Chapo to work from?
That was his number. Wait, that's what the payroll said. $1 million a day.
Well, that's what he
Well,
said.
did
That's what
weekends
that's
count?
right.
Was Saturday and Sunday included?
I don't know. I have to ask.
How
Because
about the
if he
leap
did,
year? How about the leap
I'm
year?
gonna be jealous that Chapo or Mayo didn't pay me the same amount of money.
How
No?
about leap year? They get leap year money. You gotta look into that.
Mhm.
Call HR, bro. Call HR. We were talking about the way all these interview guys are eating everything up and they're just chewing on each other at this point. The mob interviews have gotten dry too, Ish says. I feel like guys just hanging out kind of how you do it is more interesting. I feel like this is the future. I feel like
I believe that. Chat. I even seen that interview. I think you should start pushing that out each and every day, like a little commercial. Like, man, if anyone wants to come and just share their story, right? You don't have to be known. You don't have to be a podcaster. You don't have to put your face out there. You know, share your story. Let's see if you don't mind getting critiqued. Almost like we drop music.
You're gonna go tell it over there. They're gonna tell you in the comments. We're just gonna make a spectacle of it. Come over here. Let's have a good time.
Just have a good time. Let's have a good conversation. Oh, and before I forget, I want to say something. Again, I have respect. Look, Sammy dropped a video where he keeps commenting, and I think that I feel bad because Sammy's getting old, and he doesn't even know what he's saying. I don't even think he remembers, but he gives a bunch of false information. And I'm gonna say, like, I'm gonna take the high road and say maybe he's not a liar, but he just doesn't remember.
Right. He took the high road, y'all. What road do y'all think I'm taking, y'all?
Yeah, a lot of things that he says is false. So.
Yeah, so false would mean, okay, so he got an out right there. Threw him some bail. He don't remember. But it doesn't mean it's not false. He just doesn't remember. Doesn't mean he's lying. He just doesn't remember. All right? Just doesn't remember. Let me see what's going on in the chat. You probably would have made more working for Chapo if he ever paid you.
I probably would have made a lot less. Trust me. He was not such a giving person, okay?
That's not even Owen Hanson's story. That was just the thumbnail. I think he made $1 million in one day. Some bullshit. What you mean the coked out quarterback? That's the name of the movie, no? Did you watch the docuseries? Jay, question, what is the name of your podcast, or do you have one? We told you. When they were saying, now he will, hopefully, someday. But when they were saying, that's why I said in the response, they popped up, they said, you were on their show, right? That I was saying, yeah, he was on my show.
Yeah, so let me clarify that. I don't have a podcast. I don't have a platform. Shy shares his platform with me. I come on the Shy channel, and I've been coming on for the last 3 years or something. And he gives me the platform, the opportunity. I don't have a show. It's Shy show. So again, false information, right?
And when he does, the first place that you'll hear about it will be right here.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are just out there saying whatever. You notice that, right? He keeps saying the twins, the twins, the twins, the twins. He swung off you for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even talk to your brother.
He hasn't. My brother would never have wasted his
right. He likes to say it was an interview. We didn't tell him to come to no interview. It was the same kind of conversation me, you, and Matt had. That's how it was supposed to be. Except this guy's so full of himself that even on his own podcast, it lands there. It's just it, man. And again, I'm not gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna just keep pointing out the lies and keep moving from there. They can't fuck with me on no level. They're very thirsty right now. I mean, Kung Fu Panda came over here begging last night. Begging for attention. It just feels cheap already. Like, man, I got real shit to cover and talk about. But they ain't just going to keep saying my name. They can't even fix their mouth to say it right.
I think, big shout out to Primo, the Black Hand of the Sinaloa Cartel.
AKA, I don't know.
AKA, go copy his book.
AKA, what's the definition of cooperation in your hood?
Yeah, finally came through, but I think that the Vlad stuff might have not worked out for him.
No, that
so
wasn't
he's
good.
Probably bitter.
That shit backfired?
He's probably bitter. Yeah, he's probably bitter about it, so he's coming over here. So we'll catch up on that another day. I gotta watch the video and stuff. But big shouts out, big shouts out to Primo and his family, and make sure nothing but the best for him.
Rocha, jail by the end of the year?
Yeah, for sure.
Out of there.
Shit, by the end of the month, probably.
By the end of the month, probably. That was sad last night. That dude was just going in circles with nothing to say. It's been so many of them. I've been whooping ass. I did it yesterday just on sopita and motherfucking spiced rum drinks. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Whooping ass, Jay.
Yeah,
High road ain't me.
Think,
I'm alleys and gangways, Papa.
I think that it's more bitterness, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They want to blame someone and they take it out on everyone else. I think that's what it is.
They'll be all right. They need to stop talking to each other. Go talk to therapists.
I think it's better for them to do a whole Avengers of
lying ass Avengers.
The lying ass Avengers, like the Power Rangers, like the fake ones.
Yeah.
Sit down on a platform. Listen, I will tell you something. They probably make great entertainment.
Yeah, it's not even clever enough, man. Here's the thing. The problem is people's bullshit rate of people. Not everybody. There's a lot of dummies out there, man. That's the best way I could put it. There's always going to be a population of people that are prepared to eat bullshit, and you could convince them either way, back and forth all day long.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, Jay. Well, next time you want to visit us, we'll make sure we got something structured and we ain't talking about these cucks. We plan on moving on from them, so he's gonna just keep saying the same shit over and over. That's what they do. But they're desperate, man. And I don't feel bad for them like you do. Like I said, I'm alleys and gangways, you high roads, Papa.
Yeah, no, yeah. Again, remember, that's the thing I think is great about a relationship, right? And it just shows that we don't really change, bro. I think that in all this time, besides you getting mad because I was late for something or something like that, or getting mad at my
wasting my time. Don't be wasting my time. Don't be keeping on
my
the
earpieces
microphone
and stuff. I think that you would know that it's why we get along. It's why we get along. And some of the guys that you've met that were part of my circle, you couldn't understand why we have such a great relationship. It's because at the end of the day, it's nothing special about us.
Right.
We're just. I think we're just what it is, like real men or real people, even through our flaws, is right. You never see one of those dudes be like, oh, they're snitches. You know what I mean? They never it's just we live in real life. You know what I mean? We don't live in the YouTube life, and I think that's why we were able to get along fast, and we off these channels we're always bouncing all kinds of different things off each other and talking and you know what? I will tell you something. I was listening, and big shouts out for those who don't know, those who actually are have who are bilingual and listen to Spanish stuff. What's his name?
Fernando?
Jose Luis Montenegro.
Jose Luis Montenegro.
He did an interview. If you guys go look for him on YouTube. I really like him, man, just because he's a smart guy. I feel like he's very humble. He's honest. He wrote a book.
Fourth Transformation.
El día que cayó el Mencho or something. I think el día que cayó el Mencho, or I think that's what it's called. I should make sure. But he actually dedicated a whole chapter of that book to me. And you go check it out. Whatever you guys go are into reading books or something, check it out. And it basically covers how I met Mencho and who he was at that time, and my relationship with the Valencias and El Cartel del Milenio and stuff like that. So I was actually tuning into that, listening to him, and he's a great journalist as well. So
right. So Jose Luis Montenegro, yeah, they be having some shit. I was calling them to task today though, because I got to look into it. They talk about some audio, but I don't hear the audio. It's them. I got to see about that. I got to watch it.
Yeah, I think one thing I think we should, offline we have talked about it, that you like them too. It's Jose Luis Montenegro. I'm not sure
I
what
used
the other
them here. Velez just told me today that Lemus was the one that said Rocha would be back in a month. And I watched them, and it's only now that shit is starting to fucking, hey, I'm gonna look into it before I got too much to say.
Yeah, so these are, I think, I like journalists I really respect, like Angel Hernandez too from Millennial,
Those guys are
who
real
covers a lot.
journalists. Those guys are real
Yeah,
journalists.
they're real journalists who cover real stories that don't sensationalize, like other journalists, that just basically have, tell the truth and stuff like that. So, big shouts out to them
They're
too.
no
You guys
Yohan
want to keep
Grillo.
up.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, no, yeah, Ian Grillo, shouts out to him. So also, and today on Netflix,
Yeah.
La Captura, was they viewed the story of El Chapo told by the federal police agents that actually arrested him. Um, and I haven't saw it, but I'm gonna see if I
I'm
could
probably gonna
catch
go
it
see if I
tomorrow.
check that shit out right now.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but it's a little bit late for me, man. I've been
Not for
traveling
me,
the whole
papas. I
week.
burned the
Yeah,
midnight oil.
yeah, I've been traveling all week, so I gotta catch up. So, um, yeah, but again, Shai, man, it's always a pleasure. It's Friday. Big shout out to everyone. And just so you guys know, man, I've been in and out. I sometimes don't. I'm not able to stay all the time, but I watch the content later. So big shout out to the usual suspects, Rida, everyone else. What's up with JP, bro? I haven't seen him.
JP pops up every now and then. I tell him, he can be the hashtag king, but to be the people's champ, he got to be out here kissing hands and shaking babies like a politician. So every now and then he'll pop up. Sometimes the chat summons him. But he's good. He'll
Yeah.
be around.
So big shout out to Primo, our Primo, Velez, Shannon, um, everyone else, the usual suspects that tune in and stuff.
The Moose got a crazy story. Was locked up with Caro Quintero, all the big dogs. Salutes, Jay. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time. I'll be over here handling these dogs.
Yeah. Let me tell you a funny story before I go. I'll be watching I'll be scrolling on TikTok. I think it's great that Emma's on there. Anything that she's able to make something positive, something negative. I think it's great. She just they're being herself. So I heard you guys talking about that, but I follow this dude named El Raton. I'm not sure anyone else follows him. He's a paisa that was he did federal prison time, and he basically tells everyone don't do it. He talks about don't do the crime because it'll be hard and they're gonna give you a lot of time and don't snitch because they're gonna ask for paperwork,
Right.
and stuff like that. And he shares stories and I hit him up because I'm always following him and sometimes he says funny things. And he has he does sell these baseball hats or caps with the Tom and Jerry the little mouse.
Yeah.
And his own little style or whatever. But I had reached out to him, and I said he was giving people advice because they ask him how much for this, how much time would you do for this, or what if you tell, what if you don't tell. And I made a joke, but I caught his attention, so I told him it was yo, it was me. And it turns out that he was locked up with a bunch of people that a bunch of us old associates of mine and from Mexico and from and I was stunned to know that he said, "Oh man, I know your guy, I know your worker, El Bori, which is one of my barbers who was one of the workers." He's like, "Man, I was locked up with him. He used to cut my hair too, And I was just like, "Holy shit," because I didn't even know they had actually did time and stuff. So every every here and there, I'll get these stories from different people that that were locked up with different people that I knew, and it's just crazy, with people coming out and doing content and sharing
Everybody's
those
out there
things.
in the internet streets.
Yeah.
Some of them is telling the truth. Some of them ain't telling nothing. Most of them are lying their ass off. Unfortunately, but I like I said yesterday, I think there'll be a turnaround. Oversaturation always leads to things coming back around. They're gonna come searching for the truth.
Absolutely. So when they come, big shouts out to all those people who never been to the channel who are finally tuning in. Big shouts out to you guys. And there's a playlist of old interviews and things that we talked about. All the things that are probably getting talked about now. We've addressed them some way somehow through our book. I mean, through our Wise book, Cartel Wise, or through Surviving Chapo, both seasons, or through these interviews. And it's probably the only place we've ever give interviews that talks about things that maybe that these podcasters talk about, right? It's the only times we ever address them have been on here.
Salutes. I appreciate it. You know, and make
Yeah.
sure that make sure that my check come in on time.
Yeah,
Right.
make sure I pay you.
I don't want to have no fucking
I'm
problems
late.
when I go to the check cash and they're like no money. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, so it's funny because it's like so basically if you work for me you would have been fired because I always tell you take the high road and you never do.
No, I'm not taking it. Yeah, right. See, wouldn't I get reprimanded, sent to the bathroom and shit? Put me in the fucking
Sent to the bathroom.
Oh,
It's funny
fuck
because
you.
we just tonight the movie of tonight with my family was A Bronx Tale. So I was laughing about it because I kept seeing that. So.
That's what y'all watched tonight? Good shit.
Yeah, it's my favorite. And I tell my kids, in Little Village, I was, little C. You get me? Growing up, and they think it's funny.
You was in a what?
That I was little C. Colangelo.
Oh, Colangelo.
Colangelo.
Funny.
So yeah, before I go, anything in the chat, just so we don't lose them.
Shout out Velez. Need to have the ginger listen to both Surviving El Chapo and Cartel Wives to know the real story. That way he could go lie about some real shit.
No. But here's funny. Here, Velez, he did listen to it. That's where he gets all this bullshit. He listens to it, and then he thinks about how he's gonna push back on it. Just
yeah, how can he misinterpret it purposely?
Yeah, on purposely. Yeah, for sure. That's how he listens to. That's where he gets his information.
Oh, shout out IB. Flores Twins should absolutely be paying Shy in the chat for public relations services rendered. That's some real talk. Listen, at the end of the day, if we thought they were bullshit, we would have called them on their bullshit already.
Okay, but listen, let's keep it real. Some of the public relations stuff that we have to go through is because Shy created it.
How? I did nothing. I'm just here. That's it. That's it. I did create Former Kingpin Reacts and asked Jay to do that. He did it, and on the first night, bro, we got us a goofy that lasted us a lifetime, bro. Kung Fu
Just so
Panda.
you know, if that would not happen, we probably would have done like literally 20, 30 videos,
What do you mean? What?
Like we remember because we had so many things lined up in the pipeline.
Yeah.
But all that distracted us from actually continuing to go on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It did, but again, it gave us the gift that keeps on giving. A couple of goofies that aren't afraid to embarrass themselves in front of everybody and be called out with their own words.
You see, and I'm gonna tell you what says everything is like because when we talk about Owen Hanson, like thinking that was my channel, and then he calls when I see you, it's like
I thought he was talking to me at first, so I took the alley in the gangway. And I told him, I fucking, whatever the fuck I told him, watch your fucking mouth, who you think you talking to. And then I told Jay, I said, this motherfucker thought he gonna come in there and tell me when he see me, I'll break your shit.
No,
and Jay said, I think he thinks he was talking to me. I said, you're right.
Because remember, he's doing some of he goes to some of the conferences I go to, but it's like he thinks like, again, if he would have said, hey, like, let me get my money, like, why are you coming at me? Or a little bit
No, you making threats and shit.
You making threats, you get me? Because it's like, bro, like, you're funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be a tough guy. You know what I mean? Like, come on, stop, bro. This ain't, University of South.
Yeah, nah, man. Miss me with the coked out quarterback bullshit, man. Blowing Hanson, man. Watch your mouth. Go tell your lies. And that's it. Shout out Ivy. So why don't we just run it again? But the mods have to be super in on it in the chat to keep the flow moving for that specific show. Well, technically, what he means by distraction, it wasn't like the mods. It wasn't a show that we did live. We would film that behind the scenes. I would edit it. We would drop it. We did the first one. What he means by distraction is we did the first one, and then Kung Fu Panda did a little pushback, and then we went and we covered him again, and we found more nothing, and then he pushed back with some more nonsense. These guys just keep lying, and we keep coming with facts, and they keep lying, and we keep coming with facts.
Because we covered some news clips, and we
we did other things, but I'm trying to clarify to him what you meant by distraction. So now, if we were to bring the show back the way you're talking with the chat super in on it, that would, that's a live stream. That's a different format than what we would do.
I think
We
that,
did some
that
of
we
them
should,
live. We did some of them.
you guys, if you guys are
Hold on a
interested
sec.
in,
Hold on a sec, Jake. Shout out Ish for the $2 power
Ishmael
chat.
sent $2 hashtag I love YouTube hashtag I love YouTube premium.
Shout out Ish for the $2 power chat. I love YouTube. I love YouTube premium. He must have went premium. He got tired of the ads. All right. Sorry. I'm just testing the ads. The ads are on low right now, man. Let me see. The ads are on low right now. Go ahead, Jay. What was you saying? Did you lose your point?
I think that you guys should drop some like you guys got good clips, of those things where I could do reaction,
Yeah.
Drop them on the Discord, right? I think that hardest part is that Shy, you're doing a lot, and even, I'm living it. I hear something, I might like send you a screenshot, whatever, but it's hard to keep up. You get me? With so much stuff going on. But if people are able to, share that in the Discord and log it somewhere, it'd be good for us to go back and I'll give my reaction of what I think from, again, this is my reaction on Shy. Shy just put the platform, and sometimes I'll be like, hey, Shy, why don't you give me your reaction? And Shy would be like, nah, this is Kingpin reaction, not Shy reaction.
Because here's the thing, this is what I was trying to get y'all to understand. There's times where him and P would come on. There's times where he would come on alone. There's times where P would be on here alone. Jay would always, again, we trade videos back and forth. His reaction matters. Again, when I thought of that show, I thought of it as those shows that say they're gonna have a bank robber watch bank robber, scenes in movies and scrutinize them. I'm just the producer. I'm not the bank robber. You're the guy that could talk about it. So I always figured let it be him. He wanted to have the conversation. My point was we always have the conversation in live streams. This is just you reacting because you're the guy with the insight. You're the guy that knows.
Yeah. I thought it'd be a lot, like, to me, I think it'd be a lot more, interesting to get you talking shit and then you hear me mine and I agree with you. I don't. I think that'd be fun. But it's funny because I see some of your chat. I think I see some of your chats, and I've seen people drop stuff on other people's. I seen that whole clip about Chapo getting G and Chain back is going viral again. I seen probably literally, bro, 25 different clips, different different accounts, and I see people saying, "Oh, there were not no kingpins. Oh, there were no one." And I'm like, man, maybe I wasn't.
Who was?
Because if I wasn't, then shit. Right. Everyone else was just a damn,
Nah, the internet is not a real place, bro. It's a place where the uninformed bask in their own glory.
Yeah, think about that. If I wasn't, everyone else was just go collect the carts at the grocery store.
Vete busca las cocas.
Yeah, go get the cokes, man. Make sure you got gas in the car and wash it.
Shout out IBJ. Are you going on Fox anytime soon, or is it Pete? No, it's Jay.
Nah, you know what, man? I ain't gonna lie. I passed up a few times just because, man, it's just so much going on. You get me? It's just so much going on. I feel like at the time that sometimes I'm with it. Sometimes I feel like I just, for what? You know what I mean? And a lot of times you gotta be on standby where they'll call you that day and be like, "Oh, we need you on," and then sometimes I feel like, man, I don't work for you. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker is busy. We got a life,
Yeah, tonight you felt like fucking talking. That's it. It's that simple. And then me, I just gotta answer when the boss calls, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, no. But it's not that I feel like talking is just it's just life. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I mean, if there's other days where you're not feeling so fired up, those are days that
Yeah, I think so too. Because remember, sometimes I'm not gonna lie, I get burnt out by this. I've been telling you this, right?
Yeah.
Because behind the scenes, this is my life, and sometimes I'm just I'm over it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Shaq, man, you've been at it. I've seen. I was looking. I couldn't find the video from last night. I finally found it, and you were on there for almost 7 hours. So I'm sure you're tired yourself and stuff.
Yeah, we do. We've been here 6. Yeah, we've been here 6 hours. I dropped in the Discord the playlist for former Kingpin Reacts, so y'all can go check out how all this shit started. Yeah. No, yeah, I've been going fucking hard, and I'm gonna continue. It is what it is, man. I'm not done. I gotta finish this little video. I gotta take a look at what they was talking about. I'm not gonna wait till
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, so you might as well get it done, but just that video he's gonna come talk about that he does consulting and stuff like that.
Really, he goes that route. Listen, they're listening. We're changing them. If we can only get them to tell the truth, we already got them to cover the fucking Scarface walls. We got them to start. He corrected himself today, and instead of saying he said the twins, but then he said no, it was just Jay Flores, right? So we already got him to do that. He's my motherfucking dancing monkey. He's my fucking puppet, right? So we got them to do that. They changed the lighting. Bay wasn't there today, but Nelson, he's still shouting out Nelson a little bit too much. We're getting them to change, and now he's using your job as his cover. He's a consultant.
It's not, but listen, I don't mind it. I think it's great to inspire people. You know what I mean? Inspire people to come up with, and the fact that 100% he's lying. You know what I mean?
I hope we can inspire them to tell the truth.
But it's crazy because, like, listen, man, it's so crazy. Some people have reached out to me, and next thing you know, they have a consulting business. You know what I mean? It's laughable. Like.
But then they'll judge about it too. They'll judge for it too. It's like, God damn, boy, you can't. You're gonna judge the man for doing it, then you're gonna copy his style. God damn.
The same thing he says about the youth, right? I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? I go to youth organization, I go to YMCA's, I go to different, juvenile detention centers, and he tells me he's questioning that when all he talks about is you're not a man. You know what I mean? Like, stop, bro. It's just funny. Yeah.
Ginger snaps.
But all right, sorry, man. Anything else? I'm gonna go ahead and.
Nah, man. Have a good night. Holla at your boy.
Yeah, everyone out there, stay safe, man. Hopefully, you guys are home already, in a safe environment. Big shout out to everyone in the chat, and we'll tune in. I'm sure that something will happen, but we'll tune in. And I'm if I don't catch it live, sorry, I'm gonna
catch the edits, man. That way I'm gonna cut all the bullshit. Even some of my insults. The insults are all for the live. I don't want to weigh down the other ones, but I pick the best one and make sure that's the one that come out right there.
And also, I think this hopefully this doesn't get cut. And I'm not saying because you will cut it, but I touch out all the time what I think would help the platform, And I'm like, don't say this. Just say it like that. And he'd be like, hell no.
Hell no.
Fuck the platform.
Yeah. Fuck out of here, platform.
So yeah.
And I'm trying to be a man of better language and shit like that, but you come fucking with me, I'm alleys and gangways, Papa. Yeah, that's where I'm headed. As soon as you hang up, I'm going to the alley and the gangway. I'm going to go watch Scott, Anthony, and the Ginger talk about me.
Yeah, but again, I want to say something because I say that. It doesn't mean I'm being fake. Because what you see is what you get, Or what you hear is what you get. How about that? Yeah. Because I don't change. Even behind closed doors, this is who I am.
I'm they can't be that. They can't be that.
It's hard, It's hard when you wonder how could someone be like that. It says a lot about who you are, And I challenge myself every day to try to grow, Most of the days I'm gonna fail, and then there's some days where I see growth, and there's some days where I see that I backtracked, but I think it comes with growth, and it says a lot about who you are as a character, right? I'm not a chameleon,
right?
So.
All right, man.
All right, bro. God bless, and big shout out to everyone. All right. Yeah, we'll see what happens this week. And behind the scenes, man, there's a lot of good things happening.
Good.
A lot to come, and I think that over the last, over the years, people probably haven't got what they wanted to get, but I think in the next, immediate future, I think that you're going to start seeing, and getting those answers to what we've been waiting for a long time. So I'm excited about it and looking forward to it. So
let's get it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, bro. God bless you. Have a good night. And Chad will holler.
Peace.
God bless everyone. Stay sucker free, guys.
Definitely stay sucker free.
God bless, bro.
Peace. All right, let me kick him the fuck out of here. Kick the boss the fuck out of here. Kick rocks. Shout out Jay Flores for his time. Appreciate it.
I don't know who he is.
Let's go back to these goofies talking about me. Don't get involved, Mr. Scott Anthony. You said you wouldn't get involved. Look at you involved. Let's get it.
I finally reached out to my connects in Chicago, and they're like, let me tell you a little something about him. He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him later and go in on him. The thing, because I just don't want to give him no publicity right now, because he's built his whole career on the twins. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah, I noticed that. It seems like they are.
Let me tell you something about him.
One, he hides his name. Nobody knows who he is.
I don't know who he is.
So I finally reached out to my connects in Chicago, and they're like, let me tell you a little something about him. He still hasn't slipped in my little cracks yet. I'm going to get him later and go in on him. The thing, because I just don't want to give him no publicity right now, because he's built his whole career on the twins. That's it. Nothing else.
Right now.
Yeah, I noticed that. It seems like they're his, like he works for them.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, I start getting phone calls. Listen, when I went on their thing and I went in on them, you can ask Nelson. My DMs, every time I go in on somebody, my DMs get flooded with everybody.
You can ask Nelson.
Okay, let me make a comment. Now, you here, old school, real world, no bullshit, no internet, all that stuff.
You're in the wrong place
Snitching
for that. You're in the wrong place for that, Scott Anthony. Well, everything you just said right there, you're in the wrong place for that. I'm sorry to inform you, sir. You're in the wrong place for that.
Real world, no bullshit, no internet, all that stuff. Snitching is bad, period.
Yeah.
Anybody who's a snitch or cooperates has fucking Ebola. They're on the outside, they get killed, they get smashed, nobody likes them. I know that. You're allowed when...
Hey, somebody put that little Flores to a motherfucker in the back.
Somebody snitch has fucking Ebola. They're on the out, or snitching is bad, period.
Yeah.
Anybody who's a snitch or cooperates has fucking Ebola. They're on the outside, they get killed, they get smashed, nobody likes them. I know that. You're allowed, when somebody snitches, everybody is allowed to throw fucking mud at them. Yeah. That's the way it is. And if you snitch, you better fucking understand, you better have thick skin. Now,
if you lie, you should get some mud thrown at you too. And I used to believe that shit, that, if they got Ebola, if they snitches, everybody's a snitch. What you jerk-offs don't know is that this whole shit started because I was shitting on the twins for being snitches.
The other side of that, the thing I've noticed in my life, it appears that the guys closest to the top get to snitch. Mm-hmm. They get the big deals and they sell out the
You are fucking right about that. You finally over there spitting some truth in that ginger's face.
Whole crew and everybody, and they're kind of forgiven for it. Now, there is a bit of intelligence involved in it. The smarter guys figure out ways to get themselves out. And I'm telling you, from my perspective, the street guys that I grew up with and all the ones I know, the ones that take the murder rap, I know 5 guys who have taken murder raps that they didn't do, but the leader of the gang did it, and they took it for him. He doesn't really give a fuck about them. Mm-mm. He's out on his own, and he's partying. He's not sending them money every week and taking care of them. I get it. I have a guy named David Bonomo that took a fucking beating for me. We got involved in a kidnapping, and it was his van that was used, and they picked him up, and they knew it was me, and they fucking beat him for 3 days, and he never said a word. When my books hit, and everything I dedicated either my 3rd or 4th book to him.
Damn, 3rd or 4th book? That's all kind of letting the cat out the bag.
This fucking guy is a stud. He sat in Georgia for 9 months when I ran away at the side
Yeah, man, few and far in between, bro.
The highway, never gave my name. This guy is 5 foot
he
tall.
understood the rules.
80 pounds. No, because he's a fucking man.
Yeah,
Now-
but that's what I'm saying, though. But because it's like
That's what I'm saying, though. I tell people all the time.
The bosses are all selfish and greedy.
They are. Very.
That's what it comes down to. I was selfish and greedy too. I let him fucking sit there. I mean, the alternative was me walking in and saying, trade me for him, which isn't a reality, but he took it like you're supposed to.
There you go. Be honest about it.
Those are the rules. and that's what you're supposed to do. At the same time, I don't personally know the twins, but I live in Mexico, and their neighbor was a friend of mine, and he was in the game with them. And so I know where their house was. It was a white house in a corner and a double private, what do they call those, subdivisions. So you had to go through a main gate.
Everybody got a book, Achilles. All these book motherfuckers out here. I got to put out a book, man. It's going to be called Cartel. The History of Cooperation and Snitching in the Cartel.
And they were off through the main gate and then in a different subdivision off to the left.
So shout out Ivy. He said, who is this bald guy? This guy is some kind of criminal, supposedly from Chicago, that, you know, is having a conversation in bad company and doesn't even realize it and probably doesn't care. He sounds like he has Ebola. He sounds like he has Ebola. What's up with all these guys with books to sell? They all selling books.
They had a big, nice white house on the corner, and everybody...
You know who don't got a book? The ginger, because he's illiterate.
Around knew them. So to the left, they had a big, nice white house on the corner, and everybody around knew them. So were they the real deal? Yes. They were real big-time dealers.
He's going to say, well, listen, I tell Nelson all the time.
Their father was a real street dealer from Chicago in the old days. They had some gang connections that they were moving their product.
That is the proper way to say it, gang connections. Okay, gang connections.
And they moved a lot of product and they made a lot of money, and they were obviously very astute and very good at their job. But I don't know anything else. They snitched, and that removes you from the gangster category.
Yes.
But they
told you 6 billion times. If you listened once, they told you they wasn't gangsters. They was drug dealers. They was drug traffickers. It's all promotion. It's all bullshit.
Bullshit. I think they're the first ones to admit they're not gangsters.
Hold on. There it is. So then you are listening. So don't let this keep pushing back, Scott. You getting me back, Scott. Shout out Velez. That would be dope. You already have the Cartel series. Just transfer it to a book. Velez. It was supposed to be a book first. But I didn't have time to sit down and do the book, so I said I might as well turn it into a video series. Started as a book. I started outlining shit and researching shit. So there we are. But Les, it's all gonna work itself out. I gotta get a book, bro. Then I go do the interviews. Babe, what do I tell you all the time? Should I tell Jimenez it was me? I said, what's up to Gene, and I follow him and tune into his content. Huh? Eddie Jimenez? What did Eddie Jimenez say? What are you talking about? Salute Eddie Jimenez. You got to tell me what he said and not make me look for it. Tell Eddie Jimenez it was me. I said, what's up to Gene, and I follow him and tune in on his content. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. So Mr. Scott been listening. They said they're not gangsters, man. At first I thought that would be whack, but then I remembered I have a book of mob crimes. Now that you have all the visuals from the videos, you can easily compile the content into a book. Indeed. Shout out Eddie.
Hold on. See, now that's where they want you to believe. This is where I have a problem.
Now he's going to convince y'all that they are gangsters, but then he's going to try to convince you that they're pussies.
Right.
So as soon as I did the hit piece, my DMs absolutely just get flooded. I started getting phone calls from federal prison.
Oh, no shit. People saying I got...
As soon as I did the hit piece, I thought he said he didn't do a hit piece. He hasn't done a hit piece. He's just been rattling off the same shit.
Just get flooded. I started getting phone calls from federal prison.
Oh, no shit. People saying I got something to tell you about them.
I even had family members. I had people from the streets hitting me up. That's where I learned about the Cato thing. I started getting all the phone calls.
What
and
did you learn? I didn't hear nothing about what you learned about the Cato thing.
Messages and DMs.
Are they responsible for Cato's murder?
That's what. Yeah. Even somebody got on a stand and during the.
That's what. Yeah.
At one of the murder trials and said that the twins are the ones that put the hit on him.
He did some bad shit to them. I think he kidnapped one of them, right?
No. That was Saul.
Did not.
No.
He did not have nothing to do with him. He
just made it clear right here on this channel. They were boys.
Main guy. Everybody had to go through him to get anything. So Jay's married to his wife.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you did your research, Scott Anthony. Come on, Scott Anthony. You got to dig in, man. The story, here's the thing. This is why everybody's over there confused and listening to liars and shit. Because they think it's like any of their stories that you can, 3 minutes, you can soak that shit up and there it is. There's a reason that I've known from the beginning that their story is stranger than fiction. It is a story within a story within a story within a story within a story. And you guys think that you're just going to hear something here, hear something there, and then have enough to know what the fuck you're talking about. And you don't. And you're definitely not going to get it from this lying fuck. Not going to happen. Step your fucking game up. If you want to know, know. The highest form of ignorance is a whack-ass investigation.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
wow.
so Jay's married to his wife. His wife's family is big in the police department in Chicago.
I know one of the twins or both of the twins' fathers were cops.
No.
Both of the wives' fathers are cops.
Oh, it's the wife.
No, the twins' wives' fathers.
Yes.
What, is it both of the girls?
No, I don't know about both.
At least one of them.
Yeah, it's both, you dumb fuck. You dumb fuck. You keep coming out here talking about shit you don't know. And they say, oh, but that doesn't matter. It does matter. If you don't know, you don't know. You keep talking about shit you don't know. And lying about it. And these other people are eating that shit up. Not the people in the chat and the comments, they're eating you up. The people sitting with you eating it up. Shout out, Velez. You have book for days, never ending piggy bank. Considered all of it already, Velez. And the chronological order is I want to find the origin of when the shit went left. He doesn't say what people who called him said. Nothing. He mixed the stories up like someone called and said something. He's just doing magic to Mr. Scott over here, man. Just doing magic. I would absolutely be down to help. I have Photoshop and like a good reason to utilize it. I've been wanting to put together a book with my paintings and one of my graphic photography and concept. We're going to talk. Because I have ideas. I've had ideas. And, yeah. Shout out Ivy. It's like Days of Our Lives. It keeps going and going and going in different directions. Listen, and those soap operas been going, you look up those. There's episode 7,000. They're on season 30, 40. We've talked about it before. Shout out Velez. I never talked to anyone in federal prison, and I knew about the supposed Cato thing in the way and other things. Only got clarification here on Shai's channel. That's it. That's the answer. He was going to say they said they sent a bunch of people to be killed. In federal prison, I was the one who married Cato's wife. Huh? That one, now you confused me. But you're talking to Velez anyway. But this guy don't know the story, then he knows the story. He knows bits and pieces. If you don't know, you don't know. Stop talking about it. Stop listening to a liar. Honestly, the Little Village lore isn't well known outside of Little Village. What you talking about? We're talking, well, I beg to differ. Ish. Coming from the guy that has the channel with people from the East, the West, from Germany, that come asking the same question.
Yeah, Jay's wife is the one that was with Cato.
The girls?
No, I don't know about both.
At least
but
one.
It was both. It was both. You fucking jerk off. It was both.
Yeah, Jay's wife is the one that was with Cato.
Okay, so she was Cato's woman.
Yes.
And now
Jay
she's
takes
Jay's,
out.
okay.
So Cato's family, some inside the family said that Jay took out him to get his wife and to take him out so they could have control of the city. Cato was the one that had control of the city.
Yeah, Cato, I believe, was a Latin king, right?
Yes. He's the one that had.
Oh, they didn't know me in federal prison as Twin or Jay. They knew me as the guy who married Cato's wife. Shout out Ish. I mean, I never heard of any of these people. Well, then, you know, it just missed your radar. But I knew before I got into the Twin story, I was 1 degree of separation. Shout out to that. I know that's what I'm saying. That their story is so unique, it could be turned into a show that can go on for years. And, oh, their show. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the book.
Full control of everything that went on, and the twins had to go through him to supply the city. Okay? The twins were nobody.
They're nobody, and they took everything? Nobody.
Twins work for the cartel. Okay? So when I asked Jay, what was some of your most memorable routes? Because if you read
Same shit, we're doing the same shit. Oh, here, I gotta hear what this guy's fucking being fooled about.
the articles, they were such good at trafficking. They were this. They were
It would have been
masterminds.
the cartel that had the routes, and the twins just received it because the cartel's got
Thank
everything
you.
dialed in, and they got the semis with the trap.
Yes, they were
It would've
mastermind memorable routes. Because if you read the article, when I asked Jay, what was some of your most memorable routes? Because if you read the articles, they were such good at trafficking. They were this. They were
It would have been the
masterminds.
cartel that had the routes, and the twins just received it because the cartel's got
Thank
everything
you.
dialed in, and they got the semi.
So before they hooked up with Chapo, they didn't have no routes. They got their routes because of Lupe Ledesma. They got it because of their dad. The first 30 bricks that got dropped off to them the first night, where'd they run that from? What'd they do with that? Somebody brought that to them. That was their route. Okay. But everybody knows how the cartel works, huh? Bruh so jealous, the cartels didn't do shit for us. Same as when you decided to cooperate, the U.S. government said, figure it out. You know?
Eyes with the
They were this. They were
It would have been the
masterminds.
cartel that had the routes, and the twins just received it because the cartel's got
Thank
everything
you.
dialed in, and they got the semis with the
So
traps
guess
in
what?
them, and
That doesn't make you a good trafficker.
What
if you have
doesn't?
the cartels doing everything for you.
okay, it makes you a good customer.
That's it.
Okay.
Say
I'll
you're a good
accept that.
customer.
I'll
Say you're a
accept
good
that.
customer.
Yeah.
So these kids, they talk about how smart they are. Well, how fucking smart are you when you're riding around in a road?
How smart are you that you couldn't get away with a pill mill? How smart are you, bro, to be making all these judgments? How smart are you that you couldn't fabricate enough lies to fool me like you're fooling your guests all over the place?
Royce in the hood.
Well, I did stuff like that, and do you want me?
And now he talks about the Rolls Royce in the hood that the little fat guy told him.
Smart are you when you're riding around in a Rolls Royce in the hood?
Well, I did stuff.
But I asked that question during surviving El Chapo years ago. And I pushed back.
Like that, and do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
You're fucking stupid.
Okay, that's what my point is. So
I did
you
it. I
said
did
that I was kicked back in the last thing, and I never thought your story. You can ask Nelson. Me and Nelson loved your.
You can ask Nelson. Me and Nelson, we were laying next to each other, and we were talking about this. I mean, eventually they opened the doors, but we put up everything. We put everything together. Those were our trucks, our stash outs, our customers, etc. They didn't help us with the route from Colombia. They did help us with their route from Colombia, but shit. By then you already got there. This guy is disingenuous. That's defending itself. I just want to call out all right, so now you're telling us that that's fact, that's the truth. That's the truth. He's not telling the truth. We're never gonna how can I put this? Yeah, we can't defend against a guy that just makes up shit. We'll get the facts out, but We're definitely not defending ourselves to some guy that just makes up shit. These motherfuckers are clowns, so misinformed. They should be clapped by YouTube for putting out all this bullshit. I can't believe Jay isn't more upset. Yeah, I'm telling you, boy. He got the conscience around here. But yeah, I'm with you. So there it is.
Fucking story.
No, not that. No, not that. What?
So you said that I was kicked back in the last thing, and I never thought your story. You can ask Nelson. Me and Nelson loved your fucking story.
No, not that. No, not that. When I first started talking, I looked. A lot of people have said that. Like I just did a video 2 weeks ago.
How the fuck did they flip to something else?
Hey, you're a good customer.
Yeah.
So these kids, they talk about how smart they are. Well, how fuck?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
You're fucking stupid.
Okay, that's what my point is. So you said that I was kicked back in the last thing, and I never thought your story. You can ask Nelson. Me and Nelson loved your fucking story.
No, not that. No, not that.
He instantly got off subject and moved on to some conflict shit. Chopper and Mayo didn't run our business, but they do function how Scott is saying. There it is. Yeah, from there, I'm saying outside of your content and what Ronald Strong put out, like from my generation, the guys from other parts of the city, people just wouldn't know the story. Oh, yeah, well, my generation, I come from a generation that was while it was happening, so I get it. These guys are dorks.
When I first started talking, I looked. A lot of people have said that. Like I just did a video 2 weeks ago with a guy in Chicago again because when I first came out, people were saying, "I don't know this guy. Who is this guy?" I go, "That's by fucking design." I ran away and I built a new life and I fucking buried my past with good deeds and I hid and I never talked about it. And
you wrote 76 books. Fuck are we talking about?
That is the essence of being a good criminal. Everybody knows you. That means you're doing fucking life.
Yeah. So the thing is that we loved your story. We liked it a lot.
It's hard to believe. My life is hard to believe because I'm alive. And you know what the real reason my story is hard to believe? Because I have all my teeth and I can read and write. Because
the guy across from you can't say any of that shit. Or, he ain't got the hair either.
Most of the deepest
guys. I think we're done. Ginger bitch, stop trying to say my name, man. It's too much truth for you. We're gonna break you. Mr. Scott Anthony, stop listening to fucking liars. If you go see the roadmap, I'm gonna make the playlist, the whole Trebek playlist. If you go see all of that, and you think, oh, it's not worth it to see all of that, just go see some of that. See the man's character for what it is, and then you make up your mind from there. Just everybody keep my name out your fucking mouth. I ain't up here lying about shit, telling no stories, none of that bullshit. I'm looking for you liars. That's it. I don't believe this guy either. He seems like a cop. Fuck out of here. All right. It looked like we didn't get to Tupac tonight, but we got to some other segments that needed to be checked out. All right. What time is it? 1:30 in the Shy. We got a bunch of segments to edit. I got a lot of work to do. You guys, somebody gonna have to escape from prison, or somebody gonna have to say my name for y'all to see me live again this week. All right? And even if they say my name, I might take some time. I got catching up to do. These guys ain't worth my time, really. But I will keep an archive of all of these liars. I will keep an archive, a public one that y'all can look at. Let me run through the top fans. Shout out Zoraida, Eddie Jimenez, Velez, Upper Echelon, Ish, Big June, Ivy, Sam, Samsung, Ocean Rush, Rob, Yar, Cody, Shannon, Tupac Back, Tere, Primo, Soulman, 323G, EC12, Kenny, El Sobrino. Shout out Upper Echelon. Thanks for staying up. Salutes. Most likely, Mr. Anthony next person will be Kung Fu Panda. Most likely, Mr. Anthony's next person will be Kung Fu Panda. What, that he go talk to? Shout out Ish. I gotta be up at 6:30. Ooh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. So I have a good weekend, bro. Thanks for another awesome live. Salutes to you. I appreciate you. I even forgot it was the weekend. Tomorrow's Saturday, huh? Sábado gigante. Oh, shit. I might be live tomorrow. I might. Tomorrow night is Teofimo versus Rolly Romero. Salutes everyone. Have a good night. Shout out Ivy. Salutes. Ivy, we'll talk, man. Yeah, tomorrow is Teo versus Rolly. Have a good night, Achilles. Salutes. Ish, go to bed. So I said go to bed. It's bedtime. Shout out JP wherever he's at. Hopefully he's hanging out with the family tonight. Put smut on his name. I'll just go drop the smut in his motherfucking DMs. Fuck. A lot of catching up to do. Catch up, get things scheduled, and then boom. Got a family friend's wedding tomorrow, doing the flowers. Do it well, man. Put your best foot forward. Show your shit. School starts Monday, back to work. Retirement is getting closer. I definitely find the time to watch and catch up on past vids. You gotta do it. Go from the newest to the oldest. You'll catch up. You'll be like, oh, I remember when we were here. All right. Have a good Monday. Get that money. Millions. Shout out to the other side. Blessings. Get something to eat. Get some rest. You can edit tomorrow. Nice and rested. Yeah. I'm gonna probably go sit down, watch some TV, smoke something, chill out. I feel you, Ish. I pulled that yesterday. Went to sleep at 11:45. Was up at 4:30. You could have just gone straight to work when I was done. You could have just stood up and gone straight to handle your business, get that motherfucking money, man. Millions. What the fuck is wrong with you? And you was the one talking about, let's go till tomorrow. Fuck you mean? We did 8 hours yesterday. We did 6.5 today. Get my Kenny. What more do you want from me? They said I take advantage of y'all. They said I'm an abuser, abuso. I think the family might know Jay. They went to Farragut at the same time. Oh, quite possible. I ain't gonna ask though. Feel like it would be awkward. Yeah. You gotta, read the room. Read the room. It's been a hell of a couple of days. I've been whooping ass on no food. The relentlessness at which these liars can do this is crazy. Oh, the movie where you can watch me. I've been on Chicago PD. I've been in a film called Green and Gold. Just got one little scene. I've been in an independent film called Poser that I believe is on Amazon Plus. I started a film called Lupe. I don't know if it's on Tubi or something yet. I have to find that out for you. Green and Gold is the biggest one. I just got a short scene at the end. Chicago PD. I'll have to get you the episodes of that. I don't even know what episodes or what seasons they are. Abusador. Have a great weekend with your family. See y'all next time. Saca la bolsita. I should have just gone straight to work. Straight to work, bro. What the fuck? Straight to work. You even said it at that moment. You was like, saca la bolsita. It's on. And then you were like, all right, good night. I'm like, what the fuck? So I go get you something to eat. Everyone say good night. They're like, everybody get the fuck out of here. All right, salutes, man. With that said, I will holla. Peace. Oh, shit. See? Just when I thought I was out. They pulled me back in. All right? Shout out Zorada. Shy, go get you something to eat. Everyone say good night. Shout out JP. Shy, my brother. Thank you for another great live. May God bless the Il Cartel and chat. I hope everyone has a great and restful night. Like and subscribe to the great quality content. It's free. Buenos nachos. All right. Salute JP for jumping out in this ghillie suit. Did you just get here? Tell me the truth. We want to know the truth. Shout out Velez for the beer. This is an off-air beer. I was walking out the door. This is definitely an off-air beer. Yeah, there's a little film called, I play a Uber driver that gives somebody enlightenment. All right, it's a movie called Poser. I think it's in the Discord. Here, I could drop you the link. Let me see. I don't know. We got some shit in the Discord, don't we? Beat that. I got pulled back in over here. Hold on. Shout out Velez for the beer. I'm definitely gonna pop that motherfucker open. And Kung Fu Panda won't be able to play it on repeat. Let's see what I got here. Shy music, movies, and TV in the Discord. Let me see. Shout out Velez. Y'all gotta go home, but you gotta get the fuck out of here. Let's see. Shy music and movies. What do we have here? Poser, where's Poser? Oh, here's Poser right here. I could drop you the link. This is that Amazon joint. Copy. That's one. It's hard because sometimes you make a film, they don't put it out. Sometimes you make a film, it goes out on a certain network and people can't see it. It's a bunch of shit. Shout out JP though for jumping through. Appreciate you. Zorada said, didn't I say everybody fucking go to sleep? Good night. Everybody to sleep right now. JP, she talking to you too, bro. Saludos, amigo.
Amigo.
Saca la bolsita.
Coño, man.
Shout out Achilles, man. I forgot that shit was even in the Discord. Zorada, buenos noches, mi querida amiga. Que Dios siempre te bendiga. All right, man. With that said, I'm going to have that beer. Velez, I'll drop a picture in the Discord. In the bar section. With that said, I will holla. Coño, man. Peace.
Coño, man.
What more do you want from me?